YouTube, hello. Welcome, YouTube. It's good to see you. Today, I'm going to be doing some code with you, YouTube. I want to work on my game where you are filming some people who are of a police variety, and they're harassing people. Currently, they just stand there. I plan on adding some animations and things like that, but right now, they just stand there. And something I kind of want to get started on right away is making this bar be in the scene. So like right now, it's just sort of like 2D, like on the screen, not the phone screen, but our screen. I don't want that. I want you to be able to like walk away from this altercation and be able to see the progress from far away. Like, yeah, I can kind of look at it, but I don't know. I just kind of want to be immersed in the world, you know? And I've just started to kind of get a sense of how we can do something like that. So I figured we might as well. Okay, so Lily's trying to learn some Blender and is using the donut tutorial. I've actually never watched the donut tutorial, but everyone talks about it. I don't know donut tutorial. Like, I don't know. When do I need to make a donut? You know? Actually, I have made a donut. Okay, plus 40 double time. That's kind of trippy, isn't it? Whoa. We should only see it in one place. Not in two places. Alright, that's the first thing I'll fix. Let's fix that. So the 40 in the background should not be on the phone. So I figured out that some of the problems I was having with stuff appearing was related to the like render layers, render priority. This 40 in the phone background, that is happening because, let me go find, what if I put the autofocus mesh up higher, just a little bit? I feel like it's gonna cover up other things. So here's, let me just try to explain like what's happening here. So in the player scene, you see this like black box there? That's actually the autofocus mesh. And what do I mean by autofocus mesh? So like when I zoom in and move around and stuff, hopefully it kind of becomes, see, it gets a little blurry and then it refocuses. That's the autofocus. Hey, thanks for stopping in, Lily. The vibes are here. The vibes are here for you whenever you want them. Well, if I'm live. Bye for now, Lily. You got this. Start small. Start small. Donut could be small. It could be small. I could see a donut being small. Prophets did a well tutorial when you first started with Blender. Oh, I like well. Well is a good one. Whoa, look how stretched that is. That looks wild. I weirdly like it, but I also don't because it's messy. But I also weirdly like it. Okay. I like that it fits on the screen. Okay, so that's what's doing that blurring and sharpening. All of that is happening because of that black box there. It's actually just a flat quad mesh. It's basically a plane but different. Now, on that mesh is a material. And that material has a shader. That shader does the autofocus and focus stuff. Really, it just does the blurring effect, and then code is what handles how the blurring behaves. So this mesh is on a certain render layer. Now, if I increase this render priority here, if I increase this to 100, you see that green box went away? That's because that green box is now on a lower priority or a lower render layer than that autofocus mesh. It's kind of weird because like you can see through the autofocus mesh, but just the way that Godot handles the rendering layer stuff, it just is completely covering up that render. It's probably, well, I wouldn't just say Godot, it would be the shader code too. So I obviously don't want, and also it's covering up the scan shader, right? We like the scan, that yellow outline. We like that. We don't want to lose that. However, what I do want to lose is that doubled 40. So see how there's a 40 up here? I don't really want that. Welcome back, Nonsit. A stream in thing rather than at night. Yes, I am doing a stream in thing. Oh, you mean during, maybe you mean during the day. Yes, I am. Absolutely. Yes, I'm here. I really, really want to stream in the morning and the day. This is my ambition. So today, we fulfill that ambition. Or at least get one step closer. Okay. If I put this up at 60, nothing happens. 70. Now the scan shader is gone. I don't like that. That's no good. 60, the scan shader's there. We like that. So I really need, what I need to do is I need to put that text. So what that text is, that plus 40, that's the community goodwill. It's going to be like basically a point system where you get points for doing a good job in the game. And that is what it looks like when you get some points. I want to animate it. I want to do more stuff. But for now, you know, placeholder. So I'm going to move that community goodwill stuff to a different layer. So there it is. There's the 40. That is a label 3D node that's making that happen. Get back to the game. And we're going to find its layer. So it actually has 2 layers, by the way, once I find them. It has 1 layer for the outline and another layer for the text itself. I know it's in here somewhere. I just have to find it. So is it a flag? It's a flag. Okay. So there's render priority, and that what that means. So here, I'll even show you. So if I make the outline render priority 0, could you see that? You see how the outline is now gone, but the inner part of the text is still there? So that's the difference. The render priority is the inner text. And there you saw, there, in this case, now the inner text is behind the outline. Don't really know why you'd want that, but there is the separation. But I want this to be low enough, there we go, that it doesn't appear on there. And that is looking better. So now it's not on the phone screen, but it is everywhere else. And we still have the scan shader and the little green box. Nice. Oh yeah, we're cooking today. All right, I'm gonna commit that because I just kind of want to get that out of the way and be done with it. Kind of want to try. No, that's not gonna work. Well, what if you uncheck all of this except for these? Okay, this is all this other stuff. I have a pretty bad GPU right now on my stream PC. One of y'all actually sent me a better GPU. Thank you for that. Shout out to Mervkins. And I'm gonna try to install it this weekend. But because I don't have that good GPU, for whatever reason, my Godot on this less powerful GPU gets rid of all these like settings that have like a more powerful VRAM texture compression setup. So this when I go on my nicer computer, this gets added in. What's up, Zayden? Welcome back. This stuff gets added in. When I go on my stream PC, it just removes it all, and it's just like, no, false. It's pretty annoying. And it doesn't really affect the project. It just means that every time I switch computers, all of the textures re-import, and it's a pain. So at least for now, I'm going to try to not commit that, so when I at least go on the other computer, I don't have to, you know, wait for them all to re-import again. So I'm gonna just say render priority fix, so goodwill is not on phone cam. Okay, great. Look at us getting stuff done. So by unchecking these in GitHub desktop, which is a way that I save my data, basically. Every change I make to my project, GitHub is watching. And then when I commit it, press this button down here, it's going to save in the cloud that version of the save. And it allows me to roll back and to just have this vast library of all of the code that I've basically ever written, which is pretty cool. And so by unchecking all of these, I'm telling it, hey, don't commit those, please. We'll see how tenable that is as I start adding more things, but I think these are going to stay unchecked. So I don't think it's going to be that bad. And then I could also like filter or something, but all right. So next thing I want to do is I want to get that bar, okay, that de-escalation bar. I really want it in the scene because my biggest focus right now for this project is to just make it feel more fun and be more like engaging, and you know, you're doing more than just standing around and trying to reload it until there we go, people appear. Then you're standing here filming, right? I want you to have stuff that you're doing while the situation is de-escalating. So I want you to be able to recruit other people to come film as well. So it's not just you filming the altercation. You can get other people in on it. And so if you want to go recruit someone, I want you to be able to stop and go do that. But you can't really do that. I mean, you can, but it would be nice if you could also, from really far away, see that bar that appears. So you kind of just get like a sense from far away. And again, since I got that plus 40 thing kind of set up in a way I like, I think we could use something similar. And the plus 40 thing raises other possibilities too, like map markers and things. So we'll see how far I go with that. You know what else I should do today? I should make this phone be put awayable. Right now, you can't put the phone away. It's just always there. I have so many ideas, but I kind of just got to tackle one at a time, you know? All right, so let's get this bar in the scene. So that bar lives on the player, along with all of this stuff. I don't know if it'll be, like, visible. I don't think it will. I think it's, like, it's 2D. It's gotta be. It needs to become 3D, though. Oh, no, it is. There it is. It is 3D. Nice. I forgot. Oh, yeah. So that actually makes this a lot easier. So see the bar? It's right there. It's already in the scene. That's freaking great. So then all I have to do is just make sure that that doesn't appear, because right now it's just like it's stuck on the phone. So when the phone, it's like magnetically attached. So I'll just magnetically attach it to an altercation, and then that's where it will live. That is wonderful. And I suspect that the way that I've got it set up, it will be modular enough that I probably won't even have to change much code, if any. Oh, even like adding some code. So this is actually gonna go pretty well. Okay, so let me find where that lives. UI, camera, phone screen. We'll see what happens. What's up, Crash and Compile? Yeah, it is neat. Oh, here we go. It's a mesh. So it's literally just a mesh. And that mesh has a material on it. And that material has an albedo that has a texture. And that texture is a sub-viewport. A sub-viewport is basically like another camera. It's like another rendering of the screen, kind of. And stuff in the screen. See? Goat with the bits! Thank you! Thank you for the bits, see, goat. To you, I'd say... What do goats say? They don't say bad, that's what sheep say. To you, I say... What? I can do that? Apparently, I can be a goat. Thank you, Sea Goat, for helping me discover this new talent. Hope you're doing well. Sea Goat, by the way, Very, very talented game dev and live streams their game dev on both YouTube and Twitch. And now I know I can raid Seagoat. Now I know I can actually raid Seagoat, which is awesome. On YouTube. Okay, wait, let me give you the shout out that you deserve. It's the right thing to do. Okay, shout out Seagoat Games. Don't go say man. Did that what I said? I think that's what I said. I don't know, it just took me a while. I don't know if I've ever been around a goat. Genuinely, I just actually don't know if I have. I wonder if you have the same name. Let's find out. Seagoat Games. Probably. It's pretty unique. Is Godot tough, or is Unity the industry standard? That's a good question, Rizzler. I personally did not find Godot tough, but everyone's gonna be different, you know, depending on like where you're coming from, like what kind of skills you already have, what kind of programs you're already familiar with. It might be more or less difficult for you. But for me, I found it, so I tried Unity. I stopped using Unity because their non-open source nature became an issue very quickly, where they started to introduce some pretty problematic business practices that I wasn't a fan of, and a lot of other people weren't a fan of. So I was really big into the open source thing. And when I was using Unity for the short time, I kind of felt like it was hard to find things, but then I got to Godot and I did not think things were that hard to find. So at least from that perspective, I feel from my own experience that Godot is a little easier to learn than Unity, for whatever that's worth. And then Slate, yes, Slate. Good example, Seagoat. Excellent example. So Unity has been the industry standard. If you ask me, that's changing. Mohammed, welcome back. To me, that I really think that that's changing. Slay the Spire 2, oh, it's such a good example. Slay the Spire 2, y'all, was made in Godot, and it's like one of the most popular games to come out in the last few months. Like, super, look at that, right? Godot's like, we are going to make sure that we put that out there. We are proud of this, as they should be. So yeah, I would say that the industry is starting to catch up. I mean, the new Battlefield, the most recent Battlefield game, had their map builder in Godot. So if you wanted to build maps for Battlefield, you basically download Godot and use that for the map builder. So it's definitely becoming more of an industry standard. Sonic Color, I believe, was ported using Godot. So originally it wasn't made in Godot, but then they ported it using Godot. So yes, still a very powerful tool in an industry context. Absolutely. But like, if you think about it, it's gonna, like, why wouldn't it become industry standard? It's good, it's getting better, and it's free, right? The industry makes money, right? That's what they're there for. Guess what Unity wants if your game is successful? Your money. Godot will never ask you or demand that you give it your money that you earned. So, I mean, why wouldn't industry want to save money? You know? So yeah, it's always getting better, and NVIDIA recently has been like investing in Godot. Like, it's going places. But but Unity, I want to say Unity's a great game engine, and it's true that and so here's where it's good to think about, Rizzler, is there is, you know, a lot of familiarity with Unity. So you're gonna find studios that use Unity, and that's just the way that is. So, like, you know, if you're someone who wants to get jobs at studios, you might want to learn both, you know? If you're just doing your own thing, definitely Godot. Mouse says, open source is amazing too, because it has collective improvements and innovations. I know. Like, okay. So like, let's say there's a bug or a feature that I want. All I gotta do is go to Godot's GitHub page, and I can actually see in real time the progress on a bug that I found. I can see where people are at fixing something, you know? I can see like if there's been months of discussion or years of discussion, or maybe someone's right on the precipice of fixing something. All of that is public and visible and right there. We try that with Unreal or Unity, you know, to find anyone addressing a common engine bug. To that end, if there's a feature that I really want, so there's this awesome Godot proposals viewer, super cool, where you can see all the current proposals. Thanks for following, Mouse. Going on in Godot. It's a really, really cool site. And it ranks them by how, like, popular they are. Which doesn't mean they're going to get added, but it does mean that there's, like, a lot of people thinking about it and looking at it. So you can, like, sort the new and hot popularity. So all kinds of cool features. Look at all of these features that community are working on right now. And again, you can see the progress. Thanks for following Crash and Compile. Love that name, by the way. So yeah, community stuff, the open source nature, it's transparent. It's awesome. I would hate to lose all of this using an engine that is just like, we keep it private. And then all that they announce is something like fancy and big that probably none of us will really ever care about. But Godot, they're always working on the little things, which I think really counts. Hey Goblin, welcome back, brother. How you doing? Yeah, we growing. Nothing's wrong with Godot for a solo game. It's all about fun. Make it fun. Hell yeah. Yeah, I think some people might argue that like Unreal or Unity are more designed for big teams. I don't know. I think that's something that'll change too. And then depending on like how you structure your workflow, you don't necessarily need Godot to handle all that. Godot's being the main WebGL games engine. It has a lot of quality of life stuff. Unity just doesn't. Godot, you can launch your bake as WebGL in engine in seconds. Unity, you gotta spend 10 minutes to export a WebGL build to test it. That's so funny. I always notice that. Y'all who are using Unity are always just like, I'm building right now. UE in Unity is super common in industry, while Unreal Engine is more common than Unity. Yeah, and so here's the thing. Like, Godot, to me, Godot isn't really competing with Unreal Engine. You know what I mean? Ads. Like, I feel like that's because Unreal Engine does so much, right? It's so high fidelity. And that level of fidelity, while not impossible... Okay, I couldn't snooze him in time. While not impossible to get that much fidelity with Godot, it's not the same. And Unreal Engine has so many different components for different disciplines, right? So someone who is primarily an artist can only interface with the like shader nodes and the art stuff, the art tools, and a person who is UI can only interface with the UI tools. It's a lot more compartmentalized in that way and designed for a big giant team. So that makes sense if that's true, right? That there is a bigger hold that Unreal Engine has on the very, very, very big AAA space. So that makes sense. Do you think you are ready for working any game studio, whether it's indie or more professional? I don't want to work at a game studio. I love just being like an indie dev, you know? I enjoy that. Like a solo indie dev. I like that. I don't do well at jobs. I don't show up on time. Some days I'm feeling more tired than others, and understandably, managers and bosses don't like that. So I tend to just pave my own way. But with that said, do I think that I have the skills? Absolutely. Yeah, for sure. just, you know, maybe not the personality for something like that. All right, so my goal right now is to get this bar that is currently attached to the phone. I want this to be appearing on that group of people in 3D space. This is already a 3D object, which makes this a lot easier. Like I said, this is a sub viewport, which is kind of like a camera sort of thing. It's like rendering what's in it. So we have a sub viewport, and then I have this UI stuff right here. This is a canvas layer in Godot, and a canvas layer is like basically a camera. It's like a 2D It's not a 2D. There are a camera 2D is a node, but it's different. This is like a UI camera, if you will. And so you can see that's just what it looks like. It's just that bar. And then we put that in the sub viewport, and the sub viewport then renders that bar and turns it into something that we can actually put in 3D space. But I can only put it in 3D space if I attach it to a texture, as I have done. So now I want to move this. Now to move it, I'm gonna need to bring the sub viewport with it. I think I can just probably take scan shade. I definitely want this scan shade to stay here. So this is like, the scan shade is when we are, so actually I think I lied earlier when I said the black thing was the mesh for the autofocus. That was incorrect. The mesh for the autofocus, I seem to, okay, that's the mesh for the autofocus. It's also black, it's also square, but it's so gigantic you can't even really see it. But that's why I hide it. That's why I don't. That's why we don't look at it. So that is actually the little darkening shade that appears. So see how it kind of like covers it up. So for over here, it's clear on the sides. When we get close in here, it kind of darkens stuff. So that is something that I would like to leave. So let's make just make a little node here, and I'm gonna call this UI deescalation. But I'm gonna make this a, let's make this a node 3D UI deescalation, which is already something, but that's okay. Pop that in there, drop the mesh in there. Everything should function the same at this point, but we're gonna break it. Now I could ask myself, where do I want to put this? On altercations. So, okay, now we got to talk about altercations. How do they work? So there's a spawner, and they actually look like this. If we go to the main scene, you can see a little better what's going on here. So see all these big red towers, these little cylinders sticking up in the air? These are markers that I have that just sort of are potential altercation spawn points. So an altercation could spawn here, could spawn there. 6 of them spawn every level. There's currently like 17, I think, of these markers. I want to add more. There's no reason not to. And so there's a chance that they'll get the altercations. That's sort of the first place. Now, do I want to put the first place that these things exist, these altercations exist? I don't think I want to put the de-escalation here, because there's no guarantee that it's going to become a de-escalation, and therefore, why would I want to commit to it being, you know, an altercation? So let's look for the altercation itself. The altercation itself... Okay, so there's actually multiple altercations. We've got altercation 1, 2, 3. I forget. I make these things and I gotta look because I forget. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah. Multiple altercations. Okay, and show me what's in... So in the altercation, this is what they look like. You see, we've got these looking like army men, and then just this red person. Basically, these are also spawners, and these fill in with something different. So let me refresh. Hopefully I can see if we're in good luck here. Someone actually appears next to the spawn. Hey, right there. Let's go. So it just so happened that someone spawned here, or an altercation spawned here. If we had the exact same altercation, you know what, let's even do that, just for the sake of, like, illustration. That would be nice. Let me get an altercation. Altercation 1. And I'll just drop this right next to where I know the player is at, which should be over here. No. Player's here. Okay, I'm gonna drop this altercation in. So now if I refresh it, that altercation will just be there. Oh, it didn't like that. Oh, it didn't like that. It's not designed to be set up that way. Alright, I can't do that. Well, I tried. Hey, you know, props to me for making a system that works a very specific way and does not like to be broken. Godot is like, how dare you? Alright, so I'll just have to show you this way. Basically, there's 1 of 6 possible agents that can spawn. So it's not always going to be the same agent. Refresh. So there we got this guy. And this guy is always the same. So I do have this option in here to mark them as a specific agent. So what I want is that when you de-escalate it, okay, see, this one is a transport officer. When you de-escalate the altercation, I want all of the agents to go into a car and drive away. And there's always a transportation agent, so this guy is going to be the one driving the car. So that's why I have him set to a specific one. But the rest of them could be any. I just set it to none and just randomizes one of these potential agents. Same thing with the person. I can't set it. I don't really care to. This can be any one of, I think, 8 different random people models. So that's why they look like that. Always different. Okay. Now, I can't just put that bar in here, because then, I mean, I can. Maybe I should. I can. It would be nice if we have the zone mesh. This is just, so this is just to tell me, like, the size, so I know I don't design the altercation too big. What if we spawn? That's what we should do. Okay, so there's a base altercation class. And what this does is this underscores every single altercation. Altercation 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, all those have this script as a base. So what I'll do is I'm going to make a constant, and actually we can just drag and drop it in. Before I drag and drop it in, let's turn that which I just created when I was reorganizing that bar, right? That sub viewport we were talking about. I reorganized it into this node. I'm actually going to save that as a scene. This is something great about Godot, is you're working with these scenes and these nodes, and it just lets you have these like units, these things that you can move around and manipulate and do stuff with. So I'm going to save the UI de-escalation scene just as it's, oh, that already exists. Right, that makes sense. So let's say this is UI de-escalation node 3D, just to give it something a little more unique. I like my names of things to match, so I'm going to also add node 3D to that. This makes it easier to track things down. Okay, now I can actually just get rid of this on the player. I wonder if that'll break anything. Let's delete this and see if everything works the same. We do have an error down there in the debugger. That's okay. Okay, so there we got an issue. So it couldn't find show de-escalation because there was no UI de-escalation bar. So I have to think about when I'm moving this, pulling it out and putting it somewhere else, I gotta think about how are the things that expect it to be there gonna find it. And how do we set UI de-escalation? So it's supposed to be a child of this, but it no longer is. So we have to redesign that a little bit. It looks like it was only the single function that was controlling it anyway. What did we call show de-escalation? Okay, so this is a very easy fix. What was the first error? That happened really, really fast. Okay, so that's what it was setting it up. That was this. The first error was this one. What's up, Furquane? Is it Unreal Engine or something else? This is Godot. It is Godot Engine. Here, I'll link it if you want to look it up and check it out. It's pretty cool. It's my favorite game engine. And it's open source. It's free open source. Free open source game engine. I'll link it for you. You want to check it out? I'm doing really good. Thanks for asking. Appreciate it. Alright, there's where you can download it, learn more about it. So yeah, it's a game engine. It's like Unreal Engine in the sense that it's a game engine. But it's different because it's free. I am. You thought right. Yeah, it's 3D. It is. It's a 3D game engine. Yeah. Yeah, and it's great. It's very good. Don't be off-put by the free part. It's free, but it's open source. So a lot of people are working on it, which makes it even better. Okay, so I need to remove this here, because we don't want to set this up here anymore. One thing that's nice about breaking something like this is you can see where it's referenced, and I know now, okay, yeah, I gotta get rid of that. Let's get rid of that, and now this is gonna be broken, which is helpful. So, okay, let me stop for a second here. I need to go and figure out where this is going to point to. Because if I'm going to instantiate it, you like the first one building? Okay, alright. You do Blender stuff so I can relate with it. I don't know what first one building means, but I like that you like something about game dev. Blender's awesome too. I love Blender. Another free open source, often game development related software. Okay, so I gotta get myself out of this mess. Bit of a tangle here. So I can't reference a singular de-escalation bar anymore. Before there was one de-escalation bar, but now there's going to be many de-escalation bars. And we need to be able to communicate with the right one. So this actually is a big change. Like a lot. And so why did we show it before? We showed it in process. Okay. As long as as long as an altercation exists, it would show it. So now we would just need to know, basically, we have to tie the de-escalation bar with an ID. I'm leaning towards what if I just put one in each altercation scene? It's gonna make my life a lot easier. I think I'm just gonna do that. Like, I could instantiate it, and I could try to link it and send out a signal and stuff, but, I mean, look, the altercations, I don't really need to have that be hyper modular. Yeah, I think it's gonna make my life a lot easier. So that's what we're gonna do. So then basically each altercation will handle its own de-escalation bar. I think that's gonna make more sense. Your niche is product and industrial visualizer. Nice. That sounds cool. Industrial visualizer. I don't know what that means. What is an industrial visualizer? Like Muse? Like I hear visualizer, I think like Winamp. It really whips the llamas, but like a music visualizer. But I feel like that isn't what you mean. Whoop, I dematerialized. Okay, we're back. Don't mind the dematerialization. You never saw me disappear. Just fixing something. Okay. There we go, that's better. Wait, I also disappeared. It's not better. Apparently, my green screen's being a little goof troop today. It's not so easy to fix. It's okay. See how you see it right there? You're not supposed to see that. Pretend you don't see that. Oh wait, actually I have an idea. What if I put this underneath... Hold on. This is probably gonna be really, really janky for 10 seconds. Wait, that actually wasn't that bad. Oh, that's kind of okay. Nice. Nice. Fixed. Okay, next problem. Yeah. Usually it's not there, but today it was. But we've done a good job. Want to rate your portfolio just for appreciations? Not really, but you should post it in the Discord. Join the Discord, post it there, and then I will gladly check it out later. I just lost all that time fixing my green screen. But I want to learn more about what you're talking about. So please post it in the Discord. And you can check it out at some point later. All right, I gotta figure this out. So I think that I want to just go to each altercation and just drop an instance of the de-escalation scene in there. So we're gonna pop this in. It's not very big. It's very small. Very small. The texture has already gotten lost. You can see it's like magenta and black. That's because it isn't able to find the sub viewport. So let's help it find it. Here. Okay, so now I found it. That's good. Now I was hoping to make it like get bigger and smaller depending on how close or far away you are from it. But I mean, looking at this, I don't know. Let's try setting, first of all, billboarding. Okay, so this will make it always face the camera, no matter what. I would like it to be rotated. Okay. Well, I guess since the UI itself isn't rotated. Okay, let's rotate this. It's gonna take a little bit of thought. It's gonna take a little bit of planning. We're in problem-solving mode here. It's a little different. I'm gonna rotate this. Let's use the transform setting here. So this is the 2D type stuff. A little different than the 3D tools. Not rotated there. You know what'd be easier, Lise? What if you set fill mode left to right? I'm trying to figure out like how this is set up. We just make this whatever we want? No. Because we're not using the canvas layer pieces. I feel like rotating it is going to be easier. I say just to keep your life simpler, keep it bottom to top, and literally just rotate this. Don't make it harder than it has to be. So I'm going to make this 90 degrees. Now you can see it's not quite centered in the same way. We can adjust its pivot offset. And that looks actually really good. Nice. I'm gonna try filling it up, make sure it's going the right direction. Oh! You know what? We'll just say top to bottom. Oh no, we don't want to go top to bottom because the colors are flipped then. Okay. So we'll just rotate it by 90 degrees. Alright, now we're cooking. General, there's also art by you, or games by you, if it's more like a software type or game type of thing. So art by you could be nice because you can, because in art by you, on our Discord, you can sort of focus on like a very specific, we can focus on your specific project. right? So if you go to Art by You and create something, now there's going to be a whole like folder for like your thing, and we can talk about it and chat about it right in there. Or you can put it in general. It's just, oh, you're already in there. You already did it. That was fast. That was very fast. This looks like a visualizer. I see. I see how that's a visualizer. I assume it moves. This looks like candy. This makes me want candy. How dare you? And also thank you. Okay. So now that I have this rotated, I'll come in here. It should look, not there. Should look a little better. Well, barely. Oh, look. It's still used to being sized that way. That's not optimal. Top into here. We need to adjust because the mesh was fit to that particular size. Is it as simple as just switching these numbers? Kinda. Almost. A little bit. Kinda yes, kinda no. More so on the no side. Okay. I think it's just stretching the rotated one. I think that's what's happening here. I feel like we have to go to the sub viewport. Yeah. Change the size there. So it gets a little confusing because there's all these different places. Let's do the sub viewport. You see it has its own size. 79 by 605. Okay. Okay. Alright. This is probably better. And then do we want this rotated? Kind of an experimentation thing. Yeah, there we go. We got there. Nice. Okay, now it's actually rotated. And it should be facing the camera. Okay, great. No matter where I turn around, that bar is facing me. But it's not getting bigger as I move away. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do that with this. But I'm going to try. But I feel like I can. Oh, keep scale. Yeah. Okay. Okay, that didn't really do anything. Wow. Well, in theory, that is what that would do. In practice, it did not. If true, the shader will keep the scale set for the mesh. Otherwise, the scale is lost when billboarding. Only applies when billboard mode is not billboard disabled. I don't know if I understand that. Build a whole map? Yeah. I've broken the game, so I can't really play it, but I'll show you one of the... This isn't the most recent build, but it's one of the recent builds. I'll show that to you. Now, I got the buildings from various asset packs. And I made changes where needed and constructed the city from there. Even like the ground pieces I pulled from different places and brought together. Oh yeah, hit the like button. That's true. Hey YouTube, hyper smash that thumbs up. That's a really good point. Live stream words. Hit that like button. Helps a lot, YouTube. I'm just reminding you, if you want to. So yeah, we got a big old city here. I want to put more buildings over there, but I kind of just needed to focus on building the rest of the game. But yeah, we got all kinds of little stuff here. We got even like some little alleys in here. You mean every... Nice. Yeah, I often do that myself, but this time I wanted to try asset packs, to save me time, so that way I can focus on the coding and the building and sort of scale up. Because that's sort of the advantage of working with a team. This is... Oh yeah, I was going to say, this is broken. It's not broken because this is an old build. Working with people in a team or asset packs, which by the way, asset packs is kind of like working with people in a team because you are not meeting your teammates, but what it lets you do is it lets you make something bigger than you could if you were doing it all yourself. So especially when you're doing game dev, it can be a very wise choice to not make everything yourself, and almost unheard of. Sure, there's some people who do it, but I mean, you're probably gonna find voice actors or someone to make the music for you. You know what I mean? So yeah, definitely getting asset packs is a big survival skill in game dev. But usually I like making everything myself. I liked using the asset packs. I think what frustrates me is that they don't always make the assets in the ways that I like the assets to be made. So sometimes I get a little frustrated working with them. But then I'm also realizing that teaches me something about how to just like work with other people's ways of doing things, which is probably good for working in teams and stuff. So yeah, I'm glad I did it. You know, it allowed me to just have this. Wouldn't have had it otherwise. All right, see you later, Furcane. Thanks for being here and sharing your work. All right, let's get this put back together. So this is not keeping scale. So what this should do is it should be like that 40, that plus 40. The further I get away, it stays the same. But maybe it doesn't work in the editor. Let me see. I think it does, but yeah, see, even if I get really close, it's the same size. Far away, it's the same size. At the end credits of the Godot game, every credit will say me. Why? Hey, what's up, silly Nora? Thanks for following. Okay. I would have expected it to do that. But I wonder if, like, being a sub viewport is changing it somehow. There might be some flags in here that are useful. Scaling 3D. I think this is quite different. I almost never really understand what any of these settings are in a sub viewport, if I'm being really honest. In your own game, everything's gonna be you. Okay, yeah. That can be really nice. Yeah. Hell yeah, solo dev. Silly Nora says, just joined, saw some of your shorts on YouTube, and then got the stream recommended. Also, dabbling in Godot during my master studies. That's awesome. Let's go. Love that. And thanks for watching over there on YouTube. Appreciate it. I'm gonna make some more shorts. I am. I've been saying that for like over a year, but I really am. I genuinely am. But they're still working hard for the channel, so love that. Glad you found me here. Well, I mean, I would like it to get bigger. That was one I would like. I would like it to get bigger. That would be really, really good. I'm just gonna like look this up really fast. Well, look, let me actually not worry about this. Let me set this up so it doesn't break when I hit play. And if it isn't scaling, I'll go look up what I'm gonna look up, which is scaling mesh texture. Well, I do have to ask you, Lise, think about this. Is it the texture or the mesh? Because it's not going to be the whole mesh that's affected that way. This is just the texture, you know? So I don't know. I got some questions. I am. But one of y'all in the community sent me a new, not a new, but a used GPU. So yes, I am indeed running a 1050 Ti, but, okay, big but. Y'all just sent me this package. Now, I did pay for it. They gave me a discount. Shout out to Murphkins. So y'all have been looking out for me. You're not the only one to notice that. But yeah, it's been okay, but I am starting to notice little problems here and there, and like slowdowns where, why should I have to deal with the slowdown? This is an interesting box. Leave it to chat to send an interesting box. I'm not even sure how you open this box. It certainly wasn't going anywhere. I think we're just gonna destroy the box. Wait, how does this work? It doesn't even have, like... Here, let's just rip it. Oh yeah, there we go. Oh, there we go. Unboxing of the new GPU. Holy crap. Oh my god. This is so much bigger than I expected. What the hell am I gonna do with this? Is this gonna fit in my PC? It's so big. Damn. So that's the new one. Much bigger than I know. I'm gonna need a new case. It is much bigger than I expected it to be. Holy crap-a-moly. Look at that thing. It's gigantic. Mine is not that big. So yes, I do plan on upgrading it. Probably this weekend is the plan. Damn, that thing is giant. What's up, Cake Hug? This is a GPU that one of y'all in the chat mailed me for a good price. I believe it was lightly used. It is, oh yeah, it is a 3070. 3070 is what it is. Lightly used. Good price in this day and age. It's gonna be, it's like the amount of upgrade from what I from what I have now. It's gonna be a big deal. I feel like some things are gonna be a lot nicer here on stream. Because pretty often there's the GPU is chugging. So yeah, I'm excited about that. Yeah, let's just not worry about this, and I'm just gonna make sure that it functions, and then I'll worry about if it's close. And I feel like if I search something about like maybe some viewports and mesh and keep scale, we can get there. All right. Well, the problem is that it doesn't have any code, and it needs some. So I kind of feel that this script could just be moved. You know, like what is this? We were just, all that function we had before was doing was calling this. Well, now it's just here. So it can be here. It's still gonna need to know if the player is looking at it. I would say it doesn't even need to. What if it's just like, it's always there? As long as the altercation is active, it's just always there. Then I don't have to even think about when we show it and when we don't. I mean, I guess after the altercation is resolved, we could do it. It is not a magic number. It is like a placeholder number, basically. I guess you could call it. It is a magic number. I mean, it is and it isn't. But what I use 666 for is, you know how like sometimes you want to check if something is or isn't, like if it's null, it's not ready yet. Right? So that's what my if it's negative 666, that means that the last altercation ID hasn't been set, right? So it's like it starts out, because I didn't want to make it 0 because there is an ID that's 0, right? I didn't want to make it -1 because it's pointing to an array, and -1 takes you to the end of the array. And -2 is just so close to regular numbers. So I made it 666 because it is completely unlikely it's going to be that, and it's a funny number that is recognizable immediately. You recognized it, in fact. Yeah, it's a good number. So, so that's what that is. So for my internal documentation, it is the number of something is not set here. Yeah, easy to remember. Exactly. But no, I'm not a magic number fan myself. Celinora says, I recently upgraded with the used RX 660 XT. So I'm gonna be really clear with you. I don't know like anything about what good graphics cards are, but that is 6600. That is a lot of number. So I assume that that's a good thing. I assume that's a good thing. But yeah, I'm pretty ignorant. I mean, I've been rocking a 1050 Ti for like 8 years or something. And it was only because one of y'all were like, here, let me help you. But I assume that that's good. Your old hardware kind of made you get into the game performance optimization branch a bit. Not that you know much. Yeah, well, see, that's the other thing. Is like, yeah, right? I kind of like working on a potato, because that means I know that my game is going to be super compatible. I always make my game, see, up there in top right, Godot, it's in compatibility mode. So it's different renderers, right? Forward plus would be the highest quality one. Mobile's like in the middle, and then compatibility, in theory, you could run this on old computers and web browsers and stuff like that. So I always build my games of compatibility for that reason, to make sure it can run no matter what. Yeah, I mean, I love having like a really potato-y computer to run stuff in, for sure. At least now I've learned those things. Yeah, artificial constraints. Exactly. I'm sure I could turn one of my other PCs into a tester PC. A bit faster than 3060 and somewhat slower than the 3070. Got it. Yes, RX, not RX XT, not to be confused with RTX. It's not confusing at all. But yeah, it sounds like it's a big upgrade. So I think we can just call this here. And then there's no reason for it to be a canvas layer. It doesn't need to be a canvas layer. It just doesn't. Simply, oh, well, there's the progress bar actually, and that's inside the canvas layer. Well, here's the thing, Lise, you don't have to make this a separate scene anymore. You could make this be local now, right? Because we're not putting this in from outside. This is the inside. To that end, you could even rename this RTX GT XT XTX RX. It's all jargon. It's jargon. Welcome back, Eric. Hope you're doing good. It's jargon. Marketing or something. I don't know. So I'm gonna actually detach this script from here, and I'm just gonna turn this back into a good old-fashioned canvas layer. And now I can get rid of my little Node 3D thing at the end, because I never liked that. And then I'll attach that script on here. I like my names to be consistent, so I don't get confused. So I'm going to rename that, but you can't rename that yet because this is still that, which I am going to delete, which it is not okay with. So let me make sure everything is saved. Great. Remove. And now I'll rename this to just UI deescalation. Very good. Oh. Looks like I deleted the wrong one. Alright. That's not a big deal, it's just true. It's literally not a big deal, because as you can see, it has unsaved it. Okay, delete this. Oh, is it because it's still open? If you leave something, yeah, okay, close this, close that, don't save it. Don't save it. Don't save it. Okay, now this should be the right one. There we go. Okay, cool. Great. So then I'm going to attach the de-escalation script onto here. It is not extending a canvas layer. It is now extending a Node 3D. Code looks huge! Not that I mind, but I'm impressed you can code with that. I literally bought myself a QHD monitor, so I got more pixel and screen space C code. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I have pretty bad vision. I don't have, like, good vision. Number one, I don't have good vision. Number two, it helps... I like to think it helps people see it on stream more. I see a lot of streamers, they got, like, the tiniest freaking code in the world, and nobody can follow along, and maybe that's the vibe that some people want. Dude, I respect that, like, whatever. But I I like y'all to be able to see what I'm doing. So yeah, it's both for stream, but it's also because I have pretty bad vision. And the 4020, wait, that's good, right? Hey Derek, that is good vision, I think. You have 32 gigabyte RAM. Yeah, me too. That's what's up. That was one of the first upgrades I did on my PC. Was RAM. Thank goodness I did it, and I didn't wait until the crap show that is what's happening right now with prices. My gosh. Old MacBook Air, MacBook Air, 2017, using Ubuntu 24. Nice. You gave your MSI Katana 32GB RAM, 6GB VRAM, NVIDIA RTX to my kids. Nice. That's so generous of you. It's wonderful. I mean, they love that. I mean, it makes sense when they want to play like games and stuff. Look, I like a potato. I will rock a potato, okay? But if y'all are going to help me upgrade, then I'm probably going to do it. So a CPU, I did have to get a CPU upgrade. I was using a pretty bad CPU for a while, and it was making the stream, because I've been streaming on YouTube exclusively for a long time, and then I started streaming on Twitch, and to stream on both platforms the way that I wanted to do it, which is not using some other service, I needed a much more powerful CPU. So I upgraded that. And it's just kind of been like, since then, just upgrading this. Now I upgrade that. Now I upgrade this. I got addicted. Good old Radeon RX 9070. I bet that's something. I mean, look, it's got 9,000 in it. Intel names make sense? I believe you. Yeah, RAM prices are diabolical. I'm shopping for an SSD right now because one of my old laptops, the the hard drive HDD just died on me. So I'm searching for SSDs, and man, even those are just way more expensive than I remember them being. It's kind of a bummer. Can't run Epic Unreal Engine good? Well, so there is a trick. There is a trick to running Unreal Engine even on a potato. You basically have to go into the program files, and there's like a flag you can set in like an INI, and what it'll do is it won't compile the shaders when Unreal is loading, which just changes everything. It makes it so much better. So essentially you're not using the engine at full blast. You're using kind of a compatibility version of it. That's what I had to do when I was using Unreal on my potato. Still though, you won't ever see it as beautiful as it could be. No one can decode the processor names, right? Like, come on. They love it. They play games and make games in Roblox Studio. Oh, that's so nice to see. They need crappy Windows 10, unfortunately. Yeah. I will never do Windows 11 on this PC. I will hang on to Windows 10 for as long as I can, and then I'll put Linux on here. You upgraded the best CPU available for your platform available in the US since there are more powerful ones, but they aren't being made anymore. Yeah, I can't remember. What is it? I don't even remember what it's called anymore. Hope your storage lasts till the crisis is over, which probably takes years. Yeah, it will take a little while. I'm not a big Unreal fan myself, but I will say it's quite impressive. Oh, I keep forgetting to change that. The reality is actually that jam has just ended. Probably should update that. Probably should make a change there. It's not the most important thing. Can do it later. But we did finish the jam. I should tell you. Well, I'll tell you that now you can rate and play all the games. If you made a game in the jam, I ask you, have you rated all of the games? Because if you rate and leave a comment, look what happens if you leave comments on these games, okay? Look what happens if you leave comments on these games. Look what it'll do. You saw my rating on that one. It's very good. Look what'll happen. It will literally put, hey Ruggy, it'll literally put a link to your game. So if you submitted a game, it would behoove you to go through, rate, and comment. Because then maybe some random person is going to stumble on this and see it and click on it. Some would think about. Some would think about. But even if you can't rate them, yo, go play them. There's some incredible, incredible looking projects here. Next week, for 2 days, on Wednesday and Friday next week, we're going to play all the Wolfenstein likes. So I'm really excited. So yeah, go check out these awesome games, y'all, for our game jam that we host every other month. Rated 7 so far, but unfortunately this style of game makes me nauseous. That's fair. Yeah, that is fair. Take your time, take your time. It's going good, Rogie, welcome. People see my game and play my game. My name too, okay? Eric says, newest memory is actually going somewhat down in price. Love that. Still horrible, went from 99 to 400 to like 350. Oh my god. Oh my, come on, that's not better. No, it's a trend, it's about the trend. Yeah, update your games if you have to. Alright, so here's what I need to do. I need to make this totally self-contained, which I think at this point it is, but I think I still have a bit of a problem. Let me just search the whole project. Did I probably left something in... I'm actually trying to remember where that was. That was on the player. UI altercation. Okay, here, this. We do not want this here at all. Now this is if participants are greater than 0. Okay, so this is what this is doing is this is checking to see how many participants are being seen by the player. So I don't think I even want this mechanic anymore. So it was like if you look at, do I still have it open? If you look at the altercation, then it will appear and it'll pop up. But I don't know that I really want to do that. I kind of want you to be like really far away from the altercation and you can still see it, because I want a main mechanic to be that you go and you recruit other people to participate in Nightbot. Nightbot is a cutie. Nightbot is a very Pierogigon style art character. Yeah, I see that for you. I see that for you. Let me see if I can get an altercation spawned here. I'm just gonna keep reloading it. There we go. Alright, so see the bar is right there on top. It's that blue thing. When I get too far away, it disappears. But if I get close enough, it pops in. So that's when participants are greater than 0. So like right now, the phone can't see the people. But we get a little bit closer. Now it can see them. Participants is above 0, and that appears. But I actually want you to be this far away, and you can look at that, and you can see the de-escalation bar. That's what I want. You can go all the way over here, and you could still kind of see it. So, to achieve that, we don't want this to pop in and pop out. So that just goes away entirely. Which also means that we don't need to set up that. And I think at this point I've isolated enough that I could probably run the game without errors. I think we've gotten to that point. Nice. Alright, good. Now going back to that de-escalation script and scene would be good, actually. Give me both of those, please. Okay, that looks good. The only time I'd want to hide it would be if the de-escalation was, or the altercation was de-escalated. Does it know? So it doesn't know what its altercation is? Get altercation thresholds. But how does it know what its altercation is? is what I'm trying to understand here. Where is it? Where are you getting that information from? I feel like this is... Oh! Last altercation ID equals manage de-escalation. Okay, last altercation ID. So this, I think, is the last one that you've seen, which is not good. We don't actually want that anymore. Because they're now going to be tied to a specific one. So what I would do, and what I'm doing, here, let's delete that. Hey, what's up, Tickling? How you doing? Put this in there. So then what I would want is to clarify which altercation this is a part of. So we could just have it look up, because every altercation has an ID on it. I kind of want to do that. I kind of want to have it look up. I do already have some code that should make this kind of easy. We check to make sure it's a child of an altercation. So we can reuse that, which is nice. I could make that a static function at this point. Nah, let's not bother. Okay, I'm gonna put this down here. What this is gonna do is it's gonna just, before it tries to find the ID for the altercation, it's gonna make sure that above it, that its parent is an altercation. And we get an error if it's not. Alright. And then what I'm gonna fetch from that, do we have code that like assigns it? Let me check for that. We must. We simply must. Set altercation ID, get altercation ID. Update altercation values. This is on the spawner, which spawns the people, which spawns the altercations themselves. Ready altercation. Okay, there we go. So we check, we make sure that it is a child of an altercation, at which point it will allow us to go further in this function, and then it will get the parent, get the ID. That's what we need. That's the important bit. So I actually don't need this. Come back to UI de-escalation. And I'm gonna put this in my ready, or part of my ready setup. So let's call it ready altercation. I like doing this when I set up my functions. So a ready function basically says, well, there you go. It's called when the node is ready, like in the scene tree. It has appeared, it is prepared, it is there when the game starts. Then this function runs. It's a built-in function, so it just comes along with this node as something that I can use. And just so I can keep track and I know like when things are called, when they are connected to these, I like to prefix such functions with ready. So I do the same thing with process. Process is another built-in function. This will run every frame of the game, and if I make a function like process jumping, right, I'll call it that. We can pass delta in there, and then I'll make process jumping. Again, just so at a glance I can see, oh, that's being called every frame. So that's why I'm putting ready altercation there. Let's set an altercation ID, indeed, because each UI de-escalation has its own altercation that it's associated with. This will be an integer. We can make it -666, and then that should be good enough. Great. So then we come down here to this get altercation threshold situation. And instead of fetching it this way, we now can just fetch it internally. And in fact, I basically don't even need to do that. We just say altercation ID, and we should be good. We still want to get the altercation data content and all that good stuff. So then we'll get the threshold. That's what it needs to set up the progress bar. That's how we get that data. That should be pretty good. Now it's itty bitty, which is not, it's not really great. It's a little tiny. I'll make it bigger. Again, I do have a feeling that I am going to need to do a little lookup to figure out how to make this stay the right size. But for now, let's just increase it. Now, how am I gonna scale up that? 0.07, 0.01. Okay, I might actually have a tool to do this. Okay, to make sure it's allowed to run. This is a tool that I found. I often find myself resizing, like, you know, if I want to go from, let's say, 1920 to 1080, but I want to figure out proportionately what's a smaller resolution. This tool, this is like my favorite. There's so many out there, and it took me forever to find this one. But it just literally lets me drag this bar, and at any amount, it just shows me the number. It's freaking amazing. I love this tool so much. It's because there's a lot of other calculators out there where, like, you type in a number and you type in another number and then it calculates it, and it's super boring and it just isn't intuitive, and I hate it. But this one, I love this one. So I think I could probably use that here. Yeah, I don't have to clarify a ratio. Super boring. Yeah, you target 640, 360, and 1280, 820. Exact quarter and a half of 1080p. Nice. Yeah, do it. Save it. It's changed my life. Like, it made finding other resolution sizes not be terrifying. So I think I can even use it here, as long as I've got these two, anything that's like a ratio. I feel like we could compare it and adjust them. 0.07, 0.01, we'll see. 0.07, 0.01, that was a comma. Okay. Okay, so that it did not like. That was a bit too small for it. You can probably just do 7 and 1, and you know, there we go. It was okay with that. 21.3. Okay, that's probably gonna be pretty small still. What if we do like 2.1 and 0.3? Look at that. See, I mean, now I think about it, it kind of makes sense. 7 times 3 is 21. But it also, I don't really get it. Oh, okay, it's billboarded. I thought maybe it was doing the keep size thing. It's not. Okay, is that better? That's bigger. That's definitely bigger. But I don't see keep scale happening. I kind of don't understand what keep scale is doing. Let me put this component. Basically what we've made here is a component. So now I can put this on every altercation and it will just automatically figure out what to do with it. All right, let's look for altercation 2, 3, 4, and so on, and we're gonna just pop this component right on there. Altercation 2, paste. Altercation 3. One thing that I am kind of thinking here is I would love to be able to adjust the position via the component, because right now we're doing it like in each individual scene, which is kind of going to be annoying if I want them all to change at the same time. I think if you just allow this mesh to be the thing, that would do it. Yeah, that'll work. Okay, great. Yeah, now that's up in the air and I don't have to do it on a per altercation basis. Much better. All right, I'm gonna copy that and we're just gonna paste it on each of these. It's already an instanced scene, or like it inherits from a base scene. So it's going to connect to all the component tree that I need it to. And I think there's only 7 different altercation types. So, okay, there's 8. All right. So that should be set up. Let's see what happens. I don't know if everything's just gonna like work out of the box, but it kind of might. Okay, 7 errors. All right. Node not found, texture progress bar. Okay. Hmm. Because they're not editable children. Oh, nope, wrong. Bam. Access has unique name. All right. So, by the way, what that was is not something that's fixed. But what this, for context, what this is this little percent sign. Yeah. This little percent sign basically makes it so that I can reference nodes a lot more simply. Now look, I'm not even using it here. Bam. So see how this says, well, I'm looking for margin container, and when I find margin container, I'm sure I'll find texture progress bar. Once I've found that, so it's relative to me, wherever I am, UI de-escalation, I'm looking for margin container and then texture progress bar, and then that's what I am. But what's nice about right-clicking this and hitting access as unique name is it'll just add this little percent sign, which means I no longer have to worry about that at all. Wherever it moves in the scene tree, it can just be anywhere, and it will still keep that reference, which is super useful. Use Node 3D or whatever node you use, which I think can help finding it. All right. You can also use as Node 3D or whatever node you use, which I think can help finding it. I don't know what that means, but I bet you're onto something. I bet you're onto something, silly Nora. Okay, so we have no more errors. Already as Node 3D. CamRanker as Node 3D. Interesting. Helps find it if you just put, as. If you cast it. What does casting do in that instance? Okay, so there is no bar above there, which is concerning, but okay. Like I know, like I use casting, when I use casting, I do it to type stuff. But I'm not really sure what you're doing here, because you're like typing it. Why don't you just do, this is a very confusing line of code to me. But maybe it makes sense. Is there a contents that makes sense? Yeah, it's not, it doesn't even like that. Okay, that's for something else. I don't think you're stupid. I just like don't understand. So like to me, I would just do this. Camera anchor node 3D equals camera anchor, right? I'll just do that. You know, why cast it when you could just type it? So when I cast personally, let's see if you can find an example. When I cast, it's because it isn't clear what it is otherwise. Let's get a better example. Here, this is not a bad one. So well, let me find an even better example. I'm gonna find a good example. Okay, this is a great example. So here, you can clearly see that the child is being typed as a node right here. So we're using a for loop, which means we're looking for every child. We're running this code on every child of the node that this is, right? That's what a for loop does. And then I'm assigning child to be something else, specifically phone for people. But it was node before. So by saying as phone for people, I'm clarifying the type. I'm saying don't type this as a node. Or don't think that I'm assigning a node to found phone, Godot. Understand that what I'm assigning to found phone is a phone for people type. So that's usually what I use casting for. It's going good, Vinge. How's it going with you? Welcome. Hope your game project is going well. But you're not stupid, silly Nora. Not at all. Because what you did is not wrong. I just think maybe it might be good to know that you could do it a different way too. Okay. So, what has been the issue? They're not appearing? Do I know why they aren't appearing? Did I get to the bottom of that? I gotta find an altercation. I'm just gonna reload. Okay. Where are they? Let's look in the remote tab. What remote is gonna show me over here is everything that is currently live in the scene. So local shows me the nodes that are like part of the editor, like before the runtime, and also relative to a specific like scene up here. Whereas remote is relative to the root of the entire runtime, and it shows everything live as it's happening. So I'm gonna find the altercation. We're gonna go to level build out, altercations. Don't know which one this is. Oh, there we go. So that's the one. Which one? UI deescalation. Now where's the node? It's in there as a canvas layer. Oh. I wonder if we're actually dealing with a bug right now. Because if you remember earlier, I had some weird shenanigans where I was like saving and deleting the scene file. If I were to guess what's happening here, it's got some kind of like stale reference to the old version of the scene. So I'm just gonna give it a reload. Let me commit a little bit here before I do that. Making deescalation bar a component. Finish is good, just got the weapon meshes to equip and unequip properly with the holstering button, so now you can switch between armed and unarmed melee. Super easy, love that. Don't have any sword animations set yet though. Well, that's fine. Nice. Sounds like good progress. Binge, I think you're gonna be done with this game a lot sooner than you even realize. Or at least you might have something playable. Yeah, it sounds like there's probably gonna be more after you get the like basic components down, but it's good progress. Did you play the Starfinder Afterlights open beta? Because they make the game in Godot, which is really cool. Oh, I didn't know that. I don't even know what that is. Starfinder Afterlights. Request access. Epic Tellers Entertainment. Whoa, this looks cool! This looks awesome. So it's like an action RPG. Wow. See what you can do with Godot? Hey, Pawn. Yes, YouTube, hyper smash that thumbs up. Pawn's making a good point. Hit that like button. Wow, this looks so good. You know they're using Forward Plus renderer. Ain't no compatibility renderer there. Oh, it's based on a TTRPG rule set. That's really cool. Oh, it's CRPG, sorry, excuse me. I see that now. I'm not good. I'm not up on my terms. Well, so CRPG is like, because to me it looks like Diablo or Baldur's Gate or something. Aren't those ARPGs? Yeah. So what's the difference between an ARPG and a CRPG? Or a CPG? CRPG. It's confusing. So against Baldur's Gate. Maybe I'm just like misunderstanding. Maybe Baldur's Gate is a RPG stuff like Mass Effect, Diablo. Right. CRPG versus ARPG. Baldur's Gate is a CRPG. I have questions, and I demand answers. ARPG is an action RPG. These are games that typically are heavily stat-based. Damage dealt taken. Computer RPG. It's for the old style of RPG games. Welcome account. I see. ARPGs differentiate themselves reliance on equipment and gear. Leveling gates skills and stats. Diablo, Path of Exile, Borderlands, Dark Souls. I guess I was just kind of seeing top down, and I was like, that's all ARPG. But, I mean, if you're saying Dark Souls is that. Computer RPG, original PC role-playing games. Tabletop pen and paper game directly converted to... Oh, that is what Baldur's Gate is. Wow. TIL. Isometric or top-down turn-based RPG with heavy emphasis on complex, interactive, team-based combat. Right, which Diablo is not that. Interesting. And deep non-combat. Wow. Now I know. Okay, I committed it. Now I'm gonna reload it. I feel like there's a stale reference or something weird going on here. And I don't want it to be weird. Because I got rid of the scene where the canvas layer was the top level. Well, I meant to. Okay, so the right one is here. So let's see if that right one loads in scene. Again, I did some really weird deleting stuff. What? And so if I open up this, let's see which one it is. Okay, it's that one. Altercation 1. Oh, good. So it does have a node 3D at the top. It's hidden. Let's go. Love that problem. Oh, that problem I like. I'm not complaining about that. I don't know why they're hidden, but... Why are they hidden? I don't know. Do they tell them? Is there some... Oh, that's why. I like this problem! I like that problem! Okay. They should be there now. Nice. Okay, so now I just gotta make sure it renders in the phone. Would be great. To do that, we have to put it at a higher render layer. I probably want it at the same render layer that goodwill indicator, which is like when you de-escalate an altercation, there are the points you get. You earn goodwill. Probably want to put it at the same level as that. Maybe a little lower. So maybe we'll do 55 or something. Maybe I'll do 58. I know that's like really close, but I don't usually like cutting it that close, but I think I might already have something at 55. The render priority layers get wild. I feel like this is just any game engine. Although it would be nice to have like a list of every like render priority somewhere, all like aggregated. That would be sick. I'm not saying it doesn't exist, but I don't know where it is. I don't think it does though. Okay, render priority. Let's put it at 58. Okay, did it not immediately fix it? Let's see if we can refresh it. Since it does instantiate the altercation, that may not have the updated version, would be my guess. Okay, alright, that just didn't work. Okay, what if I make it really high? Nothing. Okay. Okay. So there is this shader here. Does it have a render priority? No, because it's like a 2D thing. Canvas layer? No. So viewport? Do you have a render priority? I'm not sure why it isn't showing up on the phone, but this is not my favorite. Please, let me tell you something. What if it doesn't show up on the phone? What if you don't need it to show up on the phone? Just make it on top. Do you know what I'm saying? In fact, it's probably better that it isn't showing up on the phone. Here, give that 0. Give it a no depth test. What this will do is this will have it render above literally everything. Or it at least will only be competing with other no depth test stuff. That is going to be in transparency, no depth test. Let's assume if I reload it. No depth test is like the most overpowered rendering option. There we go. Okay. Like, you can't defeat no depth test. Nobody defeats no depth test. It is kind of weird how it's like kind of on top of the phone case. It's kind of wild. It's like wrapping around it. I wonder if that's the render priority. If I put this up higher. Wow. Okay. Don't really know what that's about. Okay. All right. Okay. I mean, look, I can live with it. Honestly, it's kind of weird. It kind of makes me uncomfortable. Oh, right, Lise. You have to remember, you have to reload it every time. No depth like my personality. No one can defeat me. I'm so sorry for how that feels to like have that like resonate with you. But also, if you're autistic like me, I can see why people might think you have no personality, but really your personality is just amazing. I don't even know what these do. I just click them. Objects will write to depth during the opaque and I don't know what that means. I'm just gonna hit that and see what happens. Probably doesn't matter. It's fine. It doesn't have to be above the phone rim. I just wanted to see if I could change it, but I can't. Big sister called you autistic once, but your therapist never said I am, so you don't know. Well, therapist, couple things. Number one, a therapist may not be interested in talking to you about that, right? They may have other issues that are more important. And a therapist isn't really like a diagnosing person. It's like a psychiatrist or a psychologist. A therapist is more like talking. Diagnoses aren't as important there. But look for some quizzes. Like, just find some online quizzes. It really bugs me, and I'm trying to, like, not care. I'm trying in my heart to not care. It's on the rim a little bit. I feel like that has to do with the mesh, right? Because that is a mesh. It's almost, it's like, because it's only the texture, right? The texture is on top. The mesh is not on top. So that actually kind of makes sense that that's what's happening. But how do I don't think I can. Unless I use a shader, like a special shader. I don't know that I can make this mesh appear on top at all times. Unless I had the mesh literally stick to the camera, you know? I don't know that there's a way to have that flat mesh part itself appear on top. So I just have to let go of that, which I can do. I can totally let go of that. Doesn't bother me. I don't care. What difference does it make? Just leave it. I'll just do it. I'm gonna do a quick search. I'm willing to let it go. I'm willing to let it go. I am. And then I'm still gonna figure out how to make it bigger. What if... I do wonder if there isn't something I can do, like on a 2D level to make it be more on top. I don't need it, I don't need it, I don't need it, I need it! I know, I'm trying to talk myself out of it, but it's just like... I don't know. You found a good tutorial online for 2D health bars in 3D space in Godot on YouTube. You know, to be helpful for you. Oh, well, I will say this. Generally, I do actually enjoy solving problems myself, as frustrated as I may seem. But I have a feeling that would have this similar situation, because what I think is happening that is unique here. I mean, yeah. Thank you for asking. Thank you. You should paste it. You can paste it. Generally, I do like to solve things on my own, but I was about to go Google something, so like at this point, I'll take it. But I'm not a big tutorial fan, and I feel like I'll just get frustrated searching through. I don't like tutorial videos because you have to like search through them, and often I don't really care about most of it. So I prefer to get my answers in text form. But you should paste it. I'm just not sure it's gonna be enough. Yeah. I don't know if it is either. But it could be. It could be. Let's follow viewport. World space. Oh, I don't think we want that. Kimmy, what's up? Welcome. Yeah, they might not do things you want them. Let me just mesh, render entire mesh on top. You don't have to. I mean, you can post. You don't have. Don't worry about it. Like, I'll find something. Render mesh no armor meshes. I probably should say Godot. Probably be a good idea. Might be smart. Yeah, viewport. Remote transform to make the viewport camera easily match the transform of the game camera. Ooh. Yeah, but the thing is I'd have to like determine like a proximity. You know, like how close is the player to it? Yeah, no depth check. Yeah, I know. I think there's something special going on here. You know what I think it might be? What if it's on the phone? I think the phone might be rendering on top of it. That's where I'm leaning right now. You know what I mean? Kimmy says, my band has been MIA. I think I understand what they're saying. You're saying that your band has been MIA? Am I understanding this correctly? Is it possible that I'm understanding that right? There's like a chance I am. Whoa. Whoa. Here it is, probably not helpful. No, but let's look at it. You've been MIA. Your bestie came to visit you, and you rejoined your old band as their lead drummer. Whoa, that's badass. Yo, there's someone else. There's someone else who comes through these streams who joined a band as a drummer. Why are y'all drummers? What is that? You've been too busy drumming. Oh yeah, Octodemy is good. Previously you were the bassist. You also play drums? What is that? Y'all keep rhythm. Y'all are holding down the rhythm. Yeah, let me just check something real fast. I feel like it's possible that this phone is on the tip top here. Check its materials. It doesn't have a very high render priority. What if I make it like lower? No, that ain't doing nothing. It's interesting because right now there's also that shade on top, which is curious. Because I would want that to be above all of that. Things get complicated when you start dealing with these different layers and stuff. Script templates, more helpful understanding code than any tutorial can teach you because it lets you discover how code works yourself. Nice. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like a reverse engineering thing too. You're like looking at actual code, how it fits in. I love that. Make music for game drummers, I will pay you with food. Very strange. Very, very, very strange stuff. Yeah. Okay, let's look at it. But, so this is on a sprite. That's the difference. Maybe I should put on a sprite. Not. Actually, let me tell you something, silly Nora. Because here's the thing. I have no backseating rules in this stream. But you know where I don't have no backseating rules? Is like little freaking inspector editor stuff. Like with that, man, I wanna solve coding problems, but if we're trying to deal with like what right checkbox to check, like you can tell me. Read all the games? Nice. No, wait. You did help me, silly Nora. Because my mistake is that I'm putting it on a mesh. So let me explain why that's a mistake and why Sprite 3D is the right option. Wow. Hey, Distron. Oh my gosh. And this is going to be such an easy switch. So let me just sit at this altercation for a bit. Now, one thing that I will say isn't happening is we're not seeing the value increase. Under the hood, it should be increasing, but we can't tell, so it's kind of not great, is it? But when that bar fills up, what happens is there is a number that appears above the innocent people's head. It wouldn't have been a waste of my time anyway, Eleanor. Because it would be ruling out something, and it would help me get on the right path. So a number appears above the head, and that number is rendered on top of everything else. I would assume that's because it actually has the same sort of functionality as a Sprite 3D. So yeah, I think I've definitely broken the actual bar filling mechanic, which is something to fix in and of itself. Hello, little bitty diver. How you doing? Welcome back. So what would... Well, before you were doing something with process. Progress of update. Let me see where update escalation. I feel like this is where things are wrong now. I am working on a progress bar being in the scene in a place that I want it to be. Is what I'm working on. So here, I'll show you this way. Yeah, well, I've broken everything, so I can't quite show you the whole thing. You're multitasking, love that. Always be multitasking. ABM. Or not. I'm sure, okay. I'm sure it'll load any second. It did. So, what I'm changing... Let me reload this a couple times. Alright, so what I'm changing is... You see that bar that's above the phone right now? I'm changing it so that it isn't this 2D element on the screen. I'm changing it so that no matter how far away I am, wherever I am at, that bar is visible above the people there. Because I don't want it, I want you to be able to like walk away from this altercation, go do something, and be able to check and see what its status is. I want you to be able to keep looking back and see that without having to be close enough that the bar appears. And I will be honest, Silly Nora, you did help me realize something that I wish I had realized, but now I'm glad I do know. Which is that a sprite 3D makes the most sense. And the reason for that, if we look at this goodwill indicator, again, this is a number that appears above the head of every person that you rescue, if you will. And it'll just give you like points, right, for rescuing them. And this is on top of everything else. It's kind of hard to tell because it's not in the scene right now because I broke what makes it happen, but we can kind of simulate it here. So if you look, see it's always on top. Now if I move that mesh, no matter where, it doesn't matter. I can put it as close to the camera as imaginable. And it is, that 40 will always be above it. And that works because this is a label 3D. Now, I don't know under the hood, C++, like what makes a label 3D a label 3D, okay? I don't know. Couldn't tell you, alright? But what I do know is that it certainly seems very similar to a sprite 3D. So see all these flags? We have billboard, no depth test. Okay, this render priority, probably a lot of these. Let's even make a sprite 3D right now. I bet they have like very similar settings, flags. Okay, let's look. They have the exact same settings. So there's clearly something under the hood. I wonder if we can see that in like the documentation. Sprite base 3D. Let's see what this has. Geometry instance 3D. So is this a mesh geometry instance? It is. So I don't even think they have something, at least in a base class sense, in common. But we can see very clearly there's the exact same settings on both, right? So that is a good clue that if I want something to behave like this label is behaving, that maybe I should look at a sprite 3D, not a mesh, which has just a whole bunch of different things that are not these. That's why now I'm like, yeah, sprite 3D makes sense. Okay, so let's make it a sprite 3D. Let's put a no depth test on it. We're not gonna actually put it here though. This is just an example. Where I actually want this is on the de-escalation scene, and literally this is not going to be that much work. So that mesh, we're just going to replace that with a sprite 3D. And we're going to set, so the way that the mesh works, to recap, is that there is a texture on here. The sprites are awesome. I guess I don't really know what makes a sprite 3D similar to a sprite 2D, other than they have the word sprite, but I'm sure there's something. So we have a material on the mesh that uses a sub-viewport texture to capture the progress bar on a mesh. But this is suboptimal for this purpose. We have a texture on a sprite 3D, so we can also set a viewport texture, which I will point to that same sub-viewport. And let's make it have the flag. There it goes, look at that. Have the flag, no depth test, and fixed size. So now, no matter how far away I get, it's the exact same size, just like the plus 40. Unlike this mesh, which is just woefully suboptimal. Now, it's a little big, it's a little on the big side, but we can fix that probably somehow with this very, very tiny adjustment here. Okay. Nice. Let's freaking go. Okay, and then we'll move it up, and it's still not gonna function. That's the next mystery, but at least it's gonna look right, and that's a good thing. Okay, so no depth test is a mistake, because now I can see it everywhere. So that's not something I want. And the other thing it's missing is billboard. We want it to always be looking at the camera. I mean, it's kind of nice to see it through, you know, like, but yeah, I don't want it. If we're gonna do something like that, I'll have it be like a map marker of some kind, you know? It kind of ruins the exploration component. Whoa. Okay, I might have put it a little too high. It's kind of up in the air a bit, so let's bring it down, like a lot. Like a bunch. I think we had it 3 before. Let's try 4, maybe? Sprite 3D visible in 3D sprite, 2D visible on 2D only, but is it possible for 2D to only be visible in vectors to what? What does that mean? I have to be honest that I could not follow. Sprite 3D visible in 3D sprite, 2D visible on 2D only, but it's possible for 2D to only be visible in vectors 2 in the scene. I don't know what that means. I'm so sorry. I don't know what that means. Are you saying... Are you talking about like the difference between like a okay, yeah, rephrase. Okay, so we do have the problem again of it appearing under the phone, but that's going to be easy to fix. We should be able to adjust that render priority with no issue. Put this at, we said 58. Okay, all right. I'm not going to say no issue. Okay, it was just too low. Let's go. Let's freaking go. Nice. Perfect. 60 is still too low. 61. Wow. All right. Great. Now they appear above everything as they should. Well, this is actually a problem. Well, it is and it isn't. It's tough because I don't... If I give it no depth test, then we're going to be able to see it through buildings, which is bad. If I don't give it no depth test, then it's going to exist in the phone separately than it is outside of the phone, right? So like in the phone, you can see it's looking a little different than out of the phone. I'm going to be okay with that. It's weird, right? Because it like implies that the bar is like in the world for real, that the phone can see the bar, which I just think is a little like kind of bizarre, but you know. So if I wanted the no depth test thing, pretty much what I'd have to do is have it detect, like maybe have a raycast coming off the player, and if that raycast is not interrupted, like if I'm not behind a building, then whatever I could even put a raycast on the progress bar, and the progress bar could look for the player. And as long as that raycast isn't broken by like a building, then it can have no depth test. That would actually work pretty well. You know, it'd get a little weird, because like if I walk behind this bar, that might set it off. Yeah, it might work. But then I have to set that up. You know, and like... Do I want to set that up? Oh, and look, the bar's filling up too. It's updating. Yeah, because look at this. This looks bad, because there's like 2 of them. Okay, we gotta do it. Nope. I want what I want. I want what I want. I'm gonna get it. I'm gonna get what I want. Can you put the sprite 2D in the 3D scene, but only see the X and Y view? I think that's what we're doing right now, right? Wouldn't you say that's what we're doing right now? But you said sprite 2D. I mean, I guess when I'm a little confused, I get what you're maybe saying. It also didn't quite work, because it filled up, but it didn't end the altercation. There's definitely some bugs here. We're definitely still dealing with bugs. So it hasn't totally got fixed. You guys feel certain my area be blocked? Yeah, that sounds like expensive to me though. No, I think the raycast is good. Yeah, I'm actually a little confused. I think we still need to fix this. Is this showing the other ones? It seems like it's picking one to show. Hey, what's up, Sean? With the outline shader appearing in the phone but on the player game. I don't understand. Yeah, I don't understand. I don't know if you understand either, but welcome, Sean. Alright. Alright, y'all. So here's what I'm trying to do. Let me see if I can explain this and convey this well to you. It's frustrating because the thing that I want to show you is broken, and there is no version of it that it's not broken in. So I can't, like, explain it correctly. Yeah, I feel like you don't get it, which is fine. But I think that that's the case. So... How am I gonna explain this? Let me try to put this in the scene. Let me see if this will help you understand what I'm looking for. Okay. Goodwill, because if you're confused, someone else is confused too. Alright, let me put this... Where are we? We're over here. Okay. I'm gonna drop this indicator in the scene. Alright, so I want it to behave just like this. Alright. So you see this plus 40? It is not impacted by the phone camera. It is in the world, but it also isn't. It looks like it's on the screen, right? Even though we know it's an object in 3D space. You see the difference? See how this has a version on the phone and outside of the phone? Whereas this is here. And so the way to fix this is to put it, is to put the bar with no depth test. That's the way to fix this, and we could fix it instantly. The problem is, no, I don't own the phone. I don't know how I can explain this better. So, all right, let me just show you what I want and why why the easy path is incorrect. Okay. Let's get rid of this 40 for a second. All right. So, this is what I want. So if you look at this, you can see that it is on top, no depth test. It is above everything else. This is the most correct implementation of it. The phone has no effect on it. It's above everything. Now I will say it's still kind of being a little funky, but I feel like that's fixable. For all intents and purposes, this is what I want. Let me see if I can get this a little more on top here. Yeah, that's better, but now it's in the phone, so we kind of have to bring it down a little bit. There we go. All right, this is the optimal implementation. So now you can see that it's not going across the bar here, right? Even that shade, when it gets darker, that's underneath. This is perfect, but there's a problem. Because when I move behind a building, it's on top of the building, right? So that's where I was talking about the raycast. Because the raycast could say, well, I see that the player is now behind a building, therefore I will turn off this no depth test here. That'll just go away if the player goes behind a building or something, right? Because what I don't want is for every altercation to just be completely revealed like map markers, right? I want you to explore and find the altercations. So yeah, so what I'm looking for is a UI element that, for all intents and purposes, it looks like it's actually just on your screen, right? Except it's relative to an object in 3D space. Okay, have fun, Silly Nora. Thank you. And thanks for sharing that tutorial. But everyone else, you're good. Thank you. I have been helped all I want to be helped, but I appreciate you all are very kind. Hey, what's up, Hub of Gaming? Good to see you. So yeah, I think, unfortunately, oh, the phone's a little bit above it still. I think, unfortunately, I do want to set up the raycast because it's in something that I value as like an artist of games, that the world and what the world is communicating is consistent. And I don't want there to be some on-screen objects that also exist inside of the phone universe, you know? Like, it doesn't sit right with me. I'm not okay with it. So, yeah. Oh, wow. So this one actually, somehow we just won this altercation, and now you can see the plus 40s. So what would happen is these plus 40s would get absorbed into a UI element, but I have to make that, so. Screen space protection essentially, I feel like it's always catch my stuff. Like, do I make world UI or project object extents in the screen? Yeah. I mean, I actually know what I want too. Like, it's just a matter of, you know, do I want to put in the work to ensure that it happens the way that I want it? But yeah, it's a choice to decide like how you want to represent the UI. All right. Enough chitter chat. Let's get this working. I'm chilling. Okay. So, what I'm gonna do is a couple things. One, I'm going to fix the fact that the bars aren't filling up. That is a problem. So what we're going to do is we're going to track down what updates the de-escalation. This is being updated somewhere. I know it's a public function because there is no underscore before the word update. So I'm going to search around for wherever this is being called. That is being called here. From the de-escalation ticker. Right. So every time you focus on an agent, it creates a ticker. Okay, and basically it's a timer that just loops, and it's sitting in the scene. And every time that timer times out, it is going to increment the progress bar that is connected to that ticker's altercation. That is the idea. So what I want to do is find out why this isn't going to the correct altercation. Well, I think we can kind of see obviously why. This is referring to the time when there was one single bar. Yes, Lila's here. Hold on, let's get her back in. Don't run away. She's still there. She's deciding. Fancy cam animation? Yes. It was supposed to have always been there, and she's gone. But she's kind of like around here. Here she is. She's just walking around. I think she's not sure if she wants to go in there. Because the cats have been very suspicious of this bed. This bed is a new thing, but they've been very suspicious of it because it's a dog bed. I got it because I liked to imagine maybe they would both sleep in there together, but they have not, to my knowledge. But I think for some reason cats find a bed that's just a little too big for them. You know, we got I fits, I sits, right? That's like a thing. I feel like they're like, I don't quite fits. And so they're not sure they want to sits. She's just walking around deciding. Where is she? There she is. There she is. Okay, well, I love you, Lila. Thank you for stopping in. She's actually going to all the sitting spots and trying to decide which one. She's rejected them all. Fun fact, cats are cute. True that in this one. She decided on none of them. Throw in the corner, pretend it's trash, and you don't want them anywhere near it, then they'll go in it. It's true. Literally, there is many spots like that. Yeah. I know. I think, you know what I'm thinking? I'm thinking maybe I get 2 little beds. So then they can just sleep in 2 beds next to each other. I think that might be the play. Instead of trying to force them into one single bed. Because then ultimately one of them is going to sleep there more than the other. And that's Travi right now, the white cat. And so she's going to smell it and be like, this is his territory. And she's not going to go in there. But if there's 2, they might claim it. Maybe I should put like 5 there. We'll see. We'll see. I think he'd be very sad to see that go, though. He really likes it. Okay, so the problem here should be obvious now. So there's a pattern that I like to use called the singleton pattern. And before, there was one de-escalation bar, okay? Previously, when I was just having it attached to the phone, there was one single de-escalation bar, and whichever altercation you were looking at, its de-escalation data would go into that bar. But now, I have multiple de-escalation bars across every altercation. The singleton pattern, what it does is it makes the single node, the one de-escalation bar, a static reference, something that I can access from anywhere else in the project easily by just typing the class name and .ref. Then I'm able to access it and update it. Well, that's not going to work anymore because now there isn't just one reference. There's many of them. So instead of piping this into one, which it's going to try to find, it's going to just pick the first one that it finds and that's the one it's going to apply to. Instead of doing it that way, I need to make sure it finds the correct one and applies to that one. So the way we're going to do that is by checking each of the de-escalation bar's IDs and matching with the right one somehow. Welcome, Raiders. Hello. Mr. D-Boy, hope you had a great stream. Mr. D-Boy is someone who streams on both YouTube and Twitch, which we always love to see. Hello, D-Boy. How are you doing? And has a very enjoyable, chill stream that I recommend. And Mr. D-Boy, I happen to know, is very interested in building the YouTube audience. So if you are someone on YouTube right now, you should check out Mr. D-Boy. Mr. D-Boy makes a cool game. I've known the name at different points in my life. But we're going to link you to it so you can go check it out. Mr. D-Boy is even still kind of live, technically. Okay, let me drop this link for you. And now the live stream is ended officially. All right, there you go, YouTube. That is the link. Thumb that stream up. 2 thumbs ups? Disgraceful. Disgraceful. Not you, Mr. D-Boy. Disgraceful to the world for not knowing about Mr. D-Boy. I really have known the name of your game at different points in my life. I have. This is not one of those points. Okay, let me see if I can go find it. Well, yeah, I mean, YouTube, I mean, that's the thing. YouTube wants energy, right? YouTube wants energy. But at the same time, you know, you, Mr. D-Boy, you do well on Twitch. You do well on Twitch.
I'll be back.
Oh, wait, did I just come back to YouTube? Can't believe I did that. Mr. Farm Boy! We got there. We got there. Okay, this is his game, and it's freaking adorable. Look at this game.
Damn
it. That was Mr. D-Boy in the background. But a very, very cute game. Very colorful. Yeah, this is a very big game. This is a successful game, I would say, as well. Look at all these reviews. Okay, this game is legit. This game is gone places. And going places. So yeah, go subscribe. I know. We usually avoid that language here, but that's okay. You know what? You said it, not me. I'm sure that the AI on YouTube tracking this stream will be like, that wasn't her. We won't demonetize. But this is a legit game dev doing great game dev streams. So go check it out. Subscribe to them on YouTube and follow on Twitch. Hope you had a great stream, by the way. And if you got a raid and run, all good. No pressure to hang out. I'm working on my game where you are filming police officers who are harassing people. It is fine, but it needs to be better. I want more fun stuff. Right. I need more fun stuff. I need it to just feel more exciting and more juicy and more engaging. So one thing that I'm doing is I'm kind of adjusting the UI. You're not gonna blackmail them. No, but maybe someday. But at least in this version, we're not blackmailing them. Not yet. Oh yeah. So what you do is you hover over this, and then what should be happening is this bar fills up. It does fill up in another version, but I didn't like the way that version worked. And what you're doing is you're de-escalating the conflict between the eyes agents. Okay, and they are eyes agents. You're de-escalating the conflict between them and innocent people, and once you de-escalate it, the eyes agents leave, and you get some community goodwill points from people. I also want you, at the same time, to go up to these individuals. Let me make this a little bigger. Go up to these individuals and recruit them to film as well. So they'll be able to film, and that will help build community goodwill. What's up, Seagoat? What's your booty shaking? So that's what I want, and then, so this bar right here is supposed to be the de-escalation bar. It's sitting a little high, if you ask me. A little bit up in the air there. Breakfast! So what I want is for it to be on top all the time. Did I mention D-Boy does Godot? I think I failed to mention that key fact. Okay, so let me just put that out there. So this is perfect. I want this UI element to sit above the phone and just on the screen like it's sitting there, even though it's in 3D space. That is good. Also, the Wolfenstein Jam has actually just ended, but you should still go to that link and play all the games, because people are voting on them right now, and it's an exciting time. Okay, now, the problem is that when I go behind a building, the bar stays there, which effectively just tells you where all the altercations are. But I want you to like explore and walk around and stuff. So instead of just like following map markers. So what I'm going to probably need to set up is a raycast from each progress bar that's looking for the player. And when the player goes behind a building, then the no depth test turns off. So that's something I'm working on. But First, I need to get these hooked up because previously there was one de-escalation bar. One de-escalation bar, and it was like on screen. But now I'm separating it so each altercation has its own bar. And the code is not written for that. So we're going to written it for that. This is how it was, where every time, every so often that you're filming, every second that you're filming the altercation, it increases the progress bar of de-escalation. But this is set up to do just one, and I need it to be each one. So what it's going to have to do is it's going to have to either, there's a couple different ways to handle this. So let's say there is the altercation, this is people, okay? Samuel Jackson's Pulp Fiction role for dubbing that game. Okay, alright, yeah, and somebody a briefcase with some glowing too. The truth is that you're weak, and I am the tyranny of evil men. But I'm trying, Ringo. I'm trying real hard to be a shepherd. Man, it's been so long since I watched that movie. I must have watched that movie 20 years ago. Or something, like a long time ago. But I liked it very much. I liked it a lot. I remember his character, he was trying to like be better, and he just got dragged back into the mob stuff. In Mom's belly. Oh yeah. Yeah, obviously I watched movies as a fetus. So you got the altercation, and then above the altercation there is the progress bar. But there's multiple altercations. This is a progress bar. There's multiple of them, and there's multiple bars. There didn't used to be multiple bars, but there is now. There's another bar. Okay, so how do we communicate to all of these different bars? A couple different ways. We could do a signal. So I could come from, oops, and I just broke it. All right, you know what? I'll just draw it again. You know what? It's fine. I'll just draw it again. I thought that was gonna make my, it didn't. I thought it was gonna make my, pencil white. Instead, the W key just made my entire screen turn white, which nobody wants to see. All right, there we go. So if I draw this, we imagine this is this script that's gonna send out information, okay? So I could have a signal. We could say signal, and the signal broadcasts. It just says, I'm going out to wherever I'm listened to. And each of these can say, I'm listening for a signal. And then they could check, am I the one that is the signal that is supposed to be there? Okay, because each altercation has an ID number. So this could be altercation 2. This could be altercation 6, all right? Something like that. So maybe right now the signal is saying 6, 6, 6. We're in satanic land now. So it's saying 666, and and so this one's gonna say that's not me, and this one's gonna be like, oh, that's me, and then the bar can fill up as needed, right? So that's one way to handle it. Another way to handle it could be that I could have all of these logged in like a single place. So let's say there is like a manager, okay? A altercation manager. And that altercation manager, let's just say manager, it can have a list of each altercation. So this can have altercation 2 and altercation 6. And these directly connect to these, right? And I could say that whenever the information has come about, so now it's time for it to go somewhere, it just talks to the manager, and the manager says, oh, you mean this one. I'm not a big fan of signals. I'll be honest. I'm not a big fan of signals. I find them to be obfuscated and doing things that don't need to be done. Like, then there's all these signals that are running that are doing nothing. And it's hard to see their connections. It's hard to trace how they're connected. Whereas this path gives me like much more clear, this goes here, then there, which I like. So I think I'm gonna go this route. This is more my preference. So what I need to do then is make sure that when an altercation is created, the progress bar logs itself in the manager. So that way the manager even knows where to direct the information it's being given. So let's do it that way. 20 years ago was 2006. Probably saw it 30 years ago. Yeah, when I watched it, it was already like a classic. Still seems like I have to set up signals for everything. Even if there's a script on the object, that should connect with specific signals on the object. Yeah, you don't have to do everything with signals. But they're easy, and they get the job done. Like, signals are super useful. But I found myself, I find them spaghettifying, is what I don't like about them. And I found that I got really confused about where everything was connected, and it stressed me out. So I tend to just try to make as many direct references as possible. But what really liberated me from signals in Godot was the singleton pattern. Yeah, I don't think you're saying that. The singleton pattern completely liberated me from signals. Almost completely. Except for the instance that I was just talking about, where there are multiple instances of something, and I need to communicate with potentially all of them. In this case, I don't need to communicate. That's the thing. I don't need to communicate with every single one. I only need to communicate with one of them. There just happens to be a bunch of them. Does that make sense? So like maybe if there's 10 enemies, and I need every enemy to take damage because I pressed a button, a signal would be really good for that, because I send out a signal and every enemy receives that signal. But in this case, you know, there's just something that feels wrong about 10 things getting a signal and only one of them does something with the information. It just seems like not optimal to me. All right, so I'm gonna make sure that these de-escalation bars log themselves. Is the main thing. So this is gonna get, well, we need to get rid of, actually, this entire static reference. We don't want that, right? Because there's multiple of these, not one. And when this gets created, I'm gonna want it to tell the manager, I exist, and this is where I am. So I'm gonna go to the manager real fast for altercations. I guess I gotta ask myself, do I want this to be on the altercation manager, or do I want this to be on the de-escalation manager? That's a good question. Could kind of go on either, because the de-escalation bar appears on every altercation. But the de-escalation bar is de-escalation. What does manage de-escalation do right now? So this is actually keeping it updated. It's tracking. This is, oh, I see. This is tracking how much the de-escalation is at. This is basically spawning the tickers that increase the de-escalation and managing those. That's what this is doing right now. So, like, I could I could use this. I don't want to. I'm going to put this on manage altercation. And the reason why I'm going to put this on manage altercation is because I already have a bunch of data here. I've already got so much data that we're storing on each altercation, and I have an API to access that data. Right? So I have get altercation data content. And what this does is this lets me say, hey, I need to know how many people are in altercation 5. I need to know how de-escalated altercation 4 is. So I think it makes the most sense to put this here. We already have the escalation. Let's say altercation. Let's put it up here. Altercation. Let's just say progress. Let's just call it progress. And then this will be UI de-escalation. Okay. So that means I have to add this to every dictionary. I don't really need to make these dictionaries. I could generate them. But there might be some time where I do want specific info in each one. But I might... But basically, the only unique information in each one is the altercation scene. But I could just have a list of all the scenes and then create at runtime this whole thing. Not existent. I don't know. I think I'm existent. Do you exist? But maybe there will be other unique things. I don't know. Okay, altercation progress is what we're calling it. And it's going to start out as null. We're going to need a comma so it doesn't get angry. And that should be good to go. So now I need to make sure I set it there. So back on the de-escalation script, which is not that. Back on the de-escalation script, what we'll do, in ready altercation, or maybe after ready altercation, ready, are we supposed to say ready logging or something? Because once it exists, we want to log it. Probably want to make sure that there's no errors here before we log it. It kind of doesn't matter. Yeah, but no, it does matter. You know why? Because this is where we get the altercation ID. And I need to know what the altercation ID is. So back on that manager, that's where I've got the ID. This key is the altercation ID. So I need to fetch that first. That goes first. Okay. Func ready logging. And quite simply, oh my goodness, we will say manage altercations .ref .set altercation data. The ID is going to be the altercation ID that we found in the function before. Comma, what type is it going to be? We'll pull also for manage altercations, and we'll look at the data types enum, which just makes it a lot easier to pipe this in. We want the progress. And finally, what we set is just going to be literally itself. Okay, so we're putting itself in the altercation ID slot of the data at altercation progress. That's it. So now there's a reference that exists here. Here. That's what we're going to access from here, or wherever we were updating it. Where were we updating it? the ticker. Okay, here. We're gonna need to update those too. So what this has to do is it has to know what altercation it's associated with. I don't know that they do know right now. I don't think they have any idea what altercation they're associated with. Alright, well, we're gonna have to figure that out. Okay, so this ticker gets created from this scan detection point. The scan detection point is this green box that you can actually see in the scene when you are hovering over their faces. See those green boxes? That's the scan detection point, okay? It's that green box. And that's what the phone sees. From there, it generates a ticker. The ticker runs every second to increase the de-escalation progress. Finally got a phone. That's nice. Let's go. They're very useful. And distracting. They're also not useful. I wish you many hours of not distraction. This one says, my issue is if I have a script that does something when a body enters an area 3D, it seems like I still have to manually wire up that signal in the object. Oh, you're talking about node. So to be clear, when I was talking about signals that I don't like earlier, I was talking about custom signals. I love, and I fully use signals in this context, where you're getting a signal from a node. So that's what Distron is talking about. Distron is talking about, let's go to the player script here. I'll show you what you're trying to figure out here. Yeah, it means you can text. Hey, Rylan, welcome. I am not, no, Rylan, I'm not working on that probably for a couple months. My plan right now is to finish this game about filming police who are being bad. I'm gonna finish that this month. Actually, let me tell you, probably next month I'm gonna work on it. April, May. Because what I want to do is for the future game like jams, make mini games for the cat lady game. So actually in May I'll start working on it again. But for this month I want to work on this. The compiler yells at you. I'm so sorry. Or does it literally say the word illegal? Alright, so this is what Distron was talking about. So here's an area. See this big red cone looking thing here? Here, let's put it in overdrive. You can see it a lot better here. Doop, 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 doop. That is an area, 3D. Okay, and this detects people. When it sees people, it emits a signal. It does call it illegal. Basically, every node has I feel like every node has signals. Okay, there's signals all over the place. And again, these are not the signals I was talking about earlier that I don't like. These are like built-in signals that are a part of every node. And different nodes have different signals. These are super useful. I love using these. So the way I like to set up signals is by connecting them manually. So on the script of that node of the area 3D, I actually don't connect it here. Let's see where I do connect it. Do we connect it up here? Do we connect it here? Let's see where I connect it. Ready connections is usually how I connect them. Oh, it's on the other side. Okay, so I'm not actually... Okay. This is what is being seen, not what is doing the seeing, which is kind of weird. What I'm using as doing the seeing is actually the scan detection point. The green box. So this also has an area, which also has all of these signals. Signals like area entered and area exited. So on this script is where I'm connecting that. So I first look for our scan area, right, which I've got as a unique reference. So there's scan area, and that is sitting in here. There it is, right there. Just disappeared, but you get it. There it is, right there. Okay. And what I'm doing is I'm connecting the signal, and I'm assuming, Distharon, that what you're saying is you do this every time, and you don't like having to do this. Is that what you're talking about? Or no? In any case, I love doing it this way. So I reference the area, I call that signal, the signal that is right here. I call that signal, and then we connect it, and we run a function when that signal fires. So basically, whenever this area that is this little box gets entered by that big cone that we saw, whenever that cone sweeps over this box, it's going to proc that function because I've connected this signal, the area entered of that area 3D, to this function. So that's one way to connect signals. The other way to connect signals is to actually do it in the inspector. I don't like doing it this way because for me, it just is really obfuscated. And I like to be able to track things through code. It's really important to me. So you could right click on this, hit connect. Some people use this incredibly, and I'd recommend using it if you want to use it. I just don't like it. And so you can do basically the same thing. I can click on a script and we can hit connect, and what it will do is it'll create that function manually or automatically instead of you having to do it manually. And all that you'll end up with is a single function, right? So there isn't that ready connect or anything. It just goes right to here, and now it's there, and it's got this little green icon. But again, not my preference. I try not to do that, but you should do it if you want. You're saying that you have the code that connects the signal in the script, okay? You feel like if the object has that thing attached to it, you shouldn't have to go into the signal tab and manually connect it. But if you have it in the script, why would you manually connect it? You don't have to do both. That's what I was trying to explain. You only have to do... I'm not sure I fully understand what you're saying. So I just told you the two ways to connect a script, a signal. There's two ways to do it. Two ways. Way number one. Okay? Way number one. You type it with a reference. So I say scan area dot, and it's these little Wi-Fi icons. These are signals. And so whenever you want area shape entered dot connect, and then you can say on area shape entered, it's going to say there's an error because that function doesn't exist. So you create that function on area shape entered. Okay. It's probably calls with something, so we can go over here just to see what it calls with. An area RID calls with a lot of things. Oh my gosh. So you want to put all those parameters in there, which is just a bit much if you ask me. But yeah, you param to whatever, that's a lot. But anyway, you put that in there and you do stuff with it, right? And now it's connected. That's connecting through code. That's all you got to do. It's done. Completely connected. Signal is connected. Done. You're good to go. Move on with your life. It's connected. That's method 1. Okay. Method 2 is what I just showed you before this. Method 2 is clicking on the node, looking for the signal that you want to connect, right-clicking it, hit connect, find the node that you want to connect it to, and click the word connect. Then it will create just that function. If you remember, and this, the connect can be very convenient. Here, let me undo that. Remember how many parameters there were here? On this one, it'll just fill them all in for me, which is very convenient, actually. Okay, and now it's all connected, and we're all good to go. So this is it. It's done. That's way 2 to connect a signal. So either you type the connection yourself, or you right-click it and hit connect, and it does it for you. Those are the 2 ways to connect a signal. That's all you have to do. It's done. If you make a new object with the same area 3D and put the previous script on it, because it's doing the same thing, it will not do anything. So you go to the tab. I don't know what you're talking about, just Ron. If you make a new object with the same area 3D, why would you make a new object with the same area 3D? Yeah, okay, I think I maybe know what you're talking about. Are you talking about instantiate? When you, what do you mean by make a new object? Do you mean like in-game, like instantiating something? Or do you mean copy-paste within like the file system? Because it's doing the same thing, it will not do anything in the editor until you go to the tab. Or that was my experience. If you make a new object with the same area 3D. Yeah, I don't really know what you mean. But so answer me this. Are you connecting signals this way or through code? Because if you're doing it this way, I could see how that happens. You know, but if you're doing it in text code, I think you're going to find a lot more control over this. Okay, but did you connect it this way, method 2, or did you do it method 1 when you do it through code? Which way did you connect it? It's important because the signal tab. Yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna go out on a limb and say that's your problem right there, because this is obfuscated. This is only connected in like outer space. It's like in the world. Okay, it's not. There's not a clear. It's like the difference between saying. So like if you've got a script here, or a node there and a node there, whatever. The way that you're doing it is you're sending out this like Wi-Fi signal, and then this is receiving that from like out in the air somewhere. Okay, the way that I think you would benefit from, and you wouldn't have to worry about that anymore, is if you did it the first way that I showed you, because then you're literally tethering it, right? So when you duplicate this object, okay, and now you've got this, I might say, sure, that could, you know, these shouldn't interfere, but it's kind of not surprising that they interfere, because you're just leaving all this weird mysterious space in here. Whereas if you duplicate this, well, now these are linked, so that isn't going to be confused about which one it's going to. Does that make sense? So I really recommend writing the code out instead of connecting it through here. And this is like, I never do it this way. So I believe you that you just go back and you reconnect it and that fixes it. But I wouldn't even bother doing it that way myself. But again, if you type out the connection, right, you don't even have to think about that. It's already, because you see what I'm saying? Because this connection, you are telling it what the connection is. When you're right-clicking it, you don't have any control over what it thinks it's connected to. I hope that makes sense. All right. So, what the hell was I doing? We wanted to log. I wanted to log the progress bar, so that way we could reference back to it. And then I was looking at what it needs. Oh, the ticker, right? So the ticker is generated. Scan detection box. Yeah, I don't know. I can't really speak on that because I don't like the... To me, I'm just like, well, that's what you get for using the inspector to connect signals. Like, I don't know, like maybe it does make sense, but to me, it makes sense that inspector tools are going to be wonky as opposed to code, which you have ultimate control over. But that's just me. That's just me. I want to know exactly how everything works and how everything is put together. Someday I want to stop using animation trees. You know, I want to animate in code. I want to do everything in code one day. Maybe one day I'll use C++. Who knows? But today, I'll deal with Godot. I love Godot. I love Godot. I love you, Godot. There are just some things that I think are nicer explicit. I will say this. I would hate to lose, you know, these references. This would be terrible. So I love node trees. There are things I love about editors. So I don't know if I'm ready for C++, but there are other things that I can't handle. Animation trees are like that bell curve meme. I don't know that meme, but I feel like I would understand if I saw the meme. Yeah, there's you can like completely do an animation tree through code, technically. Try animation with tweens. Yeah. I'm all about the tweens and the lerps. Hell yeah. But an animation tree has some specific things, like, yeah, that would suck this round. Yeah, that would suck. I mean, I guess I would, let me be clear, I'm talking about like literally building your own engine. So like maybe I would build the engine to place things. But this is like hobby dream stuff. This isn't like practical. That's why I like using a game engine. Because a game engine is going to make the process of me making the game easier. And then I guess I'm just kind of deciding and learning what things actually don't make things easier for me. And one of those things that I've decided is connecting signals through the inspector. But other things, it makes it easier, and I'm perfectly happy with that. Like placing objects. Yes, exactly, Distron. I don't want to be placing objects through code. That sounds awful. Sometimes, but not everything. You know, that would be too much. You like giving state trees that are scriptable though. Oh, are you saying you prefer state trees in code, or you prefer them in a more like UI environment? I still like them in code myself. You think inspector tools should not be wonky? Yeah. I mean, that's fair. Like visual state scripting, but with nodes. I feel like it's tough because when you're dealing with UI and inspector stuff, you're relying on whoever designed it, what makes sense for them being the standard. And then even then, I don't know. Yes, it should not be wonky, but at the same time, how can it not be? Because there's so many different ways people might want to do something. And you know what this reminds me of? Visual scripting. This is why I don't like visual scripting, because somebody has to decide how to represent text code in a visual way. How do you do that, you know? The only way you can do that is if you interpret it. And people are going to interpret how those tools should be in so many different ways. I don't know. So I just try not to rely on it. But I get why you want to. Code state machines, you can see my game engine coding made in grad school. State machines bloat. Once in this man's hard files. Alright, I don't know what kind of state machines you're making. I don't know what kind of state machines you're making. Ben says, my directional attack system is code checking the 8 directions of movement and assigning an attack to them numerous times. Dope. It sounds cool. Animation trees were designed to solve specific problems. Like I was watching a documentary in the original Toy Story. Everything was just a bunch of numbers and it looked crazy. Yeah. That's fair. That's fair. Well, and look, to be clear, I would be using animation tree methods, right? I just wouldn't be using the animation tree. So I would still benefit from the coding that Godot has under the hood. It just wouldn't be about dragging things and connecting with wires. For those who were just like, you have no idea what the hell we're talking about. Let me find one. There's not a lot of good examples in this project, unfortunately. But that's okay. I gotta kind of put it together. Oh wait, wrong place. Come in here. Drag in the tree. Cool. Oh yeah, alright, we do gotta go back. Put that here. Edible children. Grab this. Assign that. Okay. So that was an animation tree until I clicked out of it and it was gone. This is an animation tree. Let's make this local, just so I can actually use it and stuff. The animation tree, it has a person in it. I forgot about that. All right, hold on a second. This is a very bad project to explain this in, because I have basically what I have in this project is a modular component-based animation tree, which is it's literally built different. It's literally built different. So it's just kind of hard to show you in the same way, unfortunately. Yeah, I can't really explain it to you. I don't know. Go look up a tutorial, y'all. I can't. It's okay. Okay, look, if I'm gonna explain you, here. I'll open up a different project. It's not the best project, because what this depends on is that there is inheritance going on, and so in order to do that, I have to like make sure the base animation tree isn't hooked up to something, so that way it can be hooked up to something else, but it becomes recursive. It's, you know, just you gotta trust me. You just gotta trust me. It's not the right project. But anyway, yeah, so I wouldn't give up the underlying methods that Godot has. Rather, I would be utilizing the and the Godot just crashed. I'd be utilizing the methods that are built in. It's possible, and I don't think it'll be that crazy. It's not going to be Toy Story or pre-Toy Story animation stuff. Yo, what? Who made you this way? Who broke you? I'm really annoyed by this person. All right. Let me show you animation trees. Proper. For real. once the project loads. Take your time, I'm here, I'll wait. Nope, still loading. Still loading. I'm sure any second now. Any second now. Any second now. Yep, it's gonna load like load right now. It's probably already loaded technically. Soon trademark. Oh! I think we've loaded. I think we've done it. All right, we made it. We got there. Okay, animation tree that is not embedded in a wild inheritance system. Keeps recommending you Unreal. I'm sorry. All right. So this is what an animation tree looks like. It is a visual scripting, like, thing. Canvas, you might say. And what you do is you plunk down nodes that do things that control animations. And what makes it advantageous is that it can blend animations together. This is not easily doable with tweens and lerps without creating an incredibly complicated system. The main value is this filtering. This filtering lets you isolate specific bones. So for this particular animation, I'm saying this only applies to the head. Ignore every other bone. So then what this means is the animation will only spin the head around in a horrifying exorcist-like fashion. This will only move the head. That's all that this does. It does nothing else but move the head. So I don't have to worry about the animation conflicting with the legs or the tail or some other part of it. And I can have the legs walking and the head moving simultaneously. And I can blend into each other. So let's say there's a walk animation where the head does move, and then I want to blend that into this animation where it looks. Right? The animation tree makes that really, really, really easy. But you can access those same methods without being in an animation tree. So that's when I say I would love to someday, and it's still hardcore, okay? It's still hardcore. When I say I would like to use it outside of the context of visual scripting and into text code, I just mean accessing these same things, but constructing them through code. But yeah, so that's kind of what an animation tree does. It does a lot of other things, like you can just play whole animations by switching to them. So there we've got a sitting animation. It's easy to click out of an animation. That's the other thing. It's just like it's wonky to try to use. That's one reason I don't like it. Yeah, I mean, look, if you want like a character to walk and then like punch, you're basically gonna need animation trees. Can change the eyes. It's just got all this stuff in here. It's incredibly powerful, and you basically are going to have to use it if you want to do great animation in Godot, particularly in 3D. You basically have to use it. But if you can get away without using it, then yeah, good for you. So yeah, so even being able to blend between those, right? That I went from this to that. You see how that smoothly interpolated between one animation and the other? So it looks effortless. It looks like the cat actually just like switched to a different movement. That's because of this crossfade time. And this is what an animation tree does. If I set this to 0 and then I switched it, it just snaps into place. What the animation tree does is it blends it. I could make this a second long. It could take a lot longer. Slowly blend into it. Very, very incredibly powerful tool. Surely making a bowling ball in Unity for an upcoming jam. Oh, like behave physically in a bowling ball way. I can see that being hard. Talk more about what the game is about. It's okay, Beyonce. Which game? Oh, this is a different game. This is a different game that I'm not working on right now. But I can tell you about it. The other game I'm working on, I made some of these animations. The cat is an asset that I purchased. And it came with many animations, but I also added some and I modified the existing animations. And then I set up all of this down here. It was just like in the base model file. But this is another project I'm working on. It's like a virtual pet game. You know, you like pet the cat, you feed the cat, you scoop the cat's poop, stuff like that. Just kind of a basic virtual pet game. And then I'm using it as an opportunity to... It is really cute. It's really cute. Yeah, and you can pet it. I feel like it's not happy that we're running both these projects at the same time. It's being a little like, hey, your GPU isn't strong enough for this. Thanks for following Grizzly Bear Naked. So you pet the cat, not so cute. You can scoop its poop. But that is a thing. And then you might see something similar to this in the game I'm working on now. This is why I partially came up with the idea for the filming the agents, because I already had this phone. I had the phone. I said, you know what? Let's use the phone because I already have it. The idea here is that you make money to buy stuff for your cat by filming videos of your cat and posting them on social media, because your cat has some special things about it that makes it famous. So the other thing you can do, you can feed it and stuff. The other thing you can do is play mini games on this computer here. When I last was working on this, I was working on this shopping app. Yeah, you're a cat influencer. Exactly. It's a cat influencer simulator. So the last thing I was working on was like a shopping app so you can buy stuff for your cat, but I kind of stopped there. This is a mini game, so we did the roguelike jam where we made games like Rogue, because we do the game jam every other month. So the one before the Wolfenstein one was games like Rogue, so I made this post planner game where in theory you are making posts for social media by playing Rogue. I didn't quite finish it, but in theory you would be collecting concepts like cat food and cat trees, and then that would organize into a post, and then you'd make so much money or points depending on how good that post was. So I'm gonna keep making mini games for this and putting them on this computer for future Game Like Jam games, and that's kind of gonna be what this project becomes. It's just a vehicle for mini games. You always want to learn game dev. I'm the reason you actually started? What? Let's go. Big ups to me. Okay, big ups to you for getting started. Hey, look, if it wasn't me, it would have been somebody else. But also, thank you. You did it, though. That's cool. Wait, what you working on? I feel like you've told me, but I want to know again. What are you working on? So yeah, so that's this game. Again, not the project that I'm working on today. Don't know when I'll work on this project again. May. Technically, it's going to be in May. But really, I'm going to be making a game that goes inside of that game. So it's like, am I working on it? All right. Where were we? Yes. So I did accidentally crash this. So let me make sure I don't have to redo things. Okay, that already exists. I believe we were on the scan detection point. Again, this is where this Beyonce learned game dev from me. I trained Beyonce how to make games. It's on my resume. We need to have like a testimonial. 4 stars. So this is a little scan point that's on everybody's head when you're filming them. Yes, that doesn't exist. Yeah, we can't show you the game. It's broken. We have to fix it. So on the scan detection point, this is going to receive, or it's actually going to be, yes, it's going to receive the detection of the phone when the player's phone passes over it. And it's at that point that it determines if it should spawn a ticker. The tickers create de-escalation ticker. The tickers make sure that every second, for every agent that you're focusing, the de-escalation increases. But right now, there's a problem. The ticker doesn't know what altercation it has to apply to. In the past, it didn't matter because there was one de-escalation bar and every altercation was just pointing to that same one. But now I have multiple de-escalation bars that go to each altercation. So what I need to do is I need to tell the ticker, hey, here is the name of the altercation that or the ID of the altercation that you're supposed to be incrementing de-escalation for. So I believe we have an altercation. Yeah, so this has an altercation ID, which is perfect. This is going to be super easy. So we're going to put the amount. It was called bounty before. It used to be money you would earn. It used to be a money ticker, but it came to my attention, Zayden, one of you in chat, brought to my attention that maybe that is not the right message that I want to put out. That you could call deportation agents on people and make money. So but the term bounty has stayed. So we're gonna add altercation ID on here. Okay, now I gotta go back to manage de-escalation and we have to add that. So we're gonna say altercation ID, which is gonna be an integer, and now we have to do something with that. This is back on the de-escalation manager. And some wild money glitch. Just get people deported. No, don't. Do not. I'm serious. So, how do I want to use this now that we have it here? Well, the place where it matters is which de-escalation bar it's increasing. So right here, do de-escalation. UI de-escalation show de-escalation file. Okay, this is not. Why does it hide it? Oh, that's when it's done. I see. That's when you've completed it. Because I see, this is the final de-escalation moment. Got it. Oh, here we go. While we're updating it. Okay. So whenever we create it, we're going to need to log the ID at the moment. So we're going to create a variable called last altercation ID. I don't know how I feel about this. Because I almost feel like each bar should have, each altercation should really have its own ticker, if you think about it. I mean, currently there aren't two altercations that are close enough that you could possibly film them both. But it does feel like a bit of a flaw that, in theory, if there were two altercations that were next to each other, it would just break. It's realistic according to event. It is, unfortunately. Well, technically, I think it's like illegal to do that, so you could get in trouble. But yeah. No, yeah, I know. Right, which is why I wouldn't want to encourage it. Precisely why. I mean, it'd be nice if I didn't have to refactor this. So maybe I just don't worry about it right now. And we assume that you're only ever going to be doing one altercation at a time, and we just, yep, we're going to do that. So last altercation ID is an integer. Obviously, it's going to equal -666. Oh! Wait, it already has a last altercation ID. What? Oh! Well, I guess I didn't need to pass it in. Why didn't I know that? Where does it get it from? Update last altercation idea. Who does this? Oh my god, the scan detection point already sends it. Oh, great. Oh, love that. All right, so I actually did not need to do that. It already is in there. Good. Pfft, love that. Thank you. Thank you for saving me that time. Cool. So then all we have to do is now talk to the manager. I'd like to speak to the manager, please. The manager is going to update the escalation of the specific one. It kind of is already doing this, though. All that this does, Lise, is it shows it or it hides it. I'm just trying to understand what the hell's going on here. But it doesn't. It updates the escalation progress. What does that do? This is what makes the bar. Oh, now this could be a signal. No, I don't want it to be a signal. Okay, so if it's not a signal, let's make it talk to the manager, and the manager passes the information on. I think that's what we'll do. Okay, so on the altercation, or the altercation manager, I feel complicated about this. I don't know if I like this. This should be on the DS. This is confusing. It gets confusing. I'm gonna admit that. Let's put it here. Func update progress bar. Okay. Update. Okay, we'll call it. Well, let's name it the same thing just to keep it simple. And this is going to do the same thing that it would do otherwise, except it's going to first look for the progress bar through the manager, instead of just going to the single one, because there's not just one anymore. So we'll say update escalation progress. That stays the same. Now we can come here. We need to say current de-escalation UI. That's going to be typed to a UI de-escalation. And we're going to fetch that by looking to the altercations manager and getting by the last altercation ID exactly which altercation progress is the one that we need. And we're going to do that. That's it. That's the whole thing. Okay. Now that we have the current UI, we can talk to it about how to update the progress. Now, luckily, there's already a function on there. Current de-escalation UI dot update escalation progress. And then we just pass in current de-escalation. So now it's going to update that one bar instead of the only bar, because there's not one bar. We're going to do the same thing here. So for show de-escalation, we now need a way to access this one. So I'm going to do the same thing, basically. We'll create a new function called show de-escalation, which will have a boolean about whether or not it's going to be shown. Let's paste all this in here. We need to fetch the UI that's relevant to the current altercation, whatever it is. But wait, we don't have to hide it anymore. Well, we do. No, actually you do. We have to hide it if the altercation is de-escalated, we don't need the bar. So actually, we do need those. Okay, carry on then. And this will be the exact same thing. We'll pull up show de-escalation, and we'll pass in that boolean. Should be good to go. You have to go do some housework. Have a good one, people. You too, Distron. Thanks for hanging out. And thanks for, just, giving the opportunity for, talking about learnings. Talking about signals. I tried making a short about signals, and it was really confusing. I find signals difficult to explain. So I thank you for just giving me another chance to try. Good luck with the housework. Not good luck, but I hope it goes swimmingly. So in this case, we would run show de-escalation false. We don't have to do the singleton anymore. Thank you, Velda, for following. Alright. That might be fixed. I'll just do one more check. Anywhere that there's UI deescalation.ref, nowhere. Alright, let's see where we're at. Okay, tell me, what's wrong? Could not resolve class person. Why? Could not parse global cast scan detect. Oh, okay. Well, why can't? What's wrong with you? Oh! I forgot a closing parent. There you go. Alright, let's go. I'm feeling pretty optimistic here. Alright, so that bar should increase. It does. The other ones don't. Let's go. Okay, let's try another one. We did it! You're scrolling up on my script panel? Well, hey, if you ever have a question about what I'm doing, you can always ask. Why is the bar going so much faster now? Oh. It's not. It just looks like it is. Oh yeah, I remember having this problem. How did I fix this? I had this problem before, where it would because it's technically, I think, still filling up the long way. It's just visually, it's going too fast. Oh, it's so hard not seeing the bar go up and being like, is it increasing? Isn't it? I don't know. I'm just standing here waiting for who knows what. I remembered this problem. And unfortunately, I worked on this off stream, so I don't have proof. Oh yeah, it is. So it is still happening in the background. Okay. But why again was that? So the bar's filling up too soon. I forgot why that happens. Max value 100. So what's supposed to happen is this max value updates to whatever the length is supposed to be. I believe that is happening though. Oh, she's thinking about trying the bed again. I don't know if she'll do it though. She's sitting over there. She's like, you know what? I'll just sit next to it. I think it'll be better if I'm just next to it. Yeah. Okay, what I want to do is I want to see what's going on in this texture bar. So, level build out, altercations. I'm just gonna hide and show these until I find the right one. It's this one. Okay, it's kind of behind the cat, but there's the texture bar. And its max value is not set correctly. It should not be 100. That is incorrect. That should be whatever the altercation length is supposed to be. So, where does that happen? You're only here for the cat? You're not the only one. You're not alone there. I'm basically like captive to the cat cam. If I don't do the cat cam, then this channel ceases to exist. I promise I won't use shot callers though. You learned how to solve a Rubik's Cube. Nice, Trovium. Oh, thanks, John. I used to solve Rubik's Cubes and like compete with people. We should versus each other. I would lose. I don't even know how to do it anymore. It's like a pattern. It's like you memorize like an algorithm, and then if you see certain things, you do a certain like movement. It's a very impressive thing to do. Like, it feels awesome. It's like a stim. 3 minutes. Honestly, I haven't done it in so long. I haven't done it in a long time. But I remember like getting a sheet and memorizing each motion. It is a great stim, just like just cubing. Yeah, schmoves. It's very satisfying. It's a nice thing to like be distracted by in your hands that isn't a phone. So let's find out what's going on here. This is going to be on the UI deescalation script, where we are. What makes the max value go up? Set altercation threshold. This is not getting set for some reason. Show deescalation. Oh, we have no show deescalation true. What about show deescalation? Where do we go? Show deescalation true. I don't know. I must have deleted it and I didn't realize it. Okay. Oops. Let's try to bring it back. I'm gonna copy the script and I'm just gonna Control Z it a bunch until I find where this was. I feel like it's in here somewhere. Maybe not. I don't know where it is. Alright, well, this is why we keep GitHub open, because now I can go search my past commit and find where I had this. This is why version control is awesome, not just for saving your work. That is kind of what I'm doing, but also looking back at old work. Okay, it doesn't matter. We can go way back. It was fine all the way back here. And this can be, sometimes it's not indexed, but I'm gonna take a stab in the dark and hope that it is. That's messed up. Who are you stabbing in the dark? A fruit. Show deescalation. Yeah, it's not indexed. Alright. So I'm not sure where that's gonna be. Exactly. Let's think. When would it show? It would show when we hover over it. So I would think that that's gonna be in scan detection point. If I were to guess. Let's see if it is. No, it is not. No show is in here. Did you index it yet? No. What programming language is this? Also, yes, version control and documentation is something to keep up on. Yeah, right? Oh yeah, documentation is a good one too. GDScript is the language. It's Godot's native coding language. People say it's similar to Python. Should developers have a bug tracker as well? What are your thoughts? A bug tracker? You mean just like writing down bugs and whether they're fixed or not? I think it depends. Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I've tried. Here's okay. All right. All right. Here's my thoughts. At the moment, I am making games, task management software. Yeah. Okay. So I used to use a Hack and Plan. I don't use it anymore, but it's pretty cool. They changed their pricing structure, and then I was kind of like, screw you. But bless their heart, because they need money, and I respect that. But Hack and Plan is cool. I thought it was dark mode, but I guess just this was. And it's very similar to kind of what you're talking about. You have the Kanban boards, but you also have like bug trackers and things built in. Git has this, in fact. You can like, a really cool thing is you can set up projects, they call them. And they're pretty neat, actually. Oh, looks like I tried to make one for a previous project, and I didn't do anything with it. So these are kind of nice. You can make basically a Kanban board and do something quite similar to that. And they have a lot of like other templates and things that you can make here. But yeah, I do think that it's useful. Let me tell you, I think bug trackers are nice if it's a project that is being maintained, like something that I'm releasing, you know, like that I'm seriously developing for release. In that case, yes. But most of my projects at the moment are just kind of like learning projects, so I don't worry about it too much. But for like projects that I take more seriously, yes, I would track the bugs. But the other thing I'll say about that is I often find that as a human being, I'm not a fan of to-do lists. I tend to leave things, like if I finish something, I tend not to check it off. And yeah, I could make it a habit, but I don't. And I haven't. And I don't think I will. And so then it just becomes this huge mess of things, and I can't tell what's done and what isn't. And then there's some things I do write down and some things I don't. And then maybe I don't describe it in a way that makes most sense. I find that it just ends up being more of a burden that confuses me than actually helps me. But again, if I was making like a big, important, Steam-bound project, I would probably get my ish together and try to make a bug tracker that was more organized. That's all. Those are my thoughts. Use text file list. You'll forget about some little bugs or issues that you might mess up. Yeah. Well, that's the other thing is like I things that I come across, and also welcome, Chowden. I feel like I even have like some things lying around somewhere. Oh yeah, I forgot that I wanted to do that. You know what? That's a good idea. This is a good idea, Lise. This is my equivalent of a to-do list. Is an old Windows 10 notepad file where I just write things down. But yeah, this is a good idea. This is the way. And you can connect this to projects. So I feel like what actually makes the most sense, and this is because I already use GitHub, is actually opening issues on your own project. I gotta try that. I bet that's super nice because it's super easy to keep track. So like, you know, if you go to any, whatever, we'll go to Godot just because we were already talking about that. If you go to Godot's GitHub, okay, there's many issues. But you can do like all these nice tags. You can keep track of when it was last worked on. That's awesome. Like, that's nice. And you can connect it to projects. So you can have like a table view where you can like put it in there, you know? You can assign it to milestones. Okay. So I plan on working on a very big project in a couple months that is bound for Steam. And I'm gonna do that for this, and then you should check in with me again and see like what my thoughts are. But I kind of think that this would be OP. Would be to use issues, because then you can like directly fix them through this interface. As opposed to just me having a list somewhere that's like disembodied from the project. This would actually be like part of the project. Yeah. It's nice for tracking work as well. I like doing a little mini git flow for my projects where I decide on a thing, make a branch, and merge it in. So my master branch is just a high-level list of tasks done. Nice. Nice. Thank you for your thoughts on the topic. You would throw a few cantrids if you could. Thank you. You know what? That's good enough. Even if it's just Trello, where you have a list of like, here's what makes the game done. See, I hate that. I can't stand it because here's the thing. Here's why I don't like that, Stroke. And this is just me. This is me, right? I wouldn't manage a team this way. If I was managing a team, I would do that, right? I would have a Trello or something. I would have a Kanban board, 100%. But when it's just me, myself, solo dev, doing that becomes a problem. Because let's say I write down this whole concept of what needs to be done, or all these steps about what needs to be done. But what if I change something foundational to that, right? Or the game takes a slightly different direction. Or half of what made sense for that still makes sense. So now when I have to come back and I have to look at that thing on there and then decide, well, does that still make sense? Well, it kind of does, but I don't know. And then I have to think about it. And now I'm like distracted. Now I'm wasting time trying to figure that out. And I got to get that right and make that make sense. And it just, I don't know. It kind of becomes like extra work that doesn't help me. Oh, she's thinking about it. She's thinking about it.
It's okay, Kokai. You can go in there. It's okay.
No, that didn't help. Just go in the bed. It's a good bed. Come here. It's okay. Lilac, come here. It's a good bed. You know, I'm gonna call it one step closer. Anyway, I find that like to-do lists and stuff like that, I get lost. But that's just me. You want something similar, but your cats rather sleep on the floor, exactly. Oh man. Because here's the thing. They would sleep in front of the fireplace all the time. And I was like, you know what? I'm gonna make sleeping there so good. And I was wrong. Trolling means crazy in Greek. Whoa, that's actually a little upsetting. Because you know what? Trello boards drive me crazy. How dare they understand that? Hard flooring for humans can be nice. You can guess. I guess it depends on the state of your spinal situation. Master branch is a highlight. Oh, we talked about that, yeah. So anyway, yeah, I do think it's a good practice, bug trackers. I do. I haven't really found a way that works good for me without it becoming more of a mess than it cleans up. But come April, May, June, July. Check back in with me in July. I'll try something new. Oh yeah, I was trying to find this this thing. Is it now actually tracking everything yet? Nice. All right. Little patience. Show de-escalation. Can we get where's show de-escalation true? Okay, nowhere. Well, it has to be somewhere. When would it become visible? Oh, participants greater than 0. Oh, yeah. I remember that line now. Right. Right. And that's not relevant. Okay. I remember now. Process the I got rid of this entire function. Oh, okay. That's why. So this is something that bothers me. Not writing true and false out always confuses me at some point when I need to debug. Because I'm like looking around for where does it go true? Where's the true? So like, I don't even know how I would resolve this truly. At this point, I don't think there is a way to get the word true in there. There is, actually. Actually, there is. If I wrote if participants greater than 0, show de-escalation true. Else, show de-escalation false. Or I would have to do false. If I wrote that, even though that's like more verbose, I feel like that would help me. Because when I go to look for the code, I would be able to find it much easier. That's something I've been thinking about doing more often. But then I get in the moment and I'm like, but this is one elegant line. It's so nice. I do regret it. Strove tries their best to eat vegetables by clearing a bug before you write something new. Easier said than done. I love that. That's a really good idea. Eat your vegetables. This is good advice. I like that. Yeah, I mean, the last time I was tracking bugs, it was a project that I gave up on because I was losing track of what the hell was going on. And the project was taking too long to finish. So, you know what? I want to hear the wisdom coming from chat right now. And I'm going to make sure that I start trying to learn how to set up bug trackers. If true. Good karma, just make it right, just something I can find. Just so that way when I search, I get there. Because I know myself. I know I'm going to look for the word true. All right, well, where do I want it to become true? It's always true. It's always true. You don't ever have to set it to be true. So, yeah. You're good. It's done. We only make it false when the de-escalation is full. So the problem now. Oh right, wait. Oh, it was the fact. Okay, I remember where we left off because I put in the show code, which by the way, that was a no-no, yo. Okay, that was a no-no. I was mixing functions that didn't belong together. So right now this bar is filling up too quickly. The reason why it's filling up too quickly is because the max value of the progress bar isn't matching the actual length it's going to take for this altercation to be de-escalated. And the reason why is because I bundled setting that max value with showing the bar, which doesn't really make sense, right? Why would increasing a value be connected to showing? So I feel like this actually needed to be separated in a more clear way anyway, which is fine. But I'm just noticing that maybe I needed to ask myself, does this really belong here? Because then if I don't show it, well now the max value doesn't get set. So where do I want to set that? I think that should be set from the other script we were on. We are doing update progress. No, don't put it there. I mean, look at all this stuff that's in there. This is a whole other function right here. This is update max escalation. And we don't even have to do anything, because it finds all of its stuff on its own. Right? Then I'll go back to wherever we're calling this from that I don't remember. Manage de-escalation, I believe. Yes. And we gotta figure out when we want that to happen. I mean, actually, right at the beginning. Because remember, these get created leaves. So in fact, you can make this a private, and as soon as you have an altercation ID, shout out altercation, we're getting the threshold, making sure, yeah. Right there. This is exactly where we should do it. Right there. Oh, another cat coming. He's like, I'll sleep in it. He's not sure either. They're still just both like not sure about it. Technically, we're kind of... Oh, that's where we get it. Yo, everything's just coming together. It's so weird going through this old code and trying to make it do something else. Yeah, we do. We had two. We had one for a long time. But this one wandered into our backyard. Hungry, destitute. We asked around the neighborhood. Put up posts online. Nobody claimed him. So we claimed him. We've had him for just a few years. But we were a one-cat household for a while. And let me tell you, that other cat that was just here, she did not like it. Him being here. Every now and then she remembers she doesn't like it. Yeah, just cuddle up. It's not gonna hurt you. I know it's too big. I know it's too big. I'm sorry, guys. I shouldn't have bought such a big one. I've learned. Alright, update max escalation. When do I want this to run? I want this to run as soon as it begins. But we have to make sure that this altercation ID exists. That's really, really important. It's very important. Also, this should be an error if that happens at this point. I don't think that was always an error because it would run multiple times. Yeah, he does. He does. She likes it too. She's just, I feel like he liked it before she liked it. And so he's been like sleeping in it a lot. And I think it smells a lot like him. And so she's coming up and checking out. She's like, this is his. But I've seen her in it. I have. And she was very comfy. That's why I'm thinking maybe there'd be 2 beds. Maybe I'll put 2 there. We'll see what happens. I do want this to return an error. And name cannot tried finding an altercation ID but didn't. Frown face. Okay. So when do we know that the altercation ID is set? Ready altercation, right there. Okay, so we have ready logging. Let's put it after this. I'm gonna say ready progress bar. Okay? And ready progress bar. I could have it call this. Yeah, have it call that. Why not? Update max escalation. Alright. Okay, so now, hopefully, the values will be correct, assuming the timing works out. So it should grow much more slowly instead of super fast. Nice. Just a little bit. And I do want to rebalance this. What I want is that you're not just standing here, that you're walking around doing other things at the same time. But for now, this is correct. Okay, it is commit time. So let's say de-escalation bars completely instanced per altercation. That is done. We have 1 bar per altercation. But we have a problem. The problem is that they appear everywhere, essentially creating map markers, which I don't want. I don't want you to be able to follow this and discover these. You know what, I would, if you already discovered one, I would be okay with this. But for ones that are undiscovered, I don't want you to be able to just find them. So this is where we get a little wacky tonight, okay? Because what I want to set up is a raycast, a code-based raycast that shoots out from every progress bar and sees if it's hitting a person or the player, not a person. If it's hitting the player without any interruption from buildings, then it can be visible. But if it sees a building, then this needs to go behind the buildings, the progress bar. That's what I'd like to set up. So I would actually probably go on here. And we'd need that in a process function. This would be in a process function. So let's do it. The bad people are red. Yeah, the bad people are red. Yeah. Correct. And I want animations. So right now it's just kind of bare bones and they're just standing there. I tend to focus on function over flare, which isn't the best for live streaming, but you know, sometimes I just gotta do what I gotta do. But for the way I like to build things, I tend to like to make things function and then make them nicer looking. But yeah, so for now, they just stand there. But what they will be doing is like detaining people, right? Trying to put handcuffs on and stuff like that. And then people will be struggling and I mean this guy's got a gun. Jesus. I thought about the, you know, also the red maybe just being temporary. I've also thought about the green changing color. The green was actually not always there. I'm not sure how I feel about the green. I kind of want the green to just be there as part of the autofocus, because there's like an autofocus mechanic. You can see it gets blurry and then it finds the focus. And in theory, this was designed to say that the more clear it is, the more like points you're getting while you're filming it. But I don't know. I don't know if I'll bother with that. So really, I would kind of just want the green boxes to appear when it's trying to autofocus. You know how like sometimes on phones, it'll like say, oh, I see a face, and it tries to like zoom in on it. That's like when I would really want the green box to show. How hard would that be right now? I don't know if it'd be that hard, because it wouldn't be that hard, actually. Because we already have a ref to this, and then we have a state called hunting. So like while it's hunting, Fallout, but it's the it's like it looks like that. It does look like that. Wait, Fallout is in the USA. Okay. I kind of want to do this real fast, because, you know what, we'll do a little flare. It's not much. It's very, very small flare. I know what you mean. Like, I get what you meant. I do. We could, well, the question is, where do you want... I mean, I would need, like, some process function for that, which is kind of, like, annoying. That would be on every scan detection point, which I don't love. This is... I don't know if this is a good place for a signal. Yeah, it's actually a little tricky. Is it? No, because you have the scan. No, it's not tricky. Wait, is it? Wait, maybe it is. Actually, if you created... What if... Bear with myself here. Okay. We don't have a manage autofocus. Make it. I'm probably gonna want this at some point if I do want to add in those point stuff. Like if you get more points if it's in focus. So why not do it now? Let's bounce around. Let's be ADHD up in here. Come on. Manage autofocus. Okay. I'm gonna set this up like all the others with a singleton pattern. Make sure it's named correct. And what I want this to do is to hold a list of all of the currently visible faces. So I'm going to say variable scene faces, and this is going to be an array of scan detection points. Okay, but it's going to be empty, and then I'm going to make a function called update scene faces, and we're gonna say, because I want to say like add or remove, and it's like true or false, but like how do I even say that? What if we say include scene face, and then it's a boolean. If it's false, we're not including it, we're disincluding it. And we're gonna need to include in that the detection point, which should be typed to the scan detection point. Alright, this is doable, and you know what's bothering me? I want to fix it. And this is beginning to lay that infrastructure for it being a meaningful autofocus mechanic besides just aesthetic. So all it's gonna do is if indeed makes use of tabs and spaces, if indeed scene faces append scan detection point or detection point, otherwise scene faces remove or erase detection point. Is the game ready yet so I can slay dragons with my two-headed sword of coding plus 5 versus bugs? Sword of coding plus 5 versus bugs. Wait, that game sounds awesome. I know the shift tab trick. Goodness, did we make it back? Did we make it back? Did we make it back? Okay. Y'all, that was a first. That was a first. A first what, you might ask? That was a first. Isn't that the trick you meant? That was a first with regards to our new internet. We got new internet. Oh, the Twitch stream is back too. Hello. So we got new internet. Like last week. Last week we got new internet. Is it back yet?
It's because they're burying the cable.
Oh.
Just do AT&T.
Yeah, I am. Okay. So I know what's happening. So apparently, okay. So we got fiber internet last week. And they didn't bury the cable from the ground to our house. They didn't put it underground yet. And apparently they just did that. I was not made aware that that was going to happen today. So, hey Jester Neon. This is Twitch stream part 2. On YouTube, we can keep the stream up. But Twitch is not so nice about that. If you don't have an active feed going to Twitch for like 30 seconds, Twitch is like, get the hell out of here. We're done with you. Alright. Let's continue. Twitch, are we back? I know we're back on YouTube, because YouTube is much more generous about that. On YouTube will keep the stream up. But Twitch will not. Twitch will kick you out. But yeah, they basically just buried the cable. Rude. I mean, thank you. Is that my roommate? That's my spouse. Who you can also call a roommate. You got the notification. Nice, nice, nice. Alright. Well, I'm sorry to anyone who was here before on Twitch. Who's just gone now. I wish Twitch wouldn't do that. I've heard there's a trick where if you crash OBS, then Twitch won't cut off your stream after 30 seconds. But I'm like, I don't want to crash OBS. I don't want to do that. That's my broadcast software. I don't want to do that. Alright, well, I'm glad you're here, Jester. I'm not sure if anyone who was here before is here, but I'm glad, Jester, you're here. Alright, let's continue. So, what I'm doing is I am setting up this green box to only appear when we are looking at people and we are in the process of focusing the camera on a face. By the way, if you're watching this after the stream on YouTube in a VOD, you probably have no idea what just happened. Because it just happened like that. Basically, the internet dropped out. You might have deduced that, actually. But we're back. If you turn off a heating PC, It'll cool down drastically. Wow, wow. I'm gonna keep that one in my back pocket. Alright. So what we're doing is I'm adding a face that it sees to this array. When it stops seeing that face, I want it to remove it from the array. So there's always this running tally of the faces that are currently visible. Then what I'm gonna do is we're gonna run a process function. And this process is going to keep constant track. Let's say process face boxes, scan boxes. And what I want this to do is to run through all of the faces. So for face scan detection point, or we'll say box. For box, really that's the point though, not the box. The box is in the scan detection point, because the box is this mesh, this cam focus mesh. That's the box. Manage autofocus. So 4-point in scene faces. Let's call it face. Just call it a face. 4 face in scene faces. So I need to know. No, that's fine, because you don't need to know. All you gotta do is put in there if. No, you need an if. You don't even need an if. Just say variable box. Does it have? It doesn't have like a type. It's just a mesh instance. Yeah. That does make sense. Box mesh instance 3D equals face dot. I don't even think I have a function for this. Let's make it. Let's make it. We are going to do a function get focus mesh. Get focus mesh. This will return a mesh instance 3D. And all we're gonna return is the cam focus mesh. Wait, why does that not have an underscore? Oh, I know why. Because I drag and dropped it in. Whenever you drag and drop references from the node tree, it bothers me they don't put an underscore. Because I like declaring whether something is private or public with that. It's fine. Like, what are they gonna do? Assume people do that? It's ridiculous. I do it. This one's a little harder to tell where it's at. So we're just gonna change that, and then we'll get an error everywhere. There we go. That's used. All right. That makes me happy. Okay. Get focus mesh, cam focus mesh. Great. Now I'm gonna go back to manage autofocus, and we say face get focus mesh, and that becomes that box. And simply, we just say box visible. Now, if it's not in there, what's going to make it not visible? That's the question. Well, we don't just erase it here. So let's make a function hide focus box. Probably would make sense to actually put this on scan detection script, right? I think that would make sense. Yeah, but it's probably easier to do it here because you have to fetch it every time. So actually just do it here. Okay, so we get the box, we get the focus mesh, and then we'll just say it equals indeed. If that happens, we hide focus box, or show focus box. I meant to say true. Right, it needs the face. We're gonna put in face, which is a scan detection point. Pass in the face. Okay. Nice. Then when we're gonna hide it, we'll do it right here, but the problem is this doesn't have a face, right? This one has a face. Well, that's interesting. You're gonna have to find it then. That's fine, that's not hard. Variable face, easy. Because you already have the detection point right there. You don't even need to do face. Actually, you can do the exact, here, make this a separate function. Function, get, you could even, no, it's fine. Box, mesh instance 3D. Sometimes it's like, alright, there's a point where we don't need to make this many functions. That's gonna equal the detection point dot get focus mesh. I'm gonna say something that is bothering me though. I don't like that this is called face. It's really irritating me. Because if I'm gonna say detection point here, I want to say detection point there. I don't even really want it there. This is bothering me. We're gonna change this to detection points. I like consistency. I get really upset when things aren't consistent. Detection point. Because I know I'm gonna get confused and be like, well, what's a face? Like, in this context, what does face mean? You know, I don't want to have to, wonder about that. I just want to know. You know? That's just me. Alright. So, what am I missing? I think we need to still call include scene detection point. Oh, wait, there's this. The box. I'm gonna say box. Oh, but now you don't have to do that. You don't have to do that. You just go show focus box detection point or false detection point. Hey, Frosty! Thanks for stopping by. Welcome. Frosty, do you have a YouTube channel? Let me give Frosty a big old shout out. Frosty deserves it because Frosty has an awesome, extremely fun live stream. Frosty Collins. We're also on YouTube. So if you have a YouTube channel, I would be happy to. Oh ho ho! Now Frosty does Unreal Engine. And does Unreal Engine very good. Why can't I shout you out? Shout out Frosty Collins. Why does it keep saying your channel doesn't exist? Oh, Fruitsy. Oh my god, I keep typing Frosty. Dyslexia, sometimes it happens. I think I might be. Okay, there we go. Fruitsy Collins has Frosty. Fruitsy is really, really fun live streams, and I definitely recommend you check them out, even if you dyslex their username sometimes. Yeah, drop the link! Drop the link! Okay, look how fun these game dev streams are. So, I just want you to behold this, okay? Look at how fun this is. This is the live stream, okay? And so when people join, they get these little like slimes, and that's them, right? And a lot of streams have this, but in this case, they're like way more interactive than just like characters on the screen. You can like do like games and get little accoutrement for your character. And then
quite a coincidence.
Fruits. So this is the game. These are one of the games you can play
Oh my goodness.
on their stream. And you like race.
Yeah, welcome,
It's
everybody.
really,
I'll
really fun. It's
introduce
a
folks to the
very
stream.
fun stream. Okay? And then you get to watch Fruitsy make tools and assets and technology for the live stream.
One of the difficult
So Fruitsy works on stuff for the stream.
faces that are super
You can throw stuff at Fruitsy.
So what I want to do
So just like a really, really fun
is some of it out.
fun stream. And we got Blender over here. It's not just Unreal Engine. So definitely go check out Fruitsy. Appreciate you stopping by. Let's make sure we get that YouTube channel. Oh, it is. Oh, yeah. It'll just put it over there. I don't have to paste it. We have the technology.
So we're gonna mask these ones.
Yeah, of course, of course. Let me see. Let me like follow you on the YouTube. I don't think I am. I don't. Today we change that. Very good. Very good. Completely agree. We're subscribed. We're getting notifications. Go over there and ring the crap out of that bell. Alright, what was I doing? Show focus box.
Go into weight paint mode.
Oh, we still have your stream in the background. Show focus box. Include scene detection point. Blah, 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 blah. Good, good, good. This looks fine, probably. Yeah. Okay, so now I need to go back to the actual scan detection point, and I'll show you all what I'm working on just as a catch-up. The Twitch stream just exploded because our fiber internet line just got buried underground. I didn't know that was going to be happening today, but it did. So I'll explain in case some new folks got the alert and are here and are like, what are you working on? Why are you not talking about what you're working on? Also, this jam has actually just ended, but you should still click that link and go check out the awesome games that everybody made, especially if you made a game for it and you haven't rated the other games. You should do that because it helps the jam be more glorious. Okay. So back on the scan detection point, last thing I'll do before I try to explain things, assuming I didn't break it all. I want I guess when the scan area is entered, it adds the face, and when it's exited, it removes it. So that's to say the phone that's looking for faces, when it crosses paths, that's when we see it. Now the other thing I have to think about is that I forgot one important thing. One important thing. We don't just want this running all the time in process. We only want this to happen if the phone's camera autofocus. I don't even think I have a function for this yet. We don't need one. Is settled. Okay, so let's do that. Let's make a function for is hunting. So this is when the autofocus is trying to find a target, and then that will give us that boolean. Perfect. Perfect. So if it is hunting, then we do this. Or we could even say if not hunting, return. Okay, great. That was important. Now, go back to the scan detection point itself. The script. When it enters, I would even love if that happened first before anything else. We're going to go to that manager that we now have a singleton pattern reference to. We're going to say include scene detection point. True, and it's just itself that we're putting in there. Alright, we do the same thing for exited, except now it is false. Alright, oh yeah, here we go. Let's see if I did that right. First test, first time, let's see if it works, first try. We love a first try. Okay, currently there's an unintentional cheat where all of the altercations are visible. on the map before you get there. So what this game is about filming eyes agents who are doing not nice things to people who are there. So I will say it is kind of working. Oh yeah, it's working. Let's go. So I had it visible at first. Actually, I didn't. No, I think it's just working. I think it's actually just working correctly. I'd almost want it to be delayed a little more. There's something that's bothering me, and you know, it's this bar covering up everybody's faces. This is not good. It's tough because if I put it too high when you're close, you can't see it. But if I put it too low when you're a little far away, it blocks everything else. Anyway, what this game is about is filming these agents harassing people, and the longer you film it, the more you de-escalate the situation. I don't know if I want to include, like, maybe you fail to de-escalate it or not. And then I want also there to be people along the street who you can ask to join you to help de-escalate the situation. So in theory, you would go up to them and you would convince them to also film. So I'll just convince this guy real fast, and now he's got his phone right in their face. And then they're all filming, and then that would help it de-escalate faster. Yeah, I don't like how low down that bar is, but I will say I'm glad that the green box thing worked out. So what I was just setting up was making sure that green box only appears sometimes. So if the camera is focused, it's supposed to go away. Okay, so actually it doesn't. Here's what I would do to fix that. We go back to manage autofocus, and we'll say, we could actually do this. We could say if it's hunting, show it true, otherwise show it false. You could make a boolean for that. How about variable is hunting boolean equals this, whether or not that's true. If the focus is currently hunting, then we show it, otherwise we don't. And so we'll just literally pass in is hunting. That will be more what I actually want. So now let's check it. This is more correct. Yeah, I gotta, the progress bars are a little tricky. The progress bars are a little tricky. They were originally a more 2D element, just like on the, let me just reload it. A 2D element on the phone itself, but I didn't think it made sense, so I got rid of it. I will say I'm not, oh, there it goes. Nice. Oh, cool. I kind of liked that. So what if I'm over here, we come in here. I kind of wish it would show up on like a delay a little bit. Like the phone had to think for a second, but instead it can almost be like immediate. It's a little jank, but maybe we could just slap an await in here. As long as there's not important code that the await would be blocking, and we're not getting some asynchronous mess going on, it could be fine. Is undetectable point, bugs. Maybe we just update this. So we're gonna say await get tree. This will make sure that it takes a second. I don't really recommend using await that often at all. But I'm taking a risk. Let's not magic number that. I'm gonna make a constant that says autofocus box delay. Let's say autofocus box delay. Make it 0.2. That might be a little long. We'll see. Okay. Look, awaits are dangerous. Awaits are dangerous, but I think for this autofocus thing, I think it might be okay. I'm just gonna keep reloading it till an altercation spawns next to me. So I don't have to walk around. Oh! Oh! Whoa. Oh, I think that was because I reloaded it too fast. See, that's why awaits are dangerous. That's why they're dangerous. Don't reload that quickly. Okay. I actually still feel like it's a little too fast. You know what I mean? Like I feel it should... Or make it like a lot longer. Oh, and then it's awaiting both ways. So you really only want to await it on show. This is kind of unnecessary stuff. But I don't know, sometimes you just want to like do an unnecessary thing. Because it's fun. Let's make it 0.4. And then if indeed do that. Otherwise, do this. And maybe I'll just make like a proper... Maybe I'll do a proper thing. Like a timer. If I put a real timer in there, right? That's all I gotta do. And then it's like not as big of a mess as using an await. But I guess it's also good for like quick testing. Like maybe I could just see if I feel like I like this. So that feels a little bit better to me, right? Like it's like taking a second for it to like figure it out. It's like not sure. It's like, I think I see things. That looks a lot better to me. Nice. And so then those green boxes aren't sitting there all the time. All right, so anyway, so you film the agents and then that de-escalation bar increases. And then when it's fully full, the agents are supposed to go walk into a car and drive away. And then you get goodwill community goodwill points. And then you try to run all of the eyes agents out of your city. And then you win. So I want them to be animated, right? Again, like I said, arresting people and doing things, but I'm always about that function over the form at first. See here, it's not really covering it up. Just only sometimes. I hate that. I wonder why that other one was so different. I wonder if like it's actually placed in the wrong place in that one. Because I also think that it could be a little bigger. Like when you're close, it's kind of small. Wow. I'm not seeing that issue now at all. So there, it's pretty much out of the way. Yeah, there's all the other ones. So that's the real thing I need to work on. That's the wacky thing that I need to be working on. And that's the raycast. That if I walk around this corner, it'll hide that. So let's do that. All right, I'm gonna commit this. Hey, that was kind of a nice little touch. Autofocus scan box only appears during autofocus hunt. Okay. All right. Let's do the raycast. So I actually have a project open right now that I believe has a raycast setup, so I'm gonna borrow that. Because I love myself. I just gotta find where it is. There we go. Wait, is that where we go? Do we go there? What is this? Oh, that's a different kind of raycast. I know we're creating a raycast from code here somewhere. I just don't remember where. Oh, found it. I knew there was the number 3000 in there. What wasn't there? Physics. See, that's what I was trying to find was physics. I don't know why I didn't find it. Okay. I've been recycling this code for a long time. I sort of get it. I'm gonna be honest. You can see it's not even statically typed. That's how you know this is old code, because I didn't even know about the wonders of static typing when I first copied this from a tutorial. Well, I can tell you when the next game jam is. The next one is in May. Next one's in May. I can't tell you what it is. Even if I wanted to tell you, I'm still not sure what it's gonna be. I've reached out to some developers because I'm trying to get a more contemporary game. For those who don't know, I host a game jam every other month called the Game Like Jam, where we make games like other games. This past one, we did Wolfenstein likes. So games like Wolfenstein. Wolfenstein 3D specifically. We've done other ones like Rogue, Tamagotchi, and more. It looks like I'm blocking things, or it's being slow. Granny likes... We're on our slow internet. I want my fast internet back. How would you make it static in GDScript? Oh yeah, is that, you just mean like a function or anything? So yeah, we've done a variety of games, and the next one I won't tell you until the beginning of the next month. But, so we've done a lot of like retro games, right? Granny was the most recent one, but it was like kind of also not the most recent. I maybe wish I reached out to the developer. We also didn't get a lot of entries in that one, so maybe it's not a big deal. But I would like to try to do something like a lot more contemporary for the next one. And so I've emailed some developers. I haven't heard back yet, because I want to get permission. Like, we're talking like IPs that are active, like the game is getting updates, it's like the game came out recently. Function, I got you. Yeah, Wolf 3D was a great one. It was such a good one. Oh, wait, are you... Yeah, okay. Did it come out in the 80s? It came out in the 90s. It came out in 1992. So I probably need to come up with a backup game in case none of the developers get back to me. But I would love to just get permission, or at least rejected, so I know that I'm not going to get in trouble. Because one of the things that I think is really important is embedding the game on the page. Look, I don't know if it's why the Granny Like Jam got less entries. I feel like it's because the Granny Like Jam was intimidating. That's what I assume. But the Granny Like Jam was the only one where the game wasn't embedded directly on the page. So again, I'm not saying that that was the reason why it got less entries, but I'd like to have something embedded on the page. But to do that, I'm gonna need permission. And even besides that, a couple of the games I want to do cost money. And I don't want people to have to make a game that they have to pay for to try out. So then I would be like, hey, can we get free keys? We get Steam keys for your game for all the participants? Which is a big ask. But that's why I'm trying. So yeah, so I can't tell you because I'm not sure which game it's gonna be. And I should come up with a backup game too. So we'll see. We'll see what it's gonna be. I'll be as surprised as you, I'm sure. Looking at Pizza Doggy's asset packs, you wish they had more pictures? I'm not sure if they might have, it might be everything that's in there. They might have, it might be. Oh, we got double Lees. I hear you, though. I think they show you everything in there. I feel like what you see is what you get. In your wonder years and forget, you wonder where to put things, you wonder why you went to the kitchen. Oh, I've been there. Oh, I've been there. Oh, you mean on the page? Oh, yeah. The ones that we have on the sponsor page. Oh, yeah. Just click it. It's a link. It's a link. I think this is what they were talking about. Are these? Give it a click. Check it out. But soon, you know, we're already partway through the month and stuff. Oh, a static function. So the way you do a static function is pretty easy. You just put the word static before the function. Now, not all functions are going to be static, and then those won't be allowed. I don't even know how to write a non-static function on purpose, so let's just find a function that and put the word static before it. Can I access non-static variable phone screen vert? Because this is a so this was a constant, right? It can't be. But if it was, here, maybe we'll do this. Yeah. It doesn't like that. But assuming it was a constant, then it would allow it to be in here. So certain functions will allow being a static function and some won't. But really all you do is you just type that right before it, and then that will make it. So usually you want it for things that are, you're just sort of like passing values through it, and the code is just manipulating the values that you put in there. So we pass in this case, a weight, and then it processes that weight and then returns something. Yeah, it's just typing static. Same thing with variables. You can create a variable that way. I don't know if I do many static variables. I do. I do. I guess I do. Well, I make it for my singleton pattern. I make a lot of my scripts static scripts. So I basically just make a reference to the node/script itself. So that means it's accessible anywhere. Tell us about your feelings on AI coding. I think AI coding is really a nice tool if used in a way that is thoughtful. I think it sucks that the code is stolen, and I think a lot of the companies are gross and they're doing gross things. But for people who are quite experienced with the language that they're working in, I think it can be a really valuable tool for them. I think for people who are learning a language, it can be a huge hindrance to learning and incur a lot of tech debt that ultimately doesn't serve them. I think for people who don't want to learn something, which is fine, and just want like a quick fix to get something set up that's simple and not that serious, I think that's nice and fine. So I guess my opinion is shades of gray. Okay, so I was coming here to get this raycast. Where was that physics server? Physics ray query. All right, let's grab this code. I'm gonna need to statically type it. I can't believe I didn't statically type it. I'm not sure how much of this I actually need. So I want to shoot a raycast from the progress bar. I need to know if it's hitting a wall or not. So it's not going to dynamically change what it's looking for. But we do want to set its collision mask. That would be very useful. Yeah, they're super unethical. It sucks. And they're just like They're ruining things. And they need to stop it. And they're selling out to governments and making things worse. Yeah. Collide with areas. I actually don't need it to collide with areas. I want it to collide with bodies. Has mask. It will have a mask. We will want to set that. Collision dictionary collider. Now this is more for like checking to see what was collided with and then processing based on that. I don't really need that. So we can let go of that. And this is set up to return what it hits. I don't really need to return what it hits. I just need to have it show or hide the progress bar if it is or isn't hitting. So I guess we could have return a boolean potentially. Okay. All right, I'm gonna bring it down to here. And then drop it into my UI de-escalation node. And this needs to be in process. I'm not going to use delta. And we're going to type in visibility ray. You could even just do yeah, show de-escalation. We could say show de-escalation equals, or not equals, but what the parameter, the boolean ends up being is whatever our visibility ray sees. So what we like to do process visibility ray, so that way I know it's being called in process at a glance. And I need this to return a boolean, and we're gonna paste all that code, and then we're gonna fix it. If you forget null, we don't care about this. And we want to return... Okay, so this is important. So if it is... I hadn't thought about it as showing it. I thought about it more as hiding it. But yeah, we want the progress bar to show in every situation except if it sees a building. That's it. If it sees a building, hide it. That's it. So I guess I want to say true? Probably. Then we just gotta keep going. Okay, project ray origin mouse. Oh, need a mouse position. Well, no, because we're not following the mouse. Incorrect. So actually, we could even say, oh, we don't have to do all this. Oh, we could even say self. Oh God, I wish this was statically typed. What does this want? Y'all, I got this code from like the first, or the second Godot project I ever made. What does this, oh, I hate unstatically, I hate untyped variables. Oh my God, what is it? What does it mean? Okay, well, what is this return? Well, I don't know because it's being, okay, project, I mean, we're ending this today. We're ending this lack of knowledge right now. Project ray normal returns a vector 3. Okay, so self doesn't make sense. We'd actually want to say self global position. This would make sense because this is a vector 3. This, I don't know, is it an integer? Should that be a float? I feel like it should be a float. Two, probably also a vector 3. That makes sense. So we're starting the raycast here and we're going there. Is it documentation time? No, I don't think so. I'll say this, I don't write a lot of documentation unless something to me doesn't make sense at a glance. There's two situations where I write documentation. Number one, someone else is going to be reading the code. If someone else is going to be reading the code, I document as much as possible. So for example, I have an add-on for prints, like console prints, and it like pretties it up and it does certain things, and you can get effects on it that look different ways and whatnot. And so for that add-on, I've made quite a lot of documentation for it because I know other people are actually potentially going to look at it and want to understand how it works. And so the way that I do that, these are just notes to myself, the way that I do that is by using this double pound sign here. And Godot will, and you may know this, but Godot will register that as documentation, which means if I look up fancy prints, or fancy in this case, we will get all kinds of stuff. So this is documentation that I wrote, again, for an add-on that I know somebody else might actually look at. So I literally log everything I possibly can, fill it all out, describe how it works, and so on. But for the code that I'm writing for myself, I tend to use it as an opportunity to try to write code that I find completely readable. So like my perhaps flawed philosophy is, how can I write the code in a way that when I look at it 3 weeks from now, 2 months from now, and I go back and read it, I'm able to figure it out without needing to comment the crap out of my code. And often I'll come back and I'll be like, what is this? And then I'm like, this is not written clearly. And sometimes I do still for myself. I feel like on this project, this other project, I had to write some documentation. I don't remember what it was for. Was it for the selectable object script? Yeah. I wrote some here. It's code for ants. Are you talking about this? I hate that this is so tiny. If that's what you're talking about, like this drives me nuts. Can I even make this bigger? I feel like I can, but it's gonna make everything else bigger in a way I don't want. I wish this documentation was easier to make bigger, honestly. So we zoom. So here, this was something I came back to, actually repeatedly. Oh, it sounded like that quote? I see. What is this? A school for ants? I see you, millennial. So here, I came back to this multiple times, and I kept being like, what the hell is going on? I could not for the life of me write it in a way that made sense. So I had to write a documentation bit for it. So that way I knew the steps that I needed to do. So sometimes I do it, but hopefully for this I won't need to. For this, I'm hoping that writing out the types are gonna make it a lot more clear. Because I get what it's doing, like conceptually. I just I can't actually see all the components that are going into it, and I can't stand that. The 2 is gonna equal the from plus, well, this is nothing. Oh gosh. I guess from times ray length. What was that? What was this supposed to be? Let me look at this. Whoa. Oh, I see. Wait, where's the regular hover rate? Here. origin normal. Yo, I don't even know what to do here. Like, that makes sense. I guess this is looking for, like... I don't even know. So this is tech debt, okay? Because I got this code from a tutorial when I was first starting out, which I don't like to do anymore. And this is where I would say if you're learning, AI code can be a detriment. Exact same thing. Like, for the exact same reason that going on Stack Exchange and pulling code and slapping it in can be a detriment. The same reason watching a tutorial, copying the code and slapping it in can be a detriment. Because you don't actually learn or understand how it works, and then when you need to work with it, you're just like, which in this case is pretty benign, because it's not like a deeply intricate system that I need to scale. But it's alright. This task has been waiting for me, and now is the time. Well, I'm going to assume that I don't need any of this crap. And we'll see what happens. It'll be interesting. Space. Oh my god, what the hell does this mean? I don't know what this means. What? Why do we need a space? What the hell is space? Where does that even get used? Collision dictionary, space, intersector. Oh my gosh. I don't know. Everything? Frickin' everything? Everywhere is space? Everything is space. And anywhere. Reminds you of true vibe coding. Sometimes in these cases, you just do code without thinking much, without AI. True vibe coding is just like coding without thinking. I know, it is kind of sad that that we can't be like, oh, I'm coding and I'm vibing, without it meaning that you're just like, you know, incurring tech debt and making mistakes probably. Depleting the world's water supply. It's incredible that so many people with college diplomas don't know the difference between information and understanding. Whoa. I guess. Oh my god, that's bleak. Oh man, Stroff coming in with the what you call it? Misanthropy. Everything is computer? Yo, this is stressing me out. I don't know how to do this. Okay, let me look at intersector. I'm gonna see if I can figure this out, and then I'm gonna start looking things up, and we're gonna start researching, and I'm gonna start learning. But I'm gonna see what I can do. Probably not much. Okay, it brings in a physics array query, parameters 2D. Intersects array in a given space. What do you mean? Physics direct space 2D provides direct access to a physics space in the physics server 2D. Use me learning as a skill and taking tests is a skill, and my process was to crash into hurdles until I learned how to jump. Yeah, I love that. That's the way I like to learn too. While people are memorizing when to jump. Yeah. I mean, you know, I guess I'm not one to like blame people. Like, oh, people. Like, like whenever they're just doing what they were taught to do. You know, I feel like the grading systems that we have in schools generally are exploitable because all you have to do is memorize to pass. So I don't even blame students. So I guess misanthropic is probably a strong word for it, but I would blame the institutions and the norms that set up cold take that set up learning as being exploitable by memorization. Don't realize they're handicapping their long-term skills with lab programming. Yeah, I guess. I don't know. I mean, look, you understand. I'm super autistic, right? So like, it's easy to sound like I'm being argumentative. So like, don't get hooked into that because because like when I have like an opinion or a thought about something, I just keep saying it, right? And that often makes people want to like fight back. So just know, and maybe you're fine with that, but just know that like, I'm just like, I'm not really able to be like, to mask and be like, yes, I see what you mean. I have to be like, no. No, you're saying what I think you're saying. I'm gonna try by talking that out. What's up, SV? You gave up masking about a year ago. Me too. Best choice I ever made. Oh man, that's funny. I gave it up when I met my now spouse because like it was just like it was so I got to know them because we're both neurodivergent, and so it was like I finally didn't have to mask. Although it's funny, even around other neurodivergent people, you often still have to mask, and we still mask with each other. But I've had the opportunity to get to practice not doing it and someone who understands what I'm trying to say. But sometimes we still get in our feelings when we don't mask, and we have to be like, we're just masked. I'm just not masking. It's not personal. Yeah. That's fair, Char. Yeah. Sometimes you can't afford to not mask. That is so fair. It's definitely a privilege to be able to do it all the time. But like here's the way I would say what you're saying, Strofe. And we can maybe call this agreement. I would find that I am limiting my ability to learn if I'm not trying and failing. And if someone was asking me how to learn, I would tell them to do trial and error. And I hear your point, which you're adding in, that is something that I don't normally say, and I like to hear someone say, which is, just rote memorization and, following the rules isn't necessarily going to get you growth, is how I would word that. But I hear you. People misunderstand masking as like, I'm hiding my autism. Nah. I view things like the negative components of autism like a form of social colorblindness in a sense. Ooh. Nice. I agree with that. Or I relate to that. You were acoustic? Charles says, this is how I got past my grades. It was memorizing answers. Yeah. But then entirely forgetting about it after the course. Yeah. And that's like valid too. But, if it is something you truly want to get good at, and something like coding, you're going to have to show up. At some point, you're going to have to show up and write the code. So yeah, that can be especially punishing, for sure. Doing interviews and not masking is, yeah. I know that's right. Oh my gosh, have I had clashes with managers over my not masking. You know what it would be? Because I often worked in retail, and I was often like front facing, and because I have a very personable mask. And I'd mask to the customers very well. And then I'd get with my employees and the managers, and I would just drop the mask, right? And then the manager would interpret me as not caring or, being disagreeable and different things like that. And I could not fathom what you were talking about. I'm just like, what do you mean? I'm just trying to be serious. If I'm red-green colorblind and you're blue-yellow colorblind or whatever, just because we're both colorblind doesn't mean that if I'm not masking, I'm not potentially hurting your feelings. Yeah, yeah. Oh, that's a great analogy. I like that. Yeah, yeah. Really good analogy. Masking is really like just expending effort for deliberate social cohesion or whatever. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, bars. If you can be spitting bars about psychology. Doing interviews for a cybersecurity role and second interview in, and you still feel like you shouldn't be there, and you come out of it feeling you're showing so much of autism. That sucks. I mean, that's definitely imposter syndrome, like to a T, which you probably know. I mean, look, there's a point, right? There's a point where they just have to accept you for who you are. Because getting a job isn't, and let me tell you two things. One, you don't have to tell them you're autistic, because that would actually be disclosing something that might not be good to disclose. But in terms of personality, people want to feel like they can get along with each other in a workplace. So when they're hiring, if they feel like, oh yeah, you vibe with the energy, you know, then you may be more likely to get that job. So it may not even be necessarily, you know, that you came off autistic or something, but rather just not like the personality fit. So that is to say, there might be some place where there's a lot of autistic people working, and then they're like, yeah, you fit in around here. So it doesn't necessarily have to be a bad thing, I guess is what I'm saying. That's so real though. Yeah, just like having to think about that and worry about that. It's annoying. You know, like the word masking, it creates a stigma. Shameful thing to do. I should actively seek to do less. Interesting. Yeah, totally. I mean, it's definitely a useful thing to do. And even necessary, like survival. Yeah, that's fair. What would you call it instead? Okay, but okay, I gotta learn this. So it provides direct access to a physics space in the physics server 2D. Cool. So what? What the hell does that mean? Physics server 2D is a server responsible for all 2D physics. But this is 3D. It can directly create and manipulate all physics objects. A space is a self-contained world for a physics simulation. It contains bodies, areas, and joints. Its state can be queried for collision and intersection information, and several parameters of the simulation can be modified. Okay. A shape is a geometric shape such as a circle, rectangle, can be used for collision detection by adding it to a body/area, possibly with extra transformation. You get it? Because 2D doesn't act like 3D? You wouldn't mind working in retail if you had to, despite your disability, but you won't work retail. Simply because the pay won't afford me house. Yeah, that's true. You know how introverts have social batteries and extroverts have privacy batteries? I think masking is more like a social skill battery. I actually didn't know about privacy batteries. What is that? As an introvert, I'm very aware of social batteries. I just thought extroverts had no problems, and they were better than me. I'm kidding, but also, like, I'm not. Unique social skill battery. You need to be aware of when you're running out of juice. Yeah, it's like spoons. Those are spoons, I call them. Can be built up like a muscle. Totally, totally. Depletes versus fill. Oh, so if they're not social enough, they don't recharge. Got it. All right. Okay. I gotta learn this, y'all. I can't be learning 6 things at once. You should keep explaining things though, because I'm interested in too many things at once. I gotta come back to read what you said in a minute. So someone was asking about AI earlier. Here's something that I think AI is good for if you're learning, okay? Let me demonstrate this. Let me model a valid use, a good, reasonable use of Gen AI, despite the ethical concerns and all that stuff. We're gonna do Claude, because Claude is the best. If I'm going to have to use one, it's going to be Claude. So I'm gonna model what I think is a useful way to do this. And I'm just going to tell you what I think is not a useful way is asking it to give the code to you. Again, I think there are scenarios where having it give you the code is understandable. Again, you don't care to learn the thing, you're not interested in learning the thing, etc. Okay? If that's your situation, like, well, who am I to tell you not to do it? But if you're someone who says, I want to get better at coding, I want to learn coding, I want to be good at coding, then you shouldn't be getting the chatbot to give you answers, because it's going to hinder you. However, what is really good is to use it as a glorified search engine documentation explainer tool if you're trying to learn a language, in my opinion. So let's say, without giving any code whatsoever, help me understand what a physics, I don't even know what it's called. No, this is useful. A physics server 2D is, and physics direct space state 2D does to use it, and how it's good for a raycast in 3D space in Godot. Be concise, speak plainly, and assume I know nothing. See what happens. Clock could be a little slow. Probably because I'm not paying for it. I'm slowing down my browser. Oh dear. Please don't make me go to Gemini. Please, 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 please. I beg you. I beg of you. Don't make me do it. Oh my god. Uh-oh. Oh my god. Alright, hold on a second. That's just telemetry, and you know it. I might have to go to Gemini. See if we can refresh it. Yes! Thank goodness. Gemma Local is good. Alright, here we go. Let's learn. Physics Server 2D and Physics Direct Space 2D. These are low-level physics APIs. Okay. They let you talk directly to Godot's physics engine, bypassing the normal node system. Physics Server 2D is the singleton that runs the 2D physics simulation. Okay. Normally you never touch it. Nodes like Rigid Body 2D and Area 2D talk to it behind the scenes, but you can access it directly when you need fine-grained control or performance. Physics Direct Space 2D is a snapshot of the physics world at a given moment. You get one by asking a physics space, what's in you right now? It gives you query methods, the important one being intersect ray, yes, which shoots, intersect ray shoots a ray and tells you what it hit, position, normal of the object, etc. Why is this instead of a raycast 2D? Raycast 2D is a node, it lives in the scene tree, fires every physics frame, and you pull it. It's fine for simple cases. The direct space state approach is on demand. If you ask for a result exactly when you need it from anywhere in code with no node required, or you can do that with no node required. It's faster, more flexible, and doesn't add scene overhead. Yeah, because I need this on multiple things, constantly running, and it needs to be able to look a pretty far distance. You said 3D, but you're asking about 2D APIs. No! Oh, wait. Wait, no. Oh, wait. But intersect ray. Did I just click on the wrong thing? Intersect ray. Oh, I did. I clicked on the wrong one. Oh, okay, that was my bad. Well, that still seemed like useful. Yeah, I meant 3D, not 2D. Oh, sorry. Okay, so now that I know that, how do I get without giving code? What are ways to get a physics space 3D out of a scene? I know a camera, but I don't need the raycast to be relative to a camera. From any node that has access to a world 3D. What's a world 3D? Any node 3D, every node 3D has a get world 3D method, which has a space property you can get the state from. I didn't know that. I did not know that. I didn't know. 2 oceans have been trained with a simple prompt. No. You can call it from literally any node 3D in the scene, not just a camera. Oh, got it. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. All right, that's very helpful. So the fact that it was a camera was just incidental to that raycast that I had in the other projects. Because what I would use it for is for the cursor, for pointing at things in the scene. So naturally, I wanted it to be relative to the camera. In this case, the camera's irrelevant. Okay, this is very interesting. So let me just back up a second. Trajectory normal, now that is a camera thing. I know that, so we don't want that. That we definitely don't want, I think. But what I do want should just be self. We should just say self. If it's a node, it should have this. Okay. All right, ray query. Oh wait, what's the type? The type is physics. Nope, it's world 3D. World 3D. Nope, it's not world 3D. Physics direct space. Oh, because we got direct space state. Okay, physics direct space state 3D. How much RAM do you have? Because Gemma 4 running on 64 is really good. I have 32. I would love to set up local models. I would. And I've seen people even like just train it like on the Godot documentation, which is kind of cool. I have 32. Unfortunately for... I think I have 42, right? Now I'm questioning it. I think I have 32. Let's check. Let's find out. Well, while that's finding out. So that's a physics body 3, no. Physics space state 3D? Ooh, it's a mouthful. 32, yeah, I have 32. Whoa. I run a local model trained on all my code and run it as a validator against any agent I'm using. What does that mean? Basically an automated version of me saying gamer words to the chatbot until it works properly. What are they talking about? What does that mean? That sounds cool. It's always nice to try to make friends that are oppositional verts, because I'll pull you out of your shell. Housing affordability. SV is a home lab. You have about 164 gigabytes across 3 systems plus 64 in my main system. I look forward to like building. I really want, so like I showed you earlier, one of y'all in chat sold me for a good price a nice GPU. This is the second to last component before I'll have enough to build another PC. Because my old stream PC, we've just been replacing the parts over the last couple of years. The 2 I have left are the GPU and then the motherboard. When I replace those 2 things, I'll have enough parts from the old build to build a new PC. And then I can say things like that I have gigabytes of RAM across systems. That would be cool. I really want that. I'm working on it. I dream to be that way. But like, you know, how much can I really buy? Homunculus rig? Do I know that word? You know, how much can I really buy without suffering right now with how expensive it all is? Automated version using gamer, I just don't know what that means. Reasoning models, basically you have a single agent trying to solve the problem, then the other agents check the work for specific properties. Alright, I'm gonna keep working. Space, physics direct, space, see, this is taking too long. Space 3D, get world, direct space. Ray query, physics ray query parameters 3D. What does that mean? Zoom. By changing various properties of this object, such as the ray position, you can configure the parameters. What does that mean? Oh, that's where collide with areas, collide with bodies, collision mask, and stuff come from. Okay. So whatever raycast is created by intersect ray can be configured using physics ray query parameters. It's parameters for the ray query. Okay. Alright. I think I get that. Why not just call it raycast configuration? I don't know. So this is pretty obvious what it is. It's literally the physics ray query parameters 3D. Okay. Things to exclude. So that's where we get exclude from, is from this. That's very interesting. So it's not really the ray query, is it? I guess it is. To me, this is more like ray config or something. Like if I were to name this a way that makes sense to me. I might want to add things in here. Right now I don't. So we'll just leave this list of examples. This is where we finally set up the from and the to. Well, I would kind of rather move this then. down here, personally, if we're not going to use it till down here. We know this is a vector 3. Wait. Oh god, what did I do? Oh wait, this is equals. This is assignment, not declaration. You built yours out of old servers you got at work. Nice. That's the dream. That's basically like how I got into computers. Like my dad worked at a company that hired him as a data analyst. And he was always, and this was like, you know, man, I mean, it must have been working there in the 1970s or something. 1970s, 80s, 90s, 2000s. So he saw like many years of computers. I don't think I would be sitting here today if I hadn't inherited the like machines that he got from work. I wish I was getting new computers out of work. That's a good deal. Probably. I mean, I assume your workplace is tolerable. Rayconfig collision mask equals 2. Well, I don't know. It's whatever buildings are. I feel like it's 1. I think we're gonna say 1. Alright. Collision areas are bodies depending where the collide bodies are true pose and go. Yeah. I don't care about that. But what I do want is not this. I guess I leave these commented here so I remember like what the options are. In this case, we want it to collide with bodies. Remember, maskless layers need to be set with the 2 to the power. Ugh, right. Okay. Wait, we just said it here. Why isn't there twice? That's weird. The dictionary, I don't know that we need that. Well, we do, because if it's nothing, then we know it's false. If it's something, then it's true, right? So maybe we say we do keep it this way. Parameter is the ray query. Okay. Collision dictionary in the space. We intersect ray based on the config. We get a collider from that dictionary. So I believe for that we say collision dictionary collider. I'm pretty sure. Hello, Raiders. Welcome. I'm getting yoinked. Did you just yoink? Did you seriously just yoink me? You didn't. I'm not even playing. Welcome, Covino. Good to see you. 8-core CPUs still are good if they're not running Windows. True that. True that. Let the record show I do not agree to this raid message. How was your stream? Just Covino? Another streamer who has stopped by today, who is on both Twitch and YouTube. I love when we got double platform people. Thanks for following, CSLR. Who doesn't game? Tell us you hate fun without telling us you hate fun. Shaking my head. Just Govino, a lovely, fun, and lively streamer who does game dev in Godot. In Godot! We got so much Godot family on 2 platforms family. Like, let's go. Alright, let me get the YouTube link for you. You know perfectly I read that. It's exactly how you meant it to be said. Well, because I know your voice, because I watch your streams. You have an incredibly distinct voice. You just do. Alright. YouTube, go here. give a subscribe to Just Covino. It's worth it. Very entertaining person. And is making a game. There is going to be, I'm sure, a Steam link for. It's about yoinking. That's why Just Covino said get yoinked. It wasn't just to be weird. Not that I'm saying it's weird. It's not weird. Lots of videos coming soon. There you go. All the more reason, YouTube. Get that subscribe.
Back at you with doing game dev stuff.
Where's that link?
Yeah. Hey, production team.
This is what their streams are like. What were you up to, by the way? If you have to raid and run, go ahead. Get out of here. No pressure. But if you're sticking around, yeah, what were you getting up to? So you got a sub. Let's go.
Weird.
Very friendly, very nice stream. He's working on a multiplayer game.
It's gonna work on the client.
A co-op. It's like co-op slop. Is that bad that I called it co-op slop? You call it co-op slop. Wow, way to be a good host, please. Yeah, this game is slop.
Yeah. Okay, so I do need to request.
I think you just like fly around and shoot like hook shots. Hook shots.
Funk, player,
Couch slop. Friend slop. Minus the slop. Yeah. Let's see if we can get a proper Steam link here.
Not very helpful.
We got a team website.
Just finish the game, dude.
Finish the game.
I'm waiting on the professional.
Where's your Steam page? We got hoodies.
Need that and you need our pro artist to
Where's the game?
get on it, you know? And
Anyway,
then we
no
can
pressure.
Finish the game.
Drop the link if you want. Any link you want. It's all good. I am setting up a
Let's
raycast
try like
with code.
Steam
Oh, it was?
multiplayer.
What?
player
How did I miss
dot
that?
Get. What are you waiting for? Scary movie reference.
Blue Sky, team website, X, Discord, YouTube.
Dot.
Oh, down here.
I'm mostly having to guess, I think.
Got it. I didn't look down
Yeah.
far enough. Okay, well, there's the link. Y'all got it. Look how fun this looks. It's colorful. It's bouncy.
Change.
It's eventful.
Sickness will understand.
You can play with a friend.
Gotcha.
Yeah, put it everywhere. Put it everywhere. Leave no space unpromoted on.
Maybe I need to do like a
I love this. Look how like tactile that
Go
looks.
Steam.
I'm gonna press that.
They're on Codeberg now.
Nice.
Go Steam.
Is my game broken right now? Or is it not broken? Am I at a point I can show the game? Return. True. I feel like we want it to be false. Yeah, because we hide it. I should refactor this, if I'm being honest. If collider return false. I should really refactor this. We should be like, check if the ray is hitting or not. If it is, then make something true or false. Define broken. I press play and it says, no. That's broken. That's what I would call broken. My name is Lees. I am learning game dev. I'm just out here trying to learn, trying to get better. I'm out here making a mess, struggling, doing my best. Making mistakes because that's what I love. There's not a collider in a dictionary. Alright. How about you just hold up? How about you just hold up, don't get called. Just don't get called. Just wait over there. Just stay over there. The adults are talking. So what I'm trying to do right now, thanks for following Complex. Again, I'm just trying to learn. I'm not like... I'm not even going to start making a game that I plan on putting on Steam until like a couple more months from now. I'm just like grinding out little games. And this little game is about filming eyes agents who are harassing people. Currently they just stand there but I intend to have them animated and like arresting people and stuff like that. But for now, they just stand there. And then your objective is to film them, and then it de-escalates the conflict. That bar is representing the de-escalation, and when it de-escalates, they just leave. It's good enough. We're gonna leave. Sorry, didn't mean to bother you. And then you save your city. So I want some other things to happen here too. You like run away and you go like recruit people, so I can actually get other people to join in and they can film. Obviously they should face the thing, but you know, we're just kind of trying to muddle it together. And then you get points. Good job, you saved them. So that's kind of the basic premise, and then you just like wander around the city and try to find these altercations. Those progress bars are not supposed to all be visible. That's what I'm working on right now, is I'm trying to hide them. So I'm setting up a raycast that checks to see if the player relative to the position of that progress bar is behind a building. And if so, then that progress bar should disappear. Because before, this progress bar was just like attached to the phone, and I didn't really like it. It wasn't really doing it for me. So yeah, I want a lot of other stuff. I want you to be able to like sort of like go find somebody and be like, hey, come help me. And then they can stand there and they can like be filming, and then you can check and put your phone away too. And then they, you know, you can check to see how the progress is going from afar and be like, oh yeah, it's looking good. Hey, come here. Can you help? Thank you. And then you just like keep doing all that. Ad break. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God. Chill. Bam. Ha. Got it. That's it. That's pretty much the game. Now for this physics query server situation, what am I gonna do? You need to make some friend slap. You might do that after your current project, which is almost feature complete. Pog. Nice. I know. So actually, I'm not gonna say that I'm going to make it be like a game where the point is that it's co-op, but I feel like I just want to add co-op to my game. Okay, I don't know if this is true. I could be like wrong. Alright. But on Steam, if you just make a game local co-op, is it almost basically by extension online playable? Because I've seen that you've got like stream together on Steam or something. It's called something like that. And so if a game's like local co-op, you could like play the game together with someone else like online as if you were local. But one cool thing about Just Go Vino, and why you should definitely go follow Strophium, technically yes, but in a literal sense no. What does that mean? Because Just Go Vino is working on the multiplayer stuff in Godot, which I really want to learn, but I'm just like not ready. Right? I think because I've definitely come across games that people play online together, even though it's just local multiplayer. I see it in reviews all the time. Even though it doesn't have multiplayer, it has co-op and you can use stream together. I'm like, oh, great. So I'll just make local co-op and call it a day. But maybe you mean also like, when you say in a literal sense, no. Like if I put it on a different platform, right? itch.io or Good Old Games or something, right? Then they're not going to have that feature. But okay. Sounds like it could be true. But I think it's as far as I would go if I was doing this. Okay, but what do you mean there's no collider? Collision History has collider. Oh, we gotta make sure. I see, I forgot about that. Yeah. Okay, we need this code. This raycast code, I basically did something I don't like doing anymore. I got this code when I first started learning Godot 2.5 years ago from a tutorial. I was watching a tutorial video, they gave me the code, I copied it, and I pasted it. And I've had a 3D raycast ever since. But I need to do it a little differently now. So I'm having to go through and relearn what it actually does and how it works, which is cool. And that's it. It's cool. No, you know what? It's cool. Okay, so we actually want to keep some of this. If there even is a collision dictionary, we then check to see if it even has a collider. And if it does, we then update the node 3D variable. Got it. Makes sense. Thanks for lurking, Just. Yes, get you some dinner. Thanks for being around, and thank you for the raid. Appreciate you. Just Covino is just so cool, you know. Just Covino is just so cool, you know. I'm really sorry about that. I just wanted to show you my appreciation, and autistically, for whatever reason, that is the best that I could do. So, there you go. You're welcome. Strobium says, right, you'd be effed. And also, I think only one player gets achievements. Ooh. Well, what if I make it so then... No, well, you're right. That makes sense. Ooh. Well, okay. So, look, I'm planning out... Basically, the game I'm going to make is going to be a 3D platformer in, like, a classic, like, N64, PS1 era type style. Well, it'll be updated. It won't be, like, crunchy looking, but, you know, with, like, pixels and stuff. But, you know, like, flat textures and cartoony characters and things like that. And I want it to be, like, an RPG game with, like, story and branching narratives and also be a 3D platform. It's going to be a big game. It's going to take me years to finish. But... I think if I could just add on a little co-op, it would be kind of nice, where you can just play the game with 2 people. But I feel like adding on multiplayer, like proper multiplayer, in addition to being an RPG 3D platformer that's going to take me years, I don't know. I feel like that's just asking for suffering. Do it in 3 weeks. 3 weeks, no problem, easy. Oh man, good to see you again, Seago. All right. We're not returning anything, so we're just gonna assign it if it exists. Oh, right. Well, you could just do. Alright, we're returning that. Collider. I'm using it. Oh, because we're not returning it. Oh yeah, I don't really need to set it. Oh yeah. Duh. Here. There you go. Boop. Boop. Okay. This true-false thing again. It's a little wacky because the idea is that I want that progress bar to be hidden whenever the raycast sees something, and I want it to show when the raycast doesn't see something. So I'm like inverting the true and false, because like it almost makes more sense that raycast is seeing something true, raycast is not seeing something false, right? But I'm like flipping that around, which is weird, but I'm gonna let it go. Wait, I have to comment this back in. Show me an absence of errors. Yeah. Okay, wait, there's no errors, and there are no progress bars clipping through walls. Now, whether or not... Wait a minute. I just realized something. I didn't put the player in there anyway. There's no component about the player. It has no idea that the player is a thing. The raycast needs to be shooting at the player. I just realized. Online is scary. It is scary. It is scary. But I see so many great streamers doing it. Freedom Studio. Just Covino. I feel like I Heart Funny Boys is doing it too. There's so many of y'all out here doing the online thing. Is put y'all grandmas on multiplayer? I don't know. So it makes me just kind of be like, you know, maybe I can do it, you know, but also, nah, I'm gonna wait. I'm gonna wait. I'd like to do, if I'm gonna do it, I want to do it on a small project, you know, something that I'm not worried about everything else. And then it's like, oh crap, I gotta think about how that works on two different, you know, whatever you call them, runtime servers, something. Hosts. Considering online, but you might low-key just do local and push people to use Steam local but online feature. That's what I'm saying. That's exactly what we were just talking about that. That's exactly right. Right? Like just for now. Just for now. Party ball thrower game. Something simple. Something simple. Like a party ball thrower game. Like Super Monkey Ball. Okay, so I need to tell it about the player. Of course. So maybe the 2? Oh, that's what we do here. From plus player.ref global position. No? Did I do that right? Did I learn something? I think I might have. I don't know. It's a lot of vector stuff, so we're guessing. Okay, nothing is showing. That makes sense. So I gotta go find an altercation. Let's see if a bar appears. I'm so nervous. It's not gonna work. Okay, it already didn't work. It already didn't work. That's fine. That's totally fine. You know what? That's totally fine. Looks like we're gonna need some debug. I probably am messing up my booleans as well. So it's constantly returning false. I wish I could see the damn thing. You know? That would be great. Turn-based for your first online game. Oh, no real time. Oh, that's a good tip. That's a really good tip. Heard. We gotta do a turn-based game for the Game Like Jam. I host a game jam, by the way, Raiders, if you're interested. It's not currently active because we just finished, and it runs every other month. But it is a real game jam that exists. And you should actually probably play some of the games from the last one, because there's a lot of cool games that people made. We made games like Wolfenstein 3D. That was a game jam. That's why I started making the game that I'm making right now, is because it started out as a game like Wolfenstein. It's not really like Wolfenstein anymore, but there's so many cool games right now that just came out. We got 26 new games just like Wolfenstein, which is pretty neat. And so every other month we make games like other games. We've done Rogue, Puyo Puyo, Frogger, Ski Free. Games that are relatively simple. It's a month-long jam. And yeah, a turn-based one would be cool. It's just so I have my excuse to make my multiplayer experiment. Okay, heard, Strove, heard. Okay, so I'm obviously doing this very incorrectly. What I need is some feedback. So I'm going to print whatever's going on here. Let's make it blue. This is a add-on that I made that just helps me make my print messages a little prettier. Yeah, check it out, check it out. If you, well, I guess you can't join it right now. Really, coming here and joining the Discord is probably the best way you can keep track. Normally I'd be like, join and then you'll get notified, but you can't join because it's ended. All right, usually I make the next jam before the showcase, which we're doing next week. We're gonna play games next week. But now I realize I should have it now. Noted, note to self. Note to self. Okay. Got it. I will do that next time. But yeah, if you're doing the Discord, you can keep track there, or just come through the streams. I'll announce the crap out of it. Okay, so what do I want this to tell me? I just want this to tell me Wait, where do you sit? Oh, I'm on the wrong project, y'all. Oh my gosh, I'm in the wrong project. I was borrowing code from another project. Didn't know I was in it. Okay, so right here, let's create a variable for collider, which will be some kind of node. And that is now going to equal collision dictionary collider. Tactical shooters. Who owns the hit registration? Oof. It's kind of nobody and kind of everybody. Whoa. Don't blow my mind right now. I want to know what the collider name is. And if nothing is showing, then it sees nothing. Okay. Tell me your secrets, if you have any. This is running every frame. Oh. Okay, it's seeing static body 3D. Okay, you're seeing static body 3D, static body. Okay, it's seeing a lot of. I disappeared. It's seeing a lot of static body 3Ds. That's not that helpful. I'm gonna need a little more information than that. Counter-Strike? I'm not gonna make Counter-Strike. The server is God, but God, it's true simulation. Whoa. Alright. Okay, let's just do the whole collider so we get a little more information. Okay, we got numbers. Okay, maybe I wasn't being specific enough. How about parent? What is your parent? Tell me about that. Who raised you? Probably should say if it has a parent, honestly. Okay, now we're getting some information. Okay, so it is seeing all of the buildings. It's seeing the walls. This is good. What's weird... I don't know. I don't even know what's weird. Like, is it pointing at the player? I don't know. What if I, like, spawned something at what it sees? Like, that would be weird, right? Like, that would be kind of cool. Just visualize, like, where it's hitting. Because if it's hitting things in the scene, I can probably find it. Yo, let's do this. This is going to be an adventure. This is adventure time. Come on, bring your friends. Like, I guarantee it. Let's put a mesh. I'm going to make it be a sphere. And I'm going to give it a very, very visible material. Clients have to pretend to know it happened before it knows what the true simulation state is back from the server. So it will do prediction. Start playing death animations. Honestly, I never even understood what rubber banding was. I've played many games where people talk about it, and I'm just like, oh yeah, totally. So I hear you. I totally hear you. Okay, we're gonna put all these friggin' unshaded, no depth orbs all over the place. Bright red, debug mesh. Okay. And I'm gonna see if I see these. Debug mesh. I'm gonna go back to my script that has this, which is what? Wait, what script has this on it? It's the it's the progress bars. So it's the UI deescalation. Get enough lag between the client and the server, and the client prediction goes for like several seconds before getting an update from the server, and it snaps back. Okay. It's where you teleport backwards. Oh, I see. Oh, I've seen that. Oh, thank you, Seagoat, for the thing I can understand. Yes, I've seen that happen. Oh. Okay, so then why does that happen? True animation state, true simulation state, so it will prediction. Oh, the prediction didn't get a reply. Oh. You know, I just learned something. Wow. Thank you. You didn't have to teach me that, but you did. Now I'm gonna see it. I'm gonna be like, that's rubber banding. You know why that happens? Because that it hasn't received response from the server yet, and so it's just protecting, but it didn't protect right, so I had to change its mind. I know things. Yeah. Yeah. It's cool. So we can just say whenever it hits here, let me make a reference to that debug mesh. We're gonna drop this in. It's not gonna statically type it, which in my world is heresy. So we will make sure to do that. This is going to be a packed scene. And that packed scene, I feel like you want to put that above the onReady. I'm never sure. I think above. And then I'm gonna have that spawn or instantiate it in at the moment of collidering being known. So let's get rid of this print. Now we don't. Now here's the thing. Well, no, wrong. You want to spawn one, and then you want to move it constantly. You do not want to spawn an exponentially growing amount. That wouldn't be exponential, but it'd still be a lot. So as soon as it starts, let's do a ready debug mesh. And we're gonna do ready debug mesh. What will it do? It will simply instantiate the debug mesh as a mesh instance, if you wouldn't mind, and then add the child. That's it. But we need to be able to reference it, so we should say debug mesh. It's a node 3D at the top level, I think, by the way. So actually, you have to change that. It's going to be empty right there. I'm going to switch this to a node 3D, make that debug mesh. Add the child, and then we will say that our reference to debug mesh equals debug mesh. Finally, we will update its position if a collider exists. Debug mesh global position equals collider. No, you don't want the collider global position, you want the hit position. Alright? Wherever it's hitting. So the 2... Well, it's trying to hit the player, right? Right, but it's gonna get interrupted along the way. Did I mix this up? Do we want to do it from the player to the... I have no idea. To the thing it's colliding with? I do not know how to get a collision point out of this. If I'm being honest. Let me look back at this other code. Comes from the origin of the camera. Projects array. Projects array normal. I don't really know what I'm doing. Hey, what's up, Salsifi? I know you're joking. I know you saw that backseating rule, Salsifi. How dare you? How dare you? Welcome. It's one of those things that gets insanely complicated the more precise you have to be. That's why it's nice to just not do anything real time. Right. You hear a lot about rubber banding in racing games. When after a certain distance from an opponent, they will slow it down if you're behind or speed up if you're ahead. I think it's different with what the other person mentioned about servers. One of those things, first netcode game from the window to the wall. Okay. Where do I put this thing? Let's just try it at different. I kind of want to do like different meshes at different places. Let's just, you know what? We're just gonna put it. We're just gonna put it to 2. Okay. I'm just gonna put it to 2. You give me 100k USD if I leave a mass security breach in my code? I mean, what does that mean? A mass? You want me to put my freaking home address on here and the passcode to my, you know, with my social security number? Like, I don't know what you want from me. Okay. Is this whole thing being made visible or not? Because if it's not visible, then yeah, we're not going to be able to see this. By the way. Yeah. So, how about we don't do this right now? How about we just don't do the showing and we keep it visible so that way I can see anything. Okay, there's the bars. So now where's what it might be hitting? Those orbs are no depth test, okay? If I go grab one and I drop it in just willy-nilly anywhere. Willy-nilly drop it in someplace. Like, let's put it wherever we are. I don't care. Put it here. That should be visible from like outer space. See? That's the one I just put in there. Can't miss it. And yet, I'm missing all of the ones. So clearly I'm doing something quite wrong. So I guess my next question would be, is it real? This is tough. This is a tough lesson for me to learn right now. Can we make this like a lot bigger? So I can see it. And then I'm gonna add a script on here for the debug mesh. And I just want it to announce itself. I exist at global position. Okay? Just like tell me where you are. What's your deal? Do you exist? There's obviously the one that I put down. Okay. Oh, 2 of them. We got 2 of them. Well, yeah, because I put one in the scene. Huh. Well, I expected more out of this. Learning old NES games, like bowling games, and studying the points per pin in score. And it's pretty cool to see how they did it back in the day. Oh, that is interesting. One exists at negative 139,053. Okay. Okay, I mean, where is that? I guess I didn't make it big enough. Cause I don't see anything. Well, this is interesting. So shouldn't every progress bar spawn one? Why didn't it? Because there's multiple of these all over the place. We ready it, we instantiate it, and we add it. So like, there should be 6. There should be 6 of them. All right, we'll make it bigger. Yeah, I'm gonna make it a lot bigger. We're gonna make it unmissable. You cannot possibly miss it. 100. It's gotta be visible. Oh my gosh. Okay. So I feel like I'm struggling here. try it instead of 2. Here, try something else. Let's try a different target. How about you do from? Give me the from place, because I already know where that is, or where that's supposed to be. So that should be easy. How hard can that be? We should see them right on the progress bars, if this works. Aha, now they're everywhere. Okay. Okay. They exist. Still don't understand why only one of them is printing I exist when obviously many exist. But okay. Alright. That brings me some comfort. So now what about at the collider position? Now this is not really what I want, because it's going to go like to the origin of whatever it's hitting. But at least it'll tell me perhaps what they're hitting, which could be interesting. Oh, alright, it's a little too big. We got now that they're actually visible, I'm gonna make it shrunk. This is what I do here, y'all. I struggle, and I find out, and I come out of it wiser. Oh, we talked about that. No, I'm not gonna leave a security breach. Okay, so it's going somewhere. I feel like at this point, it might be nice to not have a depth test. Okay, so this is seeing that wall. Clearly, this one is raycast hitting that. And that's the from? No, wait, that's the from position. No, it's not. That's the collider, Lise. That's the collider. Wake up. Smell the reality. So why is it... What I want it to be doing is tracking the player. I feel like we can change this in real time. So I believe if I, for example, remove this, it'll probably go somewhere else. Like very slightly. Like barely. Yikes. I think this might be... I think I might need to do some research. I think it might be research time. Look at what is project ray origin. Figure out what that is. Returns a 3D position in world space that is the result of projecting a point on the viewport rectangle by the inverse camera projection. Useful for casting rays in the form of origin normal for object intersection or picking. And then this, project ray normal, returns a normal vector in world space that is a result of projecting a point on the viewport. Okay. Okay. It's like the same thing, except a little different. One is a normal, and one is a 3D position. So this is like, this will like give me like a hit direction kind of, and this will give me just a point. Or something. So I don't know, this from 2 isn't really what I thought it would be. Because I thought this would be like what it's track where they're both, but look, they're both following the mouse position. Both of them are following the mouse. See? But if I put the player in both of those, what is that like? That's gotta be weird, right? That can't be what I want, can it? What happens? I do have to restart it, I guess. Is it not updating? Did I forget to update it? Oh! What's happening? Wait, it definitely moved. Did something happened? Let me move the camera out. Something definitely occurred. No, don't make them disappear. Okay, they're kind of there. Sometimes. That's the autofocus mesh. For whatever reason, when I go into this camera, the camera on the phone just like takes over, which is not good. Let me hide this. I was just trying to see if it's on the player. Are they all going to that singular place? Why? The player actually doesn't look like anything. Let's make the player's mesh visible. I think I have a capsule for the player there. Okay, so there's the player. You can kind of see it. Right there. That's the player. I just want to see if like things move when the player moves. No. Well, nothing's moving. I don't see anything happen. Oh! It is moving. Why? And it's like keeping like a distance. I am married, John. Almost 8 years now. 8 years this year. What is happening? It's so creepy. It's like it's following me. And so they're all... Because what I'm aiming at is the collider. The thing that it's colliding with. And that's all of them? Or is that just one? Would be my question. I kind of want to... I think we can control how many altercations spawn. I think. I hope so. Let's see. Max altercations. 1. Just spawn 1 altercation for me. Okay. Oh. It's so weird. So now I know for a fact that where that progress bar is, that's where that's hitting. How do you figure that? You know what else would be cool? It'd be cool to see like what. Okay, I'm just trying. This is what I'm trying to do right now. Is I'm trying to just like learn, right? I'm taking this chance. I don't have a release date. You know, I don't have a deadline. I'm just like, let me. You know, I've been here for 6 hours today. I just want to like mess around, and I want to figure this out. I want to like make mistakes, screw it up, and just like see what happens. You know? So here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna put a label on here. We're getting a little weird. I'm gonna put a label on here. And I wanna see on the mesh orb itself, what does it see? Here's what I see. Okay? Yes, learning, Sean. Yes, my favorite thing. It's nice, you know, to not be just like grinding, but like pause. Let me investigate. Never ends. And learning from mistakes is a great way to learn. Yeah! Yes! Yes, my favorite. It's my favorite. Thank you. You won't get it. Okay. So, we need it to be bigger. Fixed size, yeah. Yeah. Okay, so I want it to actually be either above it. You never heard of it? Mistakes? Learning? Okay. I would actually like this to have higher render priority than the orb, if you wouldn't mind. The outline too, preferably. Okay. Here's what I see. You can be a little smaller. Yeah, you can chill out a little bit. Thank you. Thank you for being so large. That was what I asked for. But let's just chill it out a bit. Alright, then we're going to update that based on what the collider is hitting. Drag a reference. I'm going to do drag a reference and it's debug. Who cares? I'm just going to say update label with what string, and then it will do label 3D text equals with what? Simple. Okay. Now I'm going to go back to my raycast. One problem, I need to make sure my debug mesh script as a class so I can actually access those functions. Welcome, Raiders! Hello, it's good to have you here. How are you? Every single one of you, how are you? Thanks for following, Phil, and welcome, Elimity. Thanks for bringing your people here. If you got a raid and run, that's okay. I get it. Get what you gotta get done. But if you're hanging around, how was your stream? What were you getting up to? It's going good. It's going well. I'm working on a project that I do want to finish. I'm in the middle of. It's not like the most important project. It's not like for Steam, but it's going well because I'm just like, you know what? I'm gonna put a pause on hurrying up and like getting a feature done, and I'm gonna learn something by messing around and making mistakes. Godot deving, preparing for student showcase. Wow. Okay. Let's go. When I start streaming, I'm gonna use I gotta raid and poop. At least you're honest. You know, like, even if you're not honest, you know what that's gonna do? That's gonna give a streamer material to have fun. You know? Fecal material, potentially. I like that. I think that's a good idea. Alright, let's get your shout out. Hey, Eliminate, do you have a YouTube channel that I can point folks to? Feel free to drop that link because we're also on YouTube, and they might want to subscribe to you there. YouTube Shorts, let's go! Drop a link! Drop a link! Class name, what? Debug mesh. I'm gonna make this a static function. Oh. Okay. Right. Yeah, we can't make it static. I don't know if I'm actually going to be able to access that that way. You make Godot videos. Nice. Let's see what we got. Let's see what we got. Oh, it's simple enough. All right, let's check it out. I feel like I got some tabs. I think I have a tag problem, or a tab. I said tag, I meant tab. I think I have a tab problem right now. Oh yeah, it's a lot of tabs. This you? You make game. You make art. Oh, that's you. I see your Twitch. What am I making? Phil, I am making a game about filming eyes agents. Yo, follow. Instantly. Instant follow. We got Godot. We got cotton candy hair. We got game dev. Okay, we got face cam. Is this your game or is this a break time? Is this your game or is this a break time? I demand an answer immediately. You said it was something for student stuff. Megabonk, that's break time. Okay, I was like, there's no way you're out here making Megabonk. It's break time. Break time is healthy. Oh, did it go to YouTube? Did it not go to YouTube? Oh, it certainly did. It should be right there. John, scroll up a little bit. Scroll it up. Or you want the Twitch channel specifically? I can give you the Twitch channel if you want that. But the YouTube is on there. Oh yeah, I was gonna show you what game I'm making. So this was part of a game jam that I host called the game. Oh, I posted my code. That's my code. It is something, but not really gonna help you. What if it worked? So it started out as part of a game jam that I host called the Game Like Jam. It runs every other month. We make games like other games. We just finished the Wolfenstein 3D like jam, and we're actually in the rating period. There's tons of awesome games that are totally ready to play. We got like around 26 new Wolfenstein like games. It is important, that's true. You die. So, hey, thanks for subscribing on YouTube too, Phil. Appreciate it. And so my idea was that instead of shooting fascists from 1942 with weapons, you're shooting fascists from 2026 with cameras. Yeah. Let me open it up, give it a load, and show you. So this is an older build before I did all the things I'm doing today. Thank you, thank you. It's not like Wolfenstein anymore. It's really quite different. But you know, you're still like running around like a flat space, and there's like a labyrinth, and there's fascists that you point things at, and you get points from it. Yeah, sadly relatable. Damn, yeah, I know. But like, you know, there's something empowering for me about just like, it's almost like taking control of it a little bit. Like getting to have some kind of power over creating it, you know? And then in my game, it's a little ridiculous because all you have to do is film them for a long time and they go away, which is like obviously not always really what happens, but we're gonna pretend that in this world it does. I got a lot of tabs open right now. Full screen. You know what? We're not going to do full screen. We're just going to keep it in here. So yeah, so you walk around these labyrinths. This is an old build. And you find altercations here. I would show you the actual one, but it's a little broken right now. You find these altercations, and you hold the camera here, and it shows you who are the bad ones and who are the not bad ones. And as you keep them in frame and you film it, the de-escalation bar increases. That's the game jam that just ended, actually. And when it increases, the bad guys go away and the good guys stay behind. So I want like animations, which are gonna be a little scary, obviously. Like the agents will be like pinning down people and arresting them, and it's gonna be really, really intense. But right now, they're just standing there. And then I want them to also come and try to like take your phone from you, and you gotta chase them down and get it back. And what else? I want you to recruit people. Thank you, Elimini. Thank you for the raid. I appreciate you. I look forward to catching one of your streams soon. And seeing you work on your game Megabonk a little more. Or maybe not Megabonk, but student stuff. Oh yeah, in this version, everyone disappeared. Goodbye, Elimini. In this one, everyone disappeared. That is now fixed, and it's not everybody who disappears. So then another mechanic is that you won't just stand there and film them. Oh yes, very much so. You'll also go and you'll find people who are like walking down the street, and you'll recruit them. So, for example, if I come up to this person and I click on them, they'll actually take out a phone as well. The game, you know, runs much better than this, but you know, I broke everything. Here, I'll try to show you in here. How broken are we talking about? How broken are we talking about? Oh, that's the wrong game. This is another game I made. This is much, much chiller. I didn't mean to open this, but this is a game that I made for the Tamagotchi like jam. Much cuter. Nothing dangerous here, other than litter boxes. That's the worst thing here. Oh, and yes, I am comfy in this chair. Very comfy in this chair. This is actually like a ridiculously expensive chair that I got on a deal, thankfully. It's a Herman Miller Aero. And honestly, you can sit in just about any position and be comfortable. Cause it's just like, it's like a change your life chair. Imagine running away and they would trip on stuff in the game. Wait, I kind of like that. That's actually a really good idea. Because I don't want you to be like doing violence in the game, but I like that like you accidentally do violence. Litter boxes, the ultimate danger. Tonight. Only on some show that is news. Alright, so anyway, I'm not actually working on this. Let me get out of here. Let's see if I can run this. Oh, it is running. Oh, right. So this is the debug orb. You can ignore the debug orb. This is a not web version while I have 10 tabs open. So then, again, there's not really much different that happens here other than the people will stay and the bad guys will go away. And what I actually want is for them to get into a car and drive away, and then you just try to get all of the agents out of your city. And you'll get more community goodwill rewards if you get more people organized to film alongside you. So you could like literally assign a bunch of people, in theory, to the game that I'm trying to make. Assign a bunch of people to one altercation, then go find another, and then assign people there. So it's kind of almost like a community organizing simulator, a little bit, like barely, but like technically. This takes a little long, but that's why I want to add like other tasks where you can just sort of like, you know, come back here and just see someone on the street, blow a whistle, and just be like, hey, you know, come over here, and get them to help, and then it will de-escalate faster and stuff like that. Someone kidnapped Yoshi. Did Pikachu do it? Oh, this is gonna switch to with Pikachu. Is Pikachu there now? You know, when you noticed it the other day, I was like, let me switch it and see if someone notices. Thank you. Thank you for that satisfaction. My desk is tiny. It is tiny. Okay, so then you get plus 40. That should go away and get added to like a tally. But again, I'm just kind of slowly working through this. Okay, so my desk is tiny. That's a fact. That is correct. Is accurate. It is actually a nightstand. Like, if we're being technical, this is a nightstand. I don't like having a big desk, so like all of my screens and stuff are just on like poles. Right? They're like these movable, don't mind the wires. It's kind of hard to see, but they're like movable poles that you can put around the room. And then I just have this for my keyboard and my Stream Deck and my Godot plush. And then sometimes if I'm eating like soup or cereal, I'll put my keyboard under here so that way I don't drip on it. But that's it. I like it kind of small because it just takes up too much space otherwise. I like to be economical with my space. Yeah, you got me. So yeah, that's kind of where it's at. And then today, what I'm trying to do... Is it legit? Is it legit? No, it is. No, you know what? It is legit. I just wanted something that was kind of like my games that I've built. I wanted something modular and scalable. It's so legit. I just want something modular and scalable. That's it. It's cute. Because before this, I had a true like a battle station that was stationary. There was no moving it. There was no flexibility. I couldn't adjust anything, and it was a nightmare. And I was like, never again. Hey, and Jack, good to see you. So what I'm trying to debug right now is I want those progress bars to not be visible all the time. Nor that 40. But I want it to be that when I go behind a wall... Wait, this kind of like works though. Wait, is this working? When I go behind a wall, I want that progress bar to disappear. So that way it's not giving away map markers. And so what that red orb is supposed to be tracking is if it sees the player. Or if it's hitting something else. But it's like, it does kind of seem to be following me. I don't know. I don't know if it's working or not. Yeah, godot fleshy. They had him like as a fundraiser, and I just like, I want this. I don't think this is working. Like, what is that orb doing? Why does it... Okay, anyway, so I was trying to debug because there's this code that I got when I first started. Yeah. When I first started, it's very mysterious. This is the game now. Coding in Godot. I would watch tutorials, and some of these tutorials would be like, code is in the description box, and I'd be like, copy, paste. And I've been surviving off of, and I don't do that anymore because I found that to be tech debt and a hindrance to my growing. And right now I am paying off that tech debt from years ago. This is like 2.5 years ago. I copied and pasted this raycast code. It's like in script raycast code. And I've always used it for like a cursor hovering over, actually in the cat game. In fact, that's how it tells what I'm trying to click on. And I always use it for the same thing, which is hovering. So it shoots a raycast from... See, I don't even know. It shoots a raycast from the camera to the cursor, and then it can tell in 3D space if it's hovering over something. I barely even know how it works, but I use it in project after project. But this time, it's different. Because I'm trying to change the starting point and the target. And I'm realizing I have no idea how this code works. It's fun! And so I kind of said, you know what? I'm not going to sit here and try to grind out getting my project just right and done perfectly. Let me take a break from the stress and just like have fun learning. You know, just like type in things, make an entire debug mysterious orb, and see if I can figure out what this code does, reverse engineer it, and like learn something. You know, I'm cashing in, or I'm paying my dues for the code that I copied and pasted so long ago. Student debt, but coding style. Exactly. Thank you for understanding. Rufio has a big desk, and it has your monitors on you, and so much space that you fill with junk. That would be me. I mean, look, I do have like, you know, a shelf over here with some junk, but at least it's not in front of me. But I understand that life. I know myself too well. If I'm gonna show up here, I need to feel like I can move. So what I wanted to do was pass in what it sees, so I can just get some more information about what the heck it's sticking to. Like, it's obviously not hitting the player. So what should happen is that raycast from every progress bar is constantly following the player, constantly trying to find the player. But if it hits a building, then it should stop at the building. And basically, whenever it sees a building in between the progress bar and the player, the progress bar should disappear. Otherwise, it should be visible. That's the idea. Hey, Insane, welcome. How you doing? Okay, so what I'm gonna do is try to pass this in. I don't know if I did this correct, but I'll do my best. Collider. Can we actually make a new thing? I'm gonna say variable debug mesh. I'm feeling vindicated. Okay. Debug mesh equals. Reminds you of when you first got into coding via modding Call of Duty. Modding is such a great introduction to coding. World at War, and each day when learning a GSC scripting language, you do random little things each day. It was fun. 5 years later, you're bored of coding, and now you use Claude. Okay, I mean, hey, like, if you know your goals are not, like, enjoying to learn coding, like, friggin' use the chatbot. Like, it's gonna make it easier, potentially, maybe. We'll see. I will say Claude is goated. As far as these chatbots go, like I was just trying whichever one. I was like, I don't care, freaking DeepSeek. I don't care, Gemini, whatever. And I just was like, nah, I hate them. It's so stupid. And then everyone was just talking about Claude. I was like, okay, fine, I'll try Claude. It changed my life. It changed my life. because it would like ask me questions. And it wouldn't ramble. It would just get to the point. It wouldn't make suggestions. It wouldn't say like, would you like me to make this for you? No, I wouldn't, Gemini. No, Copilot. Excuse me. Yeah, their source code did get leaked. Oh, it sucks for them, but it's good for everyone else. No, not sponsored. It's dangerous how good Claude is. Like, I don't want to like using it. I really don't. I know. But it's great for learning. You know, if you just ask it questions and tell it not to give you code and you want to learn. And if you want code, you know, you can do that too. I mean, good. Like, honestly, good. I don't care. We say, oh, Anthropics, they're the good guys. They're not giving their AI to military. I don't care. Okay? They're going to scale up and screw us all however they can. Let the open source people take over. Come on now. Yeah, they're all bad. Am I still sponsored? Yeah, good for learning. Yeah. I mean, look. If I don't care about learning something, then sure, let's vibe code. It's fun. But if I'm interested in becoming better and growing, then yeah, I'm gonna not use it to give me code. I will say, okay, there are people who are incredibly skilled with code, certain languages, and managing teams and reviewing code. And I think in those situations, it makes a lot more sense to quote unquote vibe code because they're able to clearly articulate exactly what they want, you know, and they're able to review the code effectively like they would a junior programmer, right? And so I feel like in like cases like that, it's a little different. That ain't me. It may never be me. Had a few conversations where your ineptitude defeated it. Oh, I want to try some local stuff. Yeah, I don't care if it's not as good. It'll feel good. Okay, I want to try to type this, but I don't know if it's actually going to give me the function. I feel like it's not. But like, what if it does? Yeah, it didn't. Yeah, it has to be like the specific one if you want to do that. That's the only way that would work. Unfortunately. Because you're just talking about like a generalized class? Right? But it is a specific one. It is a specific one. It's a specific one. Oh, here. Type this as debug mesh. Here, try that. Now come down here. Oh, I'm using the wrong debug mesh. Whoops. That's okay. There we go. Update label. I didn't need to do that. Wait. Oh no, this is fine. I'm sorry. I'm just trying to understand. Do I know what's happening? You don't have to do that. Do this, and then take collider name. Do get parent. Because we don't want the static bot it. We want what it's hitting. Collider get parent. Name. Okay. Show me what that's like. Local are better, but you specifically use them for like the most minuscule things. Yeah. Fair. Oh. Okay, it's backwards. I can't read it because it's backwards. I don't know what that says. We need to billboard it. Give me the billboard. Billboard is a flag that will just let me make it always face the camera. Very convenient. Flags, billboard enabled. All right. So it's hitting a building. Yeah. Why are there so many of them? I'm only spawning one. Oh, there's just one in the phone camera. That's why. There's not so many. We've been through this. Here we go. Okay. I'm trying to see if... I mean, it won't... the thing is it doesn't collide with the player. So it's definitely hitting the buildings, which is good. It's very good. See, it's hitting the buildings. The progress bar is there. Like, why would it be seeing that? Like, if it's trying to see me, what I would expect is that it's bumping into that building. So there's definitely something very weird going on here. But this is promising. Unity has ethically trained microgen models? Really? Really? Do they really? I didn't know that. Okay. Update label. Okay, that's fine. But this is the problem right here. This is wrong. I'm just gonna change something and see what happens. I don't think it's gonna matter in real time. I think I have to restart it. And then if you know, with enough poking around, I'll say, all right, let's like do a search. Huh. Okay, where's the progress bar? Is here. It's hitting next to me. Yeah, it shouldn't even get that far. It should be hitting way up there. Or something. It's like inverted. Do we need like a normal? I feel like we need like a normal. Right? Because that's what's on like some basis. I think we need like vector things. So this is the way it works with the camera. Is it does camera ref project ray origin as the from, and then relative to the mouse position, screen point. Turns the 3D position world space. What does the screen point have to do with it? So the point on the screen, that would be the mouse position. And this is taking a 2D screen point and it's turning it into a vector 3. I feel like that's all that's doing. And then the ray normal is just returning, like, I guess, like the angle or something. I mean, to me, it sounds like they're both the 2. It's just one is normal and the other is not. All right, we're looking stuff up. It's lookup time. Godot, physics, 3D, from to raycast. I'm gonna see where that gets me. Yeah, do you have your own? Oh, tell me Godot has its own. No, not the nodes. I don't want the nodes. Godot has a tutorial built into the documentation, and this is why Godot is one of the best. Alright, great, now that we've messed around, it's time to learn for real. It's time to study. Okay, we have space, we kind of understand this, it's where stuff is. We've accessed it. We're querying it. This much we've done. Yes, we've done this exact thing. Okay, for performing raycast query, intersect ray. Right, but what about from where it starts and where it goes? We're kind of not doing this. Use global coordinates, not local to node. Wait, this is interesting. That is similar in 3D space, using vector 3 coordinates. Note that to enable collisions with area 3D, the Boolean parameter collide with areas must be the true. Oh yeah, we got that. Well, ours is collide with bodies. Origin and end. Okay, in this case, this is just the mouse. Looks like that tutorial that I watched just got it from the documentation. Alright. But I don't need it from the mouse. And to the mouse. I need it somewhere else. One thing that we don't have is this create thing. Which is interesting. How are we doing? If we're not doing that, what's happening? Oh, just like the math? Like hand math? No, it's got hand math. So what is that? Physics parameters. That's this. We create a new one. But we're not even passing that in. Would that be good? Should I like do that? Is that something I'm supposed to do? Create from and to, which we have to then move this down here. Is this like better somehow? Is this like a good thing? Am I doing it right? I mean, it still doesn't really make sense. It feels the same. It's still kind of hitting off to the side for some reason. Like, I'm over here. I'm right here. Like, I would expect it to be like... Well, here's the other thing, Lise. You don't have it colliding with the player. It needs to collide with the player. Did you know that? That would be really, really good. I just realized. The player doesn't have... Oh, it does. The player is. Okay. The player's not on layer 1. Because the player is not ground. So we need to actually say that it collides with 2. Okay, hold on. We'll see. So right here, we set the collision mask. Masks are looking. Layers are what masks see. So this raycast is going to look for layer 1. We also want it to look for layer 2. I believe we're going to sum it because it's like a bit mask. And so if we add it together, I'm pretty sure this is correct. It's going to look for layer 1 and layer 2. I know that sounds wild, but I'm pretty sure that that's accurate. I just think I know that. Was it just hitting me? Can you please hit me? Hit me. It's hitting the buildings. But I can't say it's hitting me, the player. Unless it is and I just can't tell. Okay. Continuing on. Yeah, exclude things. Yeah, I know. Oh no, I need more information. Coming from the bars, your player. It's coming from the bars. I'm also open to let me tell you something. When I say backseating in this instance, I'm open to us all learning together. You know? But if you do just have the answer, I'm gonna take a moment to, like, you know, figure out what you mean. So I'm definitely open to this being collaborative. For real. No backseating rule is lifted at the moment. Within reason. What I love about Gen AI, assuming it's not unethically trained, is that it gives you a starting point really quick. Once something's in place, it's easier to see what you really want. That's true. Insane says, I wouldn't mind at least trying the whole vibe code thing. You have to find one that's let you make a program you could after making it run used locally, because you don't trust any of these online-based ones to last. It would suck to make a program for yourself that you won't be able to use ever again in a few months, maybe a year. Okay, that's fair. I guess it depends on the complexity of it. "3D raycasting from screen. Casting array from screen to 3D physics space is useful for object picking," which I'm not doing. "You raycast the program hit the building?" Yeah. It should also hit the player. But, yeah, so the idea... Okay, so here's what I'm trying to do. So we've got a player. Okay, there's a player. And we've got some buildings. And then we've also got a progress bar. Oh, I did not plan this well. Let's do red. We got a progress bar. That's our progress bar. If the progress bar... So, okay, let me put it this way. The progress bar is always supposed to be looking for the player. Buildings is always supposed to be looking for the player. Okay, so if the player moves over here, then this should now look over there. Okay? When the player is here, the progress bar should not be visible, because it's hitting a building. Now, if that progress bar instead hits the player before hitting a building, so it doesn't hit a building, but it does hit the player, then I want the progress bar to be visible. So the idea is that the progress bar hides when the player is behind a building, and it shows when a player and the progress bar have no building obstructions between them. That's the idea. To cast away from the screen, you need a camera 3D node. Camera 3D node can be in 2 projection modes, perspective and orthogonal. This isn't really what I need, to be honest. No, it just ended. Blah. It's only telling me how to pick. And look, I'm also willing to just use a raycast node. There is a node that is a raycast. But I have this feeling in my bones that this is a very good use case for writing it in code. Okay, let's see if GD Quest has something a little more robust. No, ask away. The red blob, I don't know, because the red blob is my debug tool for trying to figure out what's happening. So in theory, this is what the progress bar is seeing. So the progress bar is, here, let's zoom out a little bit. In theory, the progress bar is looking that way. So the raycast coming from the progress bar is going right there. That's where the raycast. So clearly there is a raycast shooting from the progress bar or something. It's shooting from somewhere. I don't actually know where it's shooting from, if I'm being honest. I think it's shooting from the player right now. I genuinely don't know what the hell's happening. So from somewhere, it might even be coming from here and shooting there. I don't know. So that's why I made the orb, because so what the orb represents is where the collision is happening. So the raycast returns, hey, this is what I'm colliding with. And then I said, okay, whatever you're colliding with, put an orb at that thing. So that's what that is. Let's understand raycasts in Godot. Oh, this does not zoom in very well. Okay, we'll keep it, you know what? We'll keep it small. Versatile tools, invisible line, 2D, 3D, set it up. Yup. There's nodes, totally such nodes. And this is 2D, which is different. And this is using a node. This is using a node. Oh no, this is gonna be about nodes. That wasn't helpful. On to the next one. But have you tried just doing it? This is Raycast 3D. Don't care about that. Here's what I need to do. Let me copy this keyword. I want to learn this. You know, I could do this in a lot of ways. I could ask a chatbot. I could watch a tutorial. I could use a raycast node. But I'm interested. I'm interested in figuring this out. Don't let your memes be memes. Good job. Yeah, but I don't just want that. I don't want just documentation. How does one get a physics? Okay. Alright. I'm trying to get a raycast to detect an area 3D via physics ray query parameters 3D. I think I said that makes sense, and I see why you would want that. But maybe if the program's really simple, it would be fun. I'm trying to detect recast and it works. yeah. Can't figure out how to detect this thing the script's attached to. Okay, this is doing camera though. This is all doing camera stuff. I don't want camera stuff. They're all camera stuff. Everyone is doing cameras. Hit scan weapon. See, that's camera though, right? Unless it's coming from a... Okay, let's look at the tutorial. Wait, what's this? Let's see Kids Can Code. Kids Can Code has some good stuff. Don't let the name fool you. It's creating it. It's also doing camera. It's all camera. Everything is camera. Because that's the only reason you never shoot a raycast is if you were coming from the camera. Why else do you need to shoot a raycast? And no one's explaining anything. I'm sorry. Alright, come on, give me the tutorial. I'm just gonna look through it. We're gonna skim. Train labels. I like using tutorials. I find that they're good for skimming and just seeing what I can find. I'm not big on like following along. I'm very impatient. And I tend to just like see what I need to see and I move on. Yeah. Yeah, we need to be Quentin Tarantino right now. Okay, it's still doing camera stuff, unfortunately. It's still doing camera. It's still camera. It's still camera. Alright, so let me get this straight. Does nobody in the world on this earth use the coding query raycast stuff for anything but cameras. Cameras. I'm a little surprised, honestly. I thought I would find something. But I'm finding nothing. I'm gonna keep looking. Okay, come on. Come on. Subscribe. Yes. This looks informative. Seeing what things intersect with. What if your method is new? What does that mean? Oh, that's what Strofium was talking about. Aligning feet with the ground. That would be great. If we could get the aligning feet with the ground situation, I would love that. Because that would be, you know, not camera. Raycast node, easy to use, little code, not very dynamic. Dynamic and versatile, no nodes, entirely code. I want this one. I want this one. Is that bad of me? That I want to get complicated? Okay, yeah, the node. I know. This is a little old. Kinematic bodies aren't a thing anymore in Godot, but that's okay. Okay, so we have our direct space state. That's a thing that we have. Intersect ray. What are we putting in intersect ray? I think we're putting that, yeah. We're putting the from and the to. I think that's what we're doing. Ray config. Wait, that's different. So this might be old. I don't know. I'm not exactly sure. Or maybe there's like a different way to construct this function and you can put that extra stuff. Wait. Because that is a thing sometimes. Like, will that work? No, it doesn't like it. Might be a bit dated then. Y'all, should I just use nodes? Oh, that's it. Oh man, should I just use nodes? I really want to learn, but there's a point where I'm like, okay. I mean, I'm gonna keep looking. I don't want to use a chatbot. I don't. I could. But if I am, I have to kind of ask around it and be like, don't give me code, but give me a hint. Collisions through multiple objects. Well, I would probably just ask it, you know, here's how I think it works. Hey, Distron. How does it actually work? You know? It would be interesting to reverse engineer someone's code, actually. If they have it. Assuming, what if I look for like the foot thing? Like the walking thing. You know? Never do. Okay. Use nodeless raycast. Okay. I'm gonna need a little more. Was that it? Is that all you got for me? Do you have a little more I can use to help me here. Oh yeah, we got code, baby. Global position target. Okay, this is not camera. This is not camera. Jackpot. And it's not using a weird intersect ray. I don't understand. From and to. So it's not even doing all this stuff. But what about how long it is? Do we maybe don't care how long it is? It's as long as the player. Okay. Okay, this is interesting. I want to stop looking at it before I get too inspired or too influenced. A little searching can be nice. So we're gonna actually get rid of this whole from to math. I don't know what the hell I'm doing here. Okay, get out of here. What if we create, we want to go from its own global position. This is on the progress bar, more or less. And I want it to go to the player global position. Like, what if we just stop there? Forget this. Don't care. And we just see what happens. Bingo! Exactly. What happens? Like, what's good? What's bad? Oh. Input. We gotta turn it back on. Because before I was using the camera. Okay. This already looks good. It's hitting the building in front of me. So to understand too what's happening here, the orb is only teleporting to the object that it is colliding with. So it's gonna teleport to the origin of that object. It's not gonna teleport to the point that it hits. Orb. It's not going to teleport to the point that it hits. It's instead going to teleport to the origin of the thing that it hits. So this is looking really good to me. We know the progress bar is over there. And we know that the player is here. And the thing that's right in between us has an orb at the origin. This is promising. Orb. The weird word. Okay, let's see what happens. Oh, where is it? Is it on me? It's on me! Okay. Oh my gosh. Was that it? If we come here, it works! A little perseverance, baby. Now it's hitting that. You darn right it's hitting that. Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! Let's go! We figured it out. Although I used the website to help me, I don't really care. Because it was so good. Because it was so good. I'm not gonna complain. I'm not gonna complain. It was all worthwhile. Excuse me. I apologize. Kind of lost control there. Wow. So it was just like overcomplicated. Yeah, what was that? Like, that site was like, I don't even understand what it is. It's just like something that came up that actually had this in it. Was basically it. What is this? is this? You all, what if this was generated by AI? What if I accidentally vibe coded? 2026, why are you so weird? There's nothing sacred. I honestly have no idea. Because it's not looking very, I don't know, humanly organized. Taking a working part of vibe code is not vibe coding yourself. Agreed. I don't know what that means. What does that mean, Huyade? agentskills.so/skills/the divergent AI dash GD agentic skills dash godot dash genre dash horror. What does this mean? What does agentic mean? I'm gonna be honest, y'all. I don't know freaking like dog water about AI, like Gen AI. Discover agent skills built by the community. What does it mean? It's a training code for an AI agent. What are you saying, Strophium? You can't say that. You can't say that. What are you doing? I guess it's fine. That's a technical term. You know what? I'll allow it. Agentic is when you have an LLM in a code editor, like Copilot in VS Code, or like Cursor or Claude Code. So, but what is this? This is a website. This is a website. This is www.something.com. Enabling your agents. Who's agent? What's an agent? Like MI5, MI6, whatever. 007. I don't know anything. We lost it in the end. It was all vibe. This is somewhere you can upload agentic assisted code snippets. It's an agent because it is more deeply integrated with your development environment. Not mine! Okay, I do know what you're talking about now. Yes, I've seen those. I didn't know that's what they were called. They want you to treat it like a person. What? These are things that burn tokens for you. Am I 47.2? Is that irony? I know. I don't, like, at the end of the day, like, I'm not upset. I'm just, like, trying to understand what has happened. Like, where did I learn this from today? What would I have just... Is what I did tantamount to typing into a chatbot? Or is it a little different? Please tell me it's a little different. Please. It's different? Okay. Thank you. We take the 1% that worked for our purposes and now we scatter. That was scattering? It's like saying pretend you're a skillful coder, but with more words and more specifically. I understand. I understand. Good. Do I understand well? Maybe. Yeah, we should look into it more deeply. I mean, look, at the end of the day, if I found this code on Stack Exchange, if I found this code in the tutorial, if I found this code on an agentic skills website, no matter what, and I don't take that time to understand it well, yeah, it's the same, like, mistake. It's the same, I'm losing out on the same opportunity to grow, either way. Alright, well, agent skills are folders of instructions, scripts, and resources that agents discover and finally an explanation, and use to do things more accurately and efficiently. So who wrote, did a person write this? Is this like stolen? Keep reading as an agent's kills. Agent kills. There's something about the lingo of Gen AI stuff that I just feel is so exclusive and weird. The lore deepens. I know I am, Strobium, I know I am. Isn't this like something so bizarre about the way this all is? Like, now I'm just kind of like fascinated by how weird this is. Like, I feel like I'm walking in like a fun house of weird mirrors and bizarre words that don't make sense. Like, I don't know. It feels like dead internet. Yeah, that's what it feels like. Yes, that's exactly what I'm trying to say. It feels like dead internet. Present company? What's present company? Is the AI in the room with us? Present company. What does that mean? Oh my gosh. I'm so scared. Agent skills are just files. It has nothing to do with the content of the site specifically. This page is explaining an aspect of agentic programming. Okay. A bunch of repos of collections of these kinds of documents out there, and a lot of LLM users make their own. But there are also lots that were generated by other LLMs. Is everything? I know. I'm like freaking out. Am I an agent? Am I here? Is this a real stream? Are all my fingers there? Am I? How many? 5? The 5 coders here. Oh yeah, I mean, look, I'm not trying to throw any hate at anybody. I just like, this is just like, I don't know where I'm at. Yeah, okay. Is it cake but for LLMs? So many bots. So many bots, the dark web. Ancient. What's this? Where in the world is Carmen Sandiego? Agent Sandiego. I loved that show when I was a kid. That's right, Anjack. You can. That might be harder for insane. Is it Claude or is it cake? Alright, look, I still feel... Okay, so it's stuff that... It's something for... like, there's training data, right? That's something that the LLMs use to, like, scramble things into something that makes sense based on a query. If I am to deeply, incredibly reduce what chatbots do. But this is not training data. This is something else. Something that focuses training data at something. Yeah. They keep making up words to try to legitimize it all, and it sounds fake and gross. Yes. That's what that. Thank you. Oh my gosh. Thank you, chat. Thank you, chat. I feel so much less crazy now. Okay, I feel like I can move on from this now. I think I needed to be I needed to be affirmed. Yeah, fancy words are just BS and mean nothing. Yeah. Affirmed that, like, I'm not seeing normal things. That, well, maybe they're normal now. Look at this brain, like, shooting... What the heck is this? Generated by AI. It looks very uncomfortable. Thanks for the hydrate, Duck. Welcome. Cheers. Oh my god. AI slop. AI slop everywhere. Yes, I don't want to curse. Duck, welcome. I don't know what's happening. I know what's happening. Duck, I saw you left a review on a little perspective, and I was like, I know that person. I don't know. I see like somebody leaving a Steam review on a game, and I'm just like, bumping into somebody in New York City. All right. I gotta get out of here. This is making and out of this webpage. I'm staying here, but I gotta get that webpage. That was. I feel like my brain just got segmented into like, I don't know, chunks, and it's like there are different pieces and they're connected with brains that are shooting out lasers, and it hurts. That's how it feels. What's up, Mad? Welcome back. Alright, well anyway, this works great now. I'm super glad. So now I just have to set it up to be correct. So the way I know it's correct is as soon as the player disappears behind this building, that red dot says, oh yeah, I see the building. If I come behind this one, it'll say, oh yeah, I see that building. Oh yeah, I see that building. Which is exactly what we want, is for it to collide like that. Chief B, your auntie. Sean, you remember it better than me. I had a Where in the World is Carmen San Diego game. I feel like it was a game first. I think it was a game first, and then it was a TV show. I think. And then there was like a Motown song made about it. Maybe not Motown, but it was kind of like in that style. The theme song. Yeah, it was a computer game first. That game scared me. Not the original one, but like one of the later ones. Genuinely, it frightened me. Because I was just so afraid, like, what if, but I have to go catch like a bad person? Like, what if they try to hurt me? I'm literally exposing their crimes. You can't just go do that. I would get all scared and I'd be like, oh, like getting close to like, the monster, the bad person. It scared the crap out of me. Where is this test? Where the heck is this stuff at? What is this test label here? Can we get rid of that, please? While we're here, can we just clean up this mess? What is that? What are you? I don't know. Genuinely no idea where that label exists. I don't know. I guess I let it go. Commodore 64. Rockapella made the theme song for the TV show, which is awesome. Oh, Rockapella. That's it. It's not Motown. But, like, you know, it had, like, a vibe. If you want a real-world application, what I do with my agent is I'll tell it to usually either write UI code or other boilerplate stuff. Then a skill I'll give it is, you wrote out a skill that explains that it should start a new Git branch on any task. Name it based on the feature, and then submit a pull request when it's done. And it does that every time. And that's just like automation. And that's like, that sounds like a GitHub action to me. But it's cooler because you're doing it, kind of. Geography edutainment game. You're right. That is what it was teaching me. They tricked me. Alright, well I guess this test label is just going to forever be in the game. Let's make this work what it's supposed to do. So I'm going to put the work what it's supposed to, those words, I said them. Okay, so we're gonna put 6 altercations back in here. I don't need the debug mesh to spawn anymore. I'll keep it, but I don't need to be generating it from the anything anymore. I'll hang on to it. You know, it could be useful again for something. I just don't need it for this. It's automation, but you just explain what to do in a markdown file. I love markdown files. I love markdown files. I love markdown files. I love them. My phone is filled with markdown files. I have so many markdown. I don't use Obsidian. I don't use Notion. I don't download any new thing. I have a markdown text editor. And I write markdown. And it is my notebook. I love markdown. If you tell me I can do automation for markdown, I'm kind of interested. No debug mesh to ready anymore. So what I need to do is I need to say that if the thing it's colliding with is not the player, hide the progress bar. It is awesome. Use Obsidian for it. Yeah, no shame. Yes, Obsidian is great. I just get overwhelmed, like having to like get a program, be like, is it compatible with this, with my phone, with this distro, with, you know, do I have to load it? I have to get a plug-in. Hey Danny, happy Saturday. Whereas like with a MD.MD, I can just open it friggin' anywhere, you know. Yeah, open source. I know you do. I know you do. Everybody loves it. Everybody loves it except me. But I like it. I just don't love it. It's different. It's different. I'm down bad for Markdown. It was a ton of old PCs from Apple II to the Amiga, SNES. I definitely had. I think I had a DOS version of it. Would be my guess. All right, let's clear this mess out and let's make it work good. So what I need to check is if it is the player or not. That's really it. If collider not is player, if not wrong, if not collider is player, return false. Otherwise, return true. What was that like? Did I do it? Did I code? Nope. No, it did not. All right, no problem. Oh, well, we're not hiding it and showing it, so that'll do it. We need to call a function that hides it or shows it. All right, now try it. I think. Am I still missing something? I might still be missing something. Oh, yes. Okay, they're all. Oh, let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Bam! Yeah, baby! All right. No raycast, no needed. Behind, in front. Behind, in front. And now it looks just like I need it to go. Oh my goodness. No matter how far away I am, it only waits until there's a building between us. So you can monitor the status of an altercation. You can come over here, be like, hey, come help us, send them over there, command them to go help, and keep an eye on it and be like, all right, I'm gonna go over here, oh, but I can't monitor it because I can't see it, you know. And so if there's some that are like on the same block, this is cool. Sometimes there are. Wow, it does kind of give you a heads up. I would say that it shouldn't appear until you've like seen it in your camera for the first time, because again, that does give you a big clue ahead of time, and there's this random bar just like on the screen, which feels weird. So I'd want you to wait until you examine the situation, and you really, we could even say the first time you fill it up. Okay, so let's say as long as its value is above 0, then it can be visible at all. Glares, oh, you're right. There's so many uses for this. I can't believe I had to find an agentic skills website to find this, because this is like so useful. And it's very scalable because it's highly optimized, and you can do a lot of customizability, and you can really get in there and control how it is, which I just think is really cool. Now, I need to say progress bar. The progress bar is right there. It's right there. I don't have a way to check the progress value yet. Question, do we use show de-escalation anywhere else in the project? We do. Yeah, because yeah, we do use that. Okay. So we'll keep that. Okay, the super last thing. I just want to make it only be visible when we have done any kind of work in filling up the bar. So to do that, we have update max. That's not the right thing. Update here. This updates the escalation progress. Basically, if this has happened one time, you're good to go. We could do states. There kind of are states. There's like the state after it's been full. There's the state before it's been seen the first time. There's the state. There are states, but I don't know that I particularly need yet. I might, actually a state machine would be really wise to have here. Oh, are you gonna do that right now? Really? She can't stop. She's doing a state machine. You can't stop her. I guess we'll just say visibility state, or like bar states. Unused, unseen, unfilled. Somebody stop me! Zero, empty. I like empty. Not empty. Well, there be okay. Not empty, and then like seen, right? Oh yeah, sleep well, Silenora. It's been a pleasure. Thank you for hanging out tonight. Thank you for your questions. Thanks for your thoughts and everything. I appreciate you. Good night. Sleep well. Bar states empty, not empty. It's kind of confusing because it's like there's when it sees the player and when it doesn't. It's like obstructed and unobstructed, which kind of feels like a separate state machine. Well, not really, because actually, if we say obstructed, unobstructed, actually they are mutually exclusive. Because if it's empty, it doesn't matter if there's an obstruction or an unobstruction, because it's empty and it's not visible at that moment. Once it gets anything filled in it, now it matters that it's obstructed or unobstructed. So obstructed, unobstructed de facto means that it's filled up a little bit. And then when it's filled, it's going to also disappear, in which case obstructed, unobstructed doesn't matter. It's a little unclear. So I could add some like I feel like a comment would be nice here. So I'm gonna say disappears because irrelevant, because undiscovered / filled at all. Oh wait, you gotta put it after the comma. but also don't delete it. Thank you. No, I like, and what's nice about doing it this way with the double pound sign is, in theory, I might have to add like an extra one here, but in theory it should provide documentation now. So if I pull up, we'll see. If I pull up UI deescalation, nice. So now it's documentation. So the double pound sign is pretty awesome. Am I right that I have to put one here? I could be wrong. I hope I'm wrong, but I might not be wrong. Oh, let's just say. Nice. Okay, I don't have to put anything there. Great. How do I do it like that? Empty disappears because undiscovered / filled it all. Obstructed, unobstructed. You probably do have to do both of them. Visible and filled a bit. Oh, we'll say filled a bit. Filled but not full. Oh, we should call this full. Partially filled, but not visible. I gotta write it well. But not visible because it can't see the player. We could even get real fancy. You know, we could say player. If we put it in brackets like that, it should treat it like a class. And now we can click on it. Fancy. It's clickable. I'm meaning to make a short about that, but one day. Okay, let's make some space here just so I can see a little better. Okay, and then in this case, partially filled and visible because it sees the player. And then if it's full, totally filled and not visible because it is not needed anymore. Alright, so I want to make that a little more clear. So I have these different states, and the way I like to do this, the pattern I like going with, I don't know if it has a name, but I'm into it. We are going to want to change this from outside. So we're going to say func change bar state. We want to take in like the state that we're changing it to, the to state, and that will be typed to a bar state. So one more thing, we need to keep track of what is the current state. So even though it's a little out of order, where I like putting variables below enums, when it's connected to like a state machine, I kind of like putting it somewhere at least nearby. I'm gonna put it right here. This is the current bar state, and it is typed to the bar state's enum. By default, we can actually set it to empty. That is the one we want to start on after all. It actually will start on that anyway, because it's the first one in the like the dictionary that is the enum, but you know, whatever. Okay. So we're changing the bar state, and when we do, that means we're going to update bar state, which, by the way, I want that to be private, so I'm going to put an underscore before it. Simply update bar state to state. I like setting it up this way because it will let me add in other code. So I can add a debug line. I could say, you know, print what changed to what. I could put up, you know, text on screen that says what state it's in. We could run a match statement and have certain things happen only in certain scenarios. So I like having this for that purpose. Thank you for the hydrate. We got a refill. Cheers to you. Little ASMR water for you. You got me. Cheers. Pour water, yeah. Exactly. That pour water. So yeah, so that's why I like this pattern, and it's useful because I can access it from outside, and I always know anytime a state changes what happens. We have to run through this before any state changing occurs. I'd also want to get the state that way, potentially, but I don't need that right now, so I'm not gonna worry about it. Alright, change bar state. So then what? Well, instead of calling show deescalation basically anywhere, all we're going to do is change the state. And by changing the state, automatically, it's going to know, oh, that means we show deescalation. You've been watching a lot of this African gray parrot on YouTube. Oh yeah, you do like bird streaming. Okay, that makes sense. That had learned a bunch of words in training, and to be the smartest in the world, you made me think of when he said pour water. Whoa. Training to be the smartest in the world. He says pour water. Why? Because somebody's pouring water nearby a lot? Pour water. I don't know, that's what I imagine it sounds like. Pour water. Is that? I don't know. I mean, I like the way this is written. We're gonna have to change it. Unfortunately. Let's do process obstruction state, and this would only be if that's a little tough, right? Because if we say if not empty, that would only leave filled. Doesn't really make sense. Well, you could say if it's not empty or filled. That's what would make sense. But then if it's empty, no, wrong. No, right. No, that's right. Okay, if you could even just say if bar state set to, and you know, I often like making this its own function too, like checking, but I'm not gonna do that. Sometimes I do it though. Like a function that just lets me pass in the parameters of if things are true or not. Certain states are. 47 second. Oh, I thought you said, I was like 47S? What's 47S? What does that mean? That is not what I thought I copied at all. Simply isn't. Does it have music? None of these have music. If it has music, we're in danger. Why are you so quiet?
Hat. That's right, hat. Good job, Apollo.
No music!
What's this called?
It's about time.
No.
Royal.
This is the shirt.
Sock.
Shirt.
Black.
What's this called? What?
It's a book.
What's this called?
I'm gonna get in trouble. I don't want to watch this anymore. I'm gonna get in trouble. I don't know. Look, YouTube be crawling. YouTube be crawling. I can't do it, but I like it. I'm gonna hold on to it, and everyone should go look at that. That was very cute. I missed everything. I know I missed everything. Oh, look at that. They're known. Bird videos. I'm so sorry, y'all. I'm cause it gives me such a headache. Cause sometimes they'll claim something and they won't even let me like know where it's at. It stresses me out. Anyway. Show deescalation. If bar state is set to... We can't have anything fun around here. If bar state is set to... We can have a couple fun things. Bar states dot obstructed or bar states unobstructed. Then process obstruction state. Wait, that doesn't make sense. Oh, that's what this is supposed to be? Then decide whether we should show the de-escalation or not. Yeah, I guess I tend to like to put this in here, so it's just all in one place. Yeah. You know what I'd rather do? I don't want to set it up this way because this I find gets really messy when you just have a bunch of these all over the place. They claim the same songs that you constantly submit appeals for because you have permission to use it. Ugh. That sucks. That sucks so much. Yeah, YouTube's really ridiculous with this stuff. I got no defense for them. Where's my change? Okay. I'd rather write a match statement here and say match bar state. And we say that if its bar state's empty, something happens. If its bar state's obstructed, then we want to run show de-escalation, which now we should be able to make this local. False. No, not false. Well, yeah, false. Well, hold on a second. Does this make sense? This doesn't make sense. You want to put the same thing in there. That will make it make sense. Grab this. You build it pretty quick, but it's usually lost all the initial views it would have gotten in the first hour. Not bothered because you're not in it for views, but could have been famous by now. Yo, you're definitely not in it for views. Why do I like not want to do this? I could have just kept it simple. But I said, no. No, I gotta make a state machine. It's the perfect time for a state machine. You gotta make the state machine. I think we want this in both state machine time. Yeah, either way, you want to run this. This is the rule. That's what you do. Bar states. No, I'll do it. Now I feel better. I feel better now. Well, in this case, we would say show de-escalation false. Now, I don't plan on it ever becoming empty, but let's just put it there. So now all I have to do is update the state at the right times. I would rather do that because when you're just doing if this, that, and all these things, hyperons. Thank you for the raid. Welcome, raiders. How y'all doing? If you gotta raid and run, go ahead and run, get you some. But if you wanna stay, I wonder how was your day? Yeah. Oh, welcome. That was it. That was the end of the stream. Welcome, Raiders. Oh, you're right. Sorry. Oh, I never thought of that as a jump scare. Whoa, just like. Wait, I need to use this. Why have I not used this more often? It just never occurred to me. Thank you, Fanny, for even calling it that. And thank you, Hyperons, for giving me the chance to discover this. Hope your stream went great. Oh my goodness. Hyperons, do I know if you have a YouTube channel or not? Drop a link to your YouTube if you want. We're also on YouTube, and they might want to give you a subscribe. And of course, anything else you want to share. I am setting up a state machine that I don't have to set up, but I'm just like, I should eat my vegetables. I should eat my vegetables, as Strophium said earlier. I'm gonna make sure that I'm just keeping tidy along the way, staying codically healthy. Code-wise healthy. Specifically, what I'm setting up is something that I've broken now. So I don't even. you got the jump scares? Nice. Oh, did the on-screen chat just break? Oh. Welcome back, on-screen chat. Thank you for joining us. Stream's good. You're working on a procedural cave system. I want to see. I want to see. Save me from the state machine. I want to see that. We all want to see that. Show Procton. Show Procton. Of course we know you have a YouTube channel. Now I know you have a YouTube channel. I also know that the videos are secret, and I respect that. I respect that. We all should at least check out this game. Yeah. All stuff is old. Yeah, you're right. But what if you update it? Why miss the opportunity to promote? But hey, it's up to you. You know, you promote what you want to promote. You promote what you want to promote. I found it. I'm promoting you. Promote. Whoop. You've gone from low poly to high poly. Yes, right. So if people look at that, they're gonna think that you're doing low poly, but you're not. Don't get it twisted. Hyperons is making Star Citizen-like game in a very high quality appearance. Do not mistake the low poly as being the thing. Don't you dare. Hyperons takes you on a captivating sci-fi survival adventure. Immerse yourself in a fascinating world full of challenges and dangers, where you must fight for survival. Prepare yourself for an epic sci-fi survival adventure in Hyperons and survive the challenges that await you. Low poly want a low. Yeah, I like how you're bringing together the bird stuff then and the current topic. That was very impressive. That was well done. Yeah, this looks cool, right, Danny? Yeah, of course. Thank you. Thank you for inspiring us with your wordplay. You loved the low poly stuff. So wait, why did you switch? But to get a better dev start to making it in high poly. All right. Yeah, I guess that's a good thing to learn. So this is the low poly stuff. Not what it is now. So imagine how cool that is, except higher poly. Procedural cave system sounds awesome. It sounds so cool. Look at these crops or something. And I feel like they've been working on this for years. This has been a really, really long-term project, so There's gonna be a lot of good stuff in there, I bet. I've been making a progress bar appear or not appear. It's not procedural cave gen, but it's And then I decided I was gonna write a state machine for where it's visible or not, even though I don't really have to. I just did it anyway. Lise, what? You can't put that. Why? Because it needs to run a process. Oh. It's like that doesn't work. Right. If I put this in change bar state should not be running every single frame. Okay? That's ridiculous. So, wrong. Incorrect. What is correct is that you do put this check here. This is the only way this is gonna work. You have to put that check there. I know you don't want to, but you have to. And then look what you can do. Look what you can do. Here, check this out. Look. Look, it's easy. Just come here. And here we say that if it's obstructed, it's not visible. If it's unobstructed, it's visible. You see? You can still put all that stuff there. And then here you'll just take this out of show deescalation. You see? So it's still, it's fine. It's fine. How's your, Venwave, how's your game dev stuff going? You spent a few hours making a grid out of planes before realizing there's a grid mesh. Nice. But Operation Low Poly Venwave games underway. No, but that's good. That's good, Venwave. That's learning. Yes. Yes. Venwave is learning some Blender stuff. Let's go. Ah, so cool. Based video game. Yeah, it is. It is based. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome, Palm Shot. Venwave, that's awesome. Isn't that awesome, Denny? This is the learning, right? Is like being like, how can I do this? And just like muddling through it and doing it in the slowest way possible. And then you find out there's an easier way and you never do it the slow way again because you remember how slow it felt. Maybe you'll do it once or twice because you learned a little something about the movement tools that you wouldn't have picked up if you hadn't tried that weird method. No, I love that. That's perfect. You're doing it right, my friend. You knew that, but I'm just like affirming. Hey, what's up, Marco? Big up. I'm doing all right. How are you doing? How you been? How's the technical artistry going? You're really lucky there's low poly Blender tutorials out there. Yes, but they're just outdated enough. You still gotta get your hands dirty. Oh, nice. Them being old is an asset. Pierogigon also learned on older tutorials, I think, and Pierogigon is freaking amazing in Blender. So there might be a connection there. A lot of time was learning and testing what you did today. Or I see 3 years. Yeah, I relate to that. I had a pretty big project myself that I just was like, I gotta stop. I'm gonna come back to it. But yeah, that's why it took me so long, was because I was learning. At the time, I was just like, I'm too slow at making games, I'm gonna stop. But really, yeah, it was a growth period. I hear that, actually. Hyperon says, so late here, going to bed. Thanks for sharing. Yeah, of course, and shout out. Always. Yeah, see you later, Hyperons. Thanks for bringing your people here. Sleep well. Mark says, I'm good, man. Thank you. It's my last day off my holidays. The wedding was amazing. Need more time off. I don't want to go back to work yet. Yeah. I'm glad that you had a nice outing at the wedding. Weddings are fun. Weddings are fun. I mean, you get free food. If you like to be dancing, you can do that. Right? There's often fun events, photo booths. Depending on how all out. I feel like usually if you're getting invited to a wedding, I feel like I said this last time, if you're getting invited to a wedding, it's probably a good, fun time. Probably. Okay, so this should work good, but I still need to switch to those states for some reason, right? So when do we switch to those states? We switch to those states in here. So in that sense, I don't even need this to return anything anymore. I don't. We could just return regular. We can make this void. And then we can say that if we're colliding with something that isn't the player, we can still return, but we're gonna set, I mean, I don't think you even have to return. We could say if the collider is, no, let's do this, because I'm not sure it is colliding with the player, and I don't want to find out. So it's gonna say change bar state to bar states obstructed. That's how we know it's obstructed, because it, so there are these progress bars on screen is what I'm working on. I'll show you in a second. It's just I kind of broke it. They're like these progress bars, okay, and they're on screen. And when the player walks by, it should be visible, unless the player goes past an obstruction that's in between the player and the progress bar. If so, the progress bar should disappear. So that's why I'm checking all this stuff, and I'm setting up a state machine for whether it's obstructed, not obstructed, or if that progress bar isn't filled up, I want to know that. If that progress bar is filled up, I want to know that too. So all those states, I want to capture them, and I want to do stuff with them. So I didn't need to set up this, but I want to. Okay, so if it makes it this far down, then we know that it is unobstructed. So this is fine. We just want to say change bar state. Okay, and then what's going to happen by being a changed bar state is determined in change bar state. Let me see if at least this is correct so far. There's going to be some things wrong, but hopefully it still appears and disappears when you go behind buildings. Yeah, nice. So this is part of the problem. So even though it's disappearing when we go behind a building, that's great. This is awesome. Look how far away we are from it. I don't want you to be clued in about what the progress bar is above from that far away. That is not what I want. I want you to have to get close enough. In fact, I want you to actually start filling it up at all. Thank you, Mark. Thank you. I don't know why it didn't appear on screen. They've been like appearing like on a delay, but we're just gonna nudge it a bit here. We're gonna give it a little. Oh, I don't think any of yours were appearing, Mark. That ain't right. That just ain't right. It's messed up. I got too many tabs open. Oh my goodness. Alright, well anyway, thank you. Here, I'll put it up this. Oh, you're not on there. You see, look at this. It's just like no messages. What? Refresh. One of these days, y'all, I'm gonna tell you something. Mark my words. Mark O. Glazer my words. Okay? I'm going to rewrite the chat on screen system myself by hand. I will do this. And it will never, ever not show up ever again. I will not rely on an API that I can't trust. You'll see. You'll all see. Alright, anyway, so this is, thank you, it's very kind of you. So this is fine when we're close, but I only want it to appear if we've started recording an altercation. Then it appears. Thanks, Anjack. Thank you. Look, even the Twitch messages aren't showing up anymore. Y'all too kind. Y'all actually, I like it. Y'all can be mean to me. No, you can't. Don't do that. Well, you can, but please don't. Oh. There, that is. That was at least a minute ago. Yeah, I'm gonna rewrite it. It's gonna be better. So when this appears, that should start going up, or when that goes up, that should appear, right? Because look at this. We've got all these. This is too many visible at once. That's too many. I'm crazy. I'm pulling it off. I am. You're right. I am crazy enough. Hopefully soon. Hopefully soon. Because you noticed I streamed earlier today. I'm trying to stream earlier. I'm trying to like optimize my schedule so I'll have more time and I can do stuff like that. Evil laugh. All right, this is perfect. But we want to see. Neener, you're gonna change. Why are you so nice to me? Talented and smart. I will have no imposter syndrome on this day. I get destroyed. Oh, I wish I had an explosion effect right now. It's okay. That would be a weird thing to have. Just explode the streamer? Why? Why? Why would you want that? Thanks for the subscribe, Paxa. Appreciate it. Thank you. What the hell am I doing? It was a very nice bully. Well, there you go, Jack. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh, that's intense. Oh my goodness. It's kind of satisfying to look at, though. That's like nice particle effects. So what we're going to say is that it's not, as long as it's empty, it's not visible. So how do we know that it's empty? Well, first of all, it's empty to begin with. But, Lise, the difference is you're not changing the state. That's the difference, right? The only time that the change bar state behavior happens where empty makes it not visible is if we call change bar state. So let's do a, oh, we have ready progress bar right there. Let's go. Ready progress bar, change bar state to bar states empty. So right at the beginning it'll be empty, so that should mean that it's not gonna be visible. Now it's not gonna be visible at all, so there's nothing that's gonna bring it back. Oh, okay, that's fine. All right, yeah, you can you can be visible. That's fine. Why are you so visible? Okay, well, please, because this is becoming true. Wait. Oh. Okay. Oh. Wait, but that's... I'll be honest, I'm a little confused right now. Can I see what the current state is, actually? I'm gonna go to remote. I'm gonna open up the UI. Remember, this is on a bar per bar basis. Important to keep that in mind. Go to the altercation. Let's just pick one. Any old one will do. In theory, they should all be empty. Bar state 1, which is not empty. Empty is not what that is. How did it get there? Is what I want to know. It should be the first thing that runs. We're saying only if bar state is set to obstructed or unobstructed. Otherwise, this should not run at all. So how is it running? Would be my question. All right, well, this is where we do the debug. I'm gonna say print fancy bar state is, so I want to know what it is before it changes. And is becoming, and what it's going to be. So now this isn't probably gonna work. We need to say, it's a little annoying. We have to make this a proper string, otherwise it's gonna be numbers, which I don't want. I want to be able to actually see it written out. So I'm gonna say bar state is bar states find key bar state. So that will actually go get the string and print it out, which is just a little easier to look at. Bar states, find key, and then to state. Again, it's gonna give something more readable here. Now I want to see after this. Bar state change to the new one. So every time this happens, I want to know about it. Now it's a little weird because actually we want to know which one it is, don't we? Because there's multiple of these. So I'm going to say, I'm going to do, it's a little messy. Well, let's do this. Let's say altercation. That'll be easier. Altercation, because we already have the altercation ID. Because every bar is linked to an altercation, right? Altercation IDs bar state is that and is becoming that, and then we'll say that again right here. Altercation blanks bar state change to that. Okay, so that way we get some clarity on what's happening with which one. Oh my goodness. Okay, I'm gonna pause it because it is printing a lot. Very, very, very frequently. I want to see the first things especially. Altercation 3's bar state is empty and is becoming empty. Okay. Yeah, because that's in the ready. So that's the ready right there. That's doing. Altercation 2's empty becoming empty. So it starts out as empty and we're just double setting it so that way it makes it not visible. That's what should happen whenever it gets set to empty. So they're all doing that right at the beginning. Now I want it to stay that way and lock down so it actually cannot become obstructed or unobstructed. But it seems to be doing that anyway. Altercation 6's bar state is empty, and then 7 is empty and is becoming obstructed. Why? Becoming obstructed. Oh, wait. Wait a minute, wait. I messed this up. Okay. If bar state is set to this or the... Do y'all see what I did? Does anyone see what I did? I know what I did. Oh, I do this all the time. Oh my gosh. You see what I did? I don't know. I'll give it a minute, and it's okay if no one sees what I did. But like, I do this a lot. There's a reason why this isn't working. The reason it's not working is because of the way I've structured this condition. I have told it if the bar state is set to bar state's obstructed or bar state's unobstructed. No, it's okay. I'm asking like in a fun way. Like let's learn. Like I know the answer. You could just throw. It's broken because of the way. True. It's like imagine it this way. Imagine if everything after that or. Okay. This is essentially what that second condition is right now. I'm basically saying if bar state's unobstructed. Right? Which, yeah, bar state's unobstructed, yeah. That exists. Yeah, it's a thing. That is definitely a thing. Correct. Because in Godot, in GDScript, we have to say, if bar state is set to bar state's obstructed, or bar state is set to bar state's unobstructed. Now, we're saying two different things. So I guess we're trying to look at it in one line. This is the correct way to write that. You have to repeat. So after that or, it's like you're basically starting a whole new condition. Which I always forget because, like, if I'm reading it, like, you know, like words, I wouldn't, like, necessarily word it that way. Like, either get a drink from the counter or get a drink from the vending machine. Either get a drink from the counter or the vending machine, right? I would, like, say it that way, the second way. Can you vote in the jam if you're a collaborator? Yes. Yep. As long as you're listed as a collaborator. Are you? Basically, your itch account has to be on the project. So you all did the heat. No, you're not. So what Dithron would need to do is invite you to be a collaborator. And if Dithron does that, then you'll be able to vote. So the way you do that, if I remember correctly, and you can explain this to Dithron later. I think Dithron is kind of busy. You go to edit your project, and you click on more, and then admins. It's really kind of weird. I think this is what you do. More and then admins. Yeah, that's how you do it. Which is very confusing because it doesn't. You think it'd be like collaborator or something. And then you can check this display as contributor here. And so then what you'll do is you'll type in like Duckonomics and admin. Then you have to like give them a special link. So even if I add Duckonomics on here, that's not enough. I have to copy this link and then send it to you. Then you could agree and then you'd be the collaborator. So if you do that, 100% you can vote. I'll be honest, I don't technically know if you can do that after the game is submitted. Maybe you can. If you can't, I'm gonna be mad on your behalf. But if you can, it would be great. Cause I don't know if you think about it, that could be kind of like exploited, right? You just create like a bunch of accounts and add like tons of collaborators to the project, and then have them all vote in your project's favor. Wait, you can't vote on your own project. Okay, that was a dumb idea. I take it back. Alright, anyway. Stack it against yourself. Vote on someone else's en masse. Alright. What the hell was I doing? Oh yeah, fixing this. I'm gonna write it a little differently. Because I can't stand it this way. I'm gonna say if it's set to that, or I like getting kind of fancy with how I set these things up. I don't know. I don't need to do this, but I did it. It's pretty weird looking. If you work with someone else, you could cheese it probably. True. Very true. Very true. I'd be curious to know, Duck, if that works out. I hope it does. Alright, this looks wild, but I don't care. I like trying new ways of organizing this and then coming back to it later and being like, no. Or, I like that. Yeah, I'm gonna be honest. You're right. It would, because it shows you all the results numbers at the end, and then there'd be like tons and tons of collaborators. only one project. It would actually be very funny. I hope someone tries it. I dare you to try it. Okay, so now it should stay not visible. I should not see any progress bars. Not see. Okay. Now I am getting what I want. Perfect. However, I do want that bar to appear when we have filled it up, even an iota. So that's when it's going to turn to obstructed or unobstructed. So we're going to assume, maybe that's a little silly, but I'm going to assume that if it's if it's getting filled up for the first time, it's probably visible. You know? It's probably unobstructed. But we can even check for that, actually. That's the beauty of the state machine, is it makes it easier to just be absolutely sure something is happening exactly when you want it to happen. Where do I want to put this? Well, if the bar value gets increased and it's set to empty, we could run it. I guess we could get really technical with it. If by what is greater than 0 and bar state is set to bar states empty we could also say and it's, well, it's not going to be unobstructed. No, yeah, we just have to do it. Now you have to assume. Change bar state to bar states dot unobstructed. So that should kick it off the first time. Cheers, Fanny. Thank you for the hydration. That was a big gulp. In a good way. Okay. I mean, that should be fine. You know, like, maybe at some point I'll be like, there's a problem. I don't know. It should be fine. Okay, so right now that's not visible. As soon as I stand here for a second, I want to see it appear. Nice. There it goes. Perfect. And then once I go behind the wall, it should disappear and then reappear. Let's go. Perfect. So now it's there forever. Congratulations. You can always check on that progress bar. Unless you can't see it. Cool. I like this. Now for the final state, which is when it's filled, it should go away. So that actually currently has a bit of a bug waiting to happen because I called show deescalation from outside the script before I renamed it. So here, this actually is not a function that exists. This one is not real. We just hadn't hit it yet. So instead of doing that, we're gonna say change bar state to UI. We have to actually call where that enum is. I didn't have to call it. When I'm here, I can just say bar states because we're on the de-escalation script. So it's totally fine if I just do bar dot here. No problem. But from here on manage de-escalation, this is not the same script, so I'm going to need to be a little more specific. So we're gonna refer to just the class. I don't even have to use a static reference because an enum is constant, so it will always be accessible even from, you know, any place. So we say bar states dot all. We don't need indeed, right? Like, why would we need that? Do we have a true anywhere? We do not. So we'll just keep it simple. You know, we could add something that says, like, you know, if it's this state or that state. I don't really see that's necessary. So what this should do is this should keep that raycast from shooting more often than we need it to. So right now, none of the raycasts are firing, which is good because it's just a waste if we don't need it. Then here, it'll appear. And I can start just adding more things that I want into the game. There's a lot of things I still want to do. I want more like tutorial things. I do. I don't like tutorials, but I do want like some words on screen that kind of get you hyped about stuff you can do and like your abilities. I want you to be able to step away from this, go find somebody, right? And this is why I want you to be able to track it. So you can see it, come over here, talk to this person, keep an eye on it. You know, maybe the escalation goes down and it's like, oh crap, something. Maybe you don't get as much goodwill if it wobbles. Something. And then you can bring other people, assign them to it, and stuff. Something like that. I'd even love, because here's the thing, like, if other people are recording it, it'd be kind of cool if you could, like, then see the progress. Because if someone else is keeping their eye on it, maybe now you can check in with that person. And so you can pull up, like, an app on your phone, and then from afar, keep track of, like, the progress. That'd be cool. I just want stuff like that. I want you to be able to, or like the gameplay is, how can I hurry up and get all of these altercations discovered and cleared out as quickly as possible, and organizing people together is going to be the way to do that. All right, let's see it disappear. Get him out of here. Nice. Okay, so I don't want these big plus 40s, but we'll fix that. I'm gonna be back to work on this Monday. If you are a member on YouTube or a sub on Twitch, either of those scenarios will get you access to that stream. It's a special stream that I just do as a thank you. Yeah, we got a good game. As a thank you to those who support the channel. We now have official Twitch sub streams. Okay, so we can stream right here on Twitch. It's a little awkward, I'm gonna be honest, because it, like, also the game just crashed, so that's fun. We're just gonna pretend that was a fluke, and I'll test it more in my free time. So yeah, I feel a little weird about it because the Twitch sub streams, like, I don't know, we got him. What am I doing? Oh yeah, use Godot, and here's another tip, Fanny Slam, tag at Godot helpers. That's the real secret trick. Because there's some awesome people who are, like, already set up to receive alerts. So yeah, game engines, come into the Godot channel right here. You already knew about that. And when you fill out your thing, say at Godot helpers. That'll make people be ready to help you a lot quicker. Yeah, we got you. We got you. So anyway, the sub streams are weird because it's like it gives like a 5-minute preview. So people can just like join the stream and be like, "Oh, Lisa's streaming. Great, let's watch." And then Twitch will be like, "Halt. You can't be here. Pay up." And I find that a little awkward. But we're going to stick with it. I'm going to make sure I turn off raids so we can't get raided while we're doing a sub stream. I'm going to try to put it in big text everywhere. But it's nice because y'all can just come here. So, we'll keep testing it out. Yeah. Oh. How did that feel, Fanny? Be honest. You don't have to if you don't want to. But if you want to, be honest. Because I'm kind of at a point where I'm deciding. I'm not sure if I want to keep up with it. Because if it just feels too like polarizing and bad, I'll just go back to it being on YouTube. And people who are Twitch subs can get a link to come to the YouTube stream. But it is nice, the idea that we can all be on Twitch. It's just like, I don't know. I wish they handled it more like YouTube does. It felt fine. You like supporting streams, you just didn't read the title. It was obvious once you did. It does. Yes, it ruins people's streaks. Well, somebody on Reddit said that it does. No, it does. No, actually, people said that it ruined their streak. No, it did. It did. So, that makes me think we need to set up our own streak system, which actually wouldn't be that hard. It wouldn't be hard at all. Yeah, it's a bad one. That's a bad one. So like that's my alternative there. Yeah, right, just exactly. Just make it a redeem. Yeah, doesn't that suck? Like Twitch does not care about its substream. Alright. YouTube, stick around. We're gonna do a raid on both platforms, because that's how we roll. Let's see if anybody is live who is on both at the moment. There's Joseph Bergen, CM Griffin, Hypnotic. Those are some choices. Those are some choices right there. It's Hypnotic. Does anyone immediately have a preference? Joseph Bergen is a smaller streamer, I would say, perhaps, but is very nice and working on a 3D platformer. Yeah. Understandable. Yeah, Hypnotic's awesome.
No, I am though.
Hypnotic's great.
Being a whiny baby right now.
Oh, you got a standing desk.
Oh.
He also has this spinning thing in the background.
Yeah.
No, we just love game dev. He's also using Unreal Engine.
Trying not to swear on stream.
Which we did get some people from Hyperon stream
Wait.
who are watching Unreal Engine. Yeah, the spin thing. The spin thing is great. Maybe we just do Hypnotic, yeah? Look, if there's a preference, let's go there. Alright, y'all. Hypnotic it is. I don't know why I just thought like Hypnotica, like Subnautica, but I did. Yo, his game is blossoming. It's so cool to just see how much progress is happening, like in the last like month or so. It just feels like it hit like a terminal velocity of just being like, oh whoa, oh my gosh, this is the whole, this is a really big whole thing.
Is the same as Table 6 ball stand.
Yeah, really
so
cool.
the
He's making a
ones
game
in
called
the display case,
Bobblehead Simulator.
those display cases
Right?
are going to have a benefit
Bobblehead
these,
shop.
These are the small glass displays. You can
Simulator.
get one large
That was
glass
close.
display that's like 4 of these put together.
YouTube, basically, when the stream ends,
But what will
it'll just take you there.
happen
You might have to
is,
click something.
based
And
on
then
the
Twitch.
rarity of the
Let's do it.
bobbleheads that are in
So yeah, I'll be back on Monday for Twitch
it's going
subs.
to increase
and-
the like
Did I type that right?
likelihood.
I did a shout out. That's funny.
It's going to increase the reviews that customers
Thanks for the
do, so
shout
they're
out,
going to
too.
give you better reviews because your
I'll be back
scores,
on
like,
Wednesday.
go
Okay,
up.
so I'm gonna start
What
streaming
better
on Wednesday. I know.
display,
I'm gonna start streaming
like,
on
look at
Wednesdays and Fridays.
bobbleheads,
That's the new
look at how
plan.
good they are.
I would
But it
like to
also
start around
increases
10 a.m.
customer spending
That would be
and stuff like that.
optimal for my life.
Um,
Eastern time,
So it
or
will
actually
have
11 a.m. Eastern time, 10 a.m. my time. Of course,
the
Fenway.
more rare ones you have on
Thank you for being here.
customers can't take these ones. They can't.
Next
touch
week is actually all games.
thieves can.
We're playing Wolfenstein-like games next week.
Could steal
That's what we're doing.
like one or multiple.
Yeah, you too, Disram. Oh yeah.
Which is why
Raid
you need
message.
security
Thank you for
and
reminding me,
stuff like
Fanny.
that to help reduce that.
If you want,
But
you certainly are not obligated
it'll
to.
help increase.
I hope you don't feel any pressure. But if you want, you can copy and paste this
coming in,
rather
how much
absurd
they spend,
message
all that sort of stuff.
that's about to be in the chat to let them know that we are here on YouTube and on Twitch.
Because the higher your
So yeah, come through next week if you want to see some games get played. Then after that,
the
be back to
higher your
making
store's
games.
rating,
thanks for the raid, Covino. Appreciate you.
better.
Take care, everybody. Have a good one,
More you can sell your products.
everyone. I'm sorry,
if your
you didn't need a
store
bad
rating
song
is
at the end,
one,
but you got it. It's what you got.
You're
Alright,
probably
see you
not
later,
selling
YouTube.
anything